name Roxas, and the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do, I had no idea.
前はもう死んでいる。
Good morning, guys. Hola. Hope you all had a great night last night. Welcome to Nostrica 2023, day 2. First off, I just wanted to give a round of applause for all of our volunteers who are making this possible in this heat. So many great people putting in proof of work to make this a success, and we definitely couldn't do it without you in this heat. So I really appreciate all of our volunteers. A couple of housekeeping notes for today. Please be mindful of NIMS when taking photos or snapping videos. Try to ask permission and don't take photos of groups of people or crowds. Stay hydrated. If you get too hot, I suggest going to the back of the property, jump in the river to cool down. It's beautiful back there. And one note for our virtual attendees, please write your questions for the in-person talks on the live stream, and we'll have someone field those questions on stage. We'll get to as many of them as possible. And for the people who are joining us in person, please share all your burning questions, comments, ideas with us at the end of the talks today. And please feel welcome to participate in the Socratic discussions and the open forums that are taking place as well. So we're gonna kick things off here with a Bitcoin 101. This is going to be by John Dennehy, and on the workshop stage over there, we're going to start with how to set up your own relay with Nabismo Prime. So enjoy, guys. Pura vida.
Check, check. Hello. Buenos dias. Good morning. Is everybody doing well? We're here again, day 2. Wow. Take a nice big deep breath or don't. I'm not really a fan of being told what to do, so you don't have to either. To everybody here, welcome back. I'm Walker. It's nice to see you again. To everybody on the live stream, hello. You're here in our hearts. As McShane mentioned, if you are on the live stream and you have questions today, go ahead and type them on in there. Carla's going to be our in-person interpreter, speaking your questions to the speaker here on stage. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get going. So John is the founder of Mi Primer Bitcoin. If you haven't been down to El Salvador, I highly recommend it. We ended up going once and then coming back within the space of a couple of months for adopting Bitcoin. We apparently just couldn't stay away. And it's amazing what they are doing down there. And Mi Primer Bitcoin is one of the most just inspiring initiatives that is taking place down there. So I'd like everybody to give a very warm day 2 welcome to John. He's going to take us off talking about Bitcoin 101 and maybe the Bitcoin 101 revolution. So give John a warm welcome.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you, Walker. Thank you all the organizers, everybody at this event. This is my favorite Bitcoin conference that I've been to. I'm barefoot, which I love. I did not even take shoes with me today, and I have never been to a conference where that is acceptable, so I'm really happy about that. And with that in mind, I'm also going to do something new for me, something different. I did not prepare anything. I'm just going to speak from the heart. And I don't know how long that's going to take. So there's going to be questions at the end of an undetermined amount of time. And I know this is titled Bitcoin 101. I am not going to talk about how to set up a wallet, how to make your first transaction. What I am going to talk about today is how Bitcoin could be a tool to change the world. Bitcoin is a tool to change everything, right? So if people here aren't familiar with Mi Primer Bitcoin, I think it makes sense to start at the present. So Mi Primer Bitcoin is a Bitcoin education nonprofit. We're based in El Salvador. Our focus is El Salvador, but our mission is the world. We believe that El Salvador is the most important place in the world right now because it is the first country to adopt Bitcoin. So whatever happens there will set a precedent. Whatever happens there will be an example for the rest of the world to follow. We get to decide what sort of example that is. And that's why we believe that education is so important, because that creates the foundation of a positive example. So we target people who are brand new to Bitcoin. That's why we're called Mi Primer Bitcoin, or My First Bitcoin. And we have intro classes. We also developed a Bitcoin diploma, which we teach in the public school system, and also some community centers around there. And just to give an idea of the growth, because I'm really proud of it. I'm really proud of the team. There's some people here, Dax and Napoleon and Marcella. We began in 2021, and we had 400 students in 2021, which we were pretty happy with. And then last year in 2022, we had over 10,000 students. So that's a 25x growth year over year. And I firmly believe that we will continue that trajectory. So that means 250,000 students this year, 6.25 million next year, and then 150 million after that. And I want to tell you how we're going to do that and why we need to do that. But now I'm going to go to the beginning. I'm going to go back in time a little bit. Talk about why Mi Primer Bitcoin, why this began. So I'm from New York originally, and I was there when the pandemic began. And again, I'm going to take a note from this conference where I'm able to be barefoot. This is not something that a story that I would normally tell, or the way that I would normally tell it, but I'm going to go out on a limb with this one. So I'm from New York, and I was there when the pandemic began, and it was crazy. It was as clear as ever to me that the world was broken, that we were on a path that was unsustainable, that we had stopped thinking for ourselves. So I took a lot of time, took a lot of long walks, took a lot of psychedelics, and took long walks, and thought about the world and how it was broken. And it was actually very depressing until I started to think about Bitcoin. And I started to think about, well, once the problem is identified, then you could work on the solution. And the problem was as clear as ever. And the problem was that people didn't have agency in their own lives. So the solution, at a certain moment, it just clicked. The solution was Bitcoin. And more than Bitcoin, it was introducing people to Bitcoin in the right way. So not introducing to Bitcoin as like Binance Academy, right? Not introducing Bitcoin as a way to make more dollars. Not introducing Bitcoin as a way to mimic the system that we're trying to replace. So I've also lived in Latin America a good chunk of my adult life. I've spent 5 years in Ecuador, and I went back to Ecuador in the latter part of the pandemic, and I tried to encourage people to teach their community about Bitcoin there. The price was up. I gave some sats to some people for them to teach their friends and their community, and it didn't really take off. We tried it. It didn't take off. I thought, well, there's another way. Shortly after that, El Salvador announced that they were adopting Bitcoin. And that was another moment that just clicked. Like, okay, Ecuador is not the place for it right now. El Salvador is the place. So I went to El Salvador. I met some really amazing people. Just very, very quick personal aside, Napoleon here, he was literally my Uber driver, like one of the first days in the country. And I asked if I could pay with Bitcoin, and he was very curious about it. He became our first student, and now he's our community builder, an incredible teacher. Like it's an example of how Bitcoin can transform people and empower them. He quit Uber, runs his own Bitcoin first taxi service now. So, yeah. Round of applause for Napoleon. Okay. So now this is the good part. Now this is the future, right? We've talked about the present, we've talked about the past, and now we get to talk about the future. I don't believe that I do believe that Bitcoin will win. I'm not sure how it will win. I don't think that we could sit back and allow it to to let others decide, right? That's the whole point of Bitcoin is we get to decide, right? Same with Nostr. Nostr is also, along the same lines. Like this is a very big puzzle, and they're both big parts of it, right? Like free communication, free money, free mind. So again, I think there's a lot of reason for pessimism in the world, right? Like look at what's happening with the banks collapsing, and it's not just the banks are collapsing; it's that we don't get to decide. Someone else decides for us. So I do believe that Bitcoin will win. That is determined. That is predestined. What we get to decide is how it wins. And that is the important part. So the best way to predict the future is to create it. And the reason why Bitcoin is so important for the world is because it allows us to make our own choices. So in the world that we live in, money and power are synonymous. So if you control someone's money, you control their power. And it has such profound effects. It's not about money. It is about money, but it's about so much more. It's about power, right? It's about who gets to decide not just our life, but our world. What is the sort of world that we want to live in? Do we even think about that? Maybe in this room we do, but I think outside of this room, by and large, we don't, because we live in a world in which others decide for us. We live in a world in which others decide how we could spend our money. We live in a world in which others decide how much money there is, how much it's worth. And that limits our intellectual capacity. Because if we live in a world where others decide for us, and again, it's not just about money, it's about everything, it's about power. If we live in a world where others decide for us, then we forget how to dream, right? We forget how to imagine, we forget how to create. Because we also don't have responsibility. If you lose your password to your bank account, you could contact the bank and they could, restore your account. Because it's not really yours, right? Because they always have it. They always have access to it. They always control it. They decide whether you could use it or not you. And because you don't have that responsibility, we live in a world in which we're not allowed to make mistakes. We're not allowed to make mistakes because we don't have that responsibility, right? Like if there's a problem with the bank, if there's a problem with whatever, then it's just rolled back. And because we don't have responsibility, that means that because we're not allowed to make mistakes, it means that we don't learn. We have to fail in order to learn. And we're not allowed to fail, right? We're not allowed to touch the fire and know that it's hot. Which means that we don't develop those skills. We don't find new ways. We don't evolve intellectually. I would rather fail at trying to change the world than succeed at conforming to it. We are not here to entrench the status quo. That's a good correction. We are not here to entrench the status quo. We're here to overthrow it. And it's so important that when people take their first step into this world, into this revolution, that they follow these philosophies and ethics, right? This is the first step. So if we our philosophy at Me From Our Bitcoin, we put a lot of emphasis and a lot of value on independence and impartiality. Because if the goal is to empower people to think for themselves, we can't dictate to them, right? We can't tell them how to think. That's what's wrong with the world, is we are constantly told how to think. Not that we are told how, it's not a suggestion. And it's really important that people start their journey on the right track. And then that leads to other things, right? Like Bitcoin is a Trojan horse. Bitcoin education is a Trojan horse. It is not money. It is money, but it is so much more than that. It is so much deeper than that. It is power. It's agency in our own lives. So I have no idea how long that was, but I'd like to take some questions and continue on whatever path the questions dictate. Yeah.
Peace.
Why do you think El Salvador was the first country to adopt it, and what indications have you seen from other parts of the world that they are paying attention to how that's being rolled out down there?
Yeah, So why was El Salvador the first country to adopt it? This is a paradigm shift, right? Like everything is about to change. And the people who are going to be at the forefront of the change, people, countries, whatever, are going to be the ones that have the least advantage from the current system. El Salvador is a small country that doesn't have its own currency, right? They dollarized in 2000 or 2000. So like, during the pandemic or even now or constantly, the US inflates the monetary supply and they get all of the benefit, right? They get, in the US we have inflation too, but El Salvador only gets inflation, right? They don't get more money injected into the economy. That gets injected somewhere else. So the people who will be first in line to change the world are the ones who had the least advantage from the old one. It's also a small country, so I think that leads to more risk taken. So El Salvador makes sense to me as the first country. And the next countries, I almost don't want to try to, but people are paying attention. People are very much paying attention. So back to the beginning, Ecuador. So I kind of had a layover in Ecuador on my way here. And I met a lot of the same people that I talked to 2 years ago about Bitcoin, because I wanted to get something going with Bitcoin education. And this, mind you, was when the market was just starting to go up, which should be when people are the most interested, right? And now is probably maybe not for us, but maybe for people on the outside, this is probably a less optimistic time for Bitcoin because the price has gone down basically since then. Even with that, talking to many of the same people, I tried really hard 2 years ago to get people interested in Bitcoin so they could teach others. Now I didn't try at all, and people were approaching me like, hey, I want to teach people about Bitcoin. What do I do? Like, how do I get started? Because Ecuador, people recognize that the world is not headed in the right direction. And this is a lifeboat. This is an alternative. So again, I think the next countries will be countries that don't benefit from the way the world works right now. I don't think it's going to be the United States. I don't think it's going to be Switzerland, right? It's going to be an Ecuador. It's going to be Guatemala or Paraguay, or it's going to be a similar profile to El Salvador, I think.
I'm just curious, after the experience in El Salvador, do you feel that it's necessary the other countries turn it into a central bank and make it legal tender, or just make it legal to use?
I don't think any of that is necessary, because we are very fortunate to work in a country where it is legal tender. That eliminates a lot of the roadblocks. So we're really happy that exists, that El Salvador made that move, but it's not necessary. And in fact, long term, I'm happy that there's a variety of different tactics and ways for Bitcoin adoption around the world, because again, we need to fail, right? We need to try things. So El Salvador tries one thing, another country tries another, a third tries a third way, and that's how we figure out what's best, right? Like, there is no one solution. So
I totally agree with you. My name's Jimmy, and I came here to meet you. So
great.
I live in Mexico, and I want to take it to Mexico big time this year. And so, yeah, we can talk later.
And to follow up on that, thank you, Jimmy, and I'm really excited to talk to you after this. This is an idea whose time has come. So going back to, this is the problem when you don't prepare a speech, right? You forget to say some things. I talked about the numbers before, and this year 250,000, next year 6.25 million, the year after that 150 million, right? That's the goal. And I'm actually quite confident that we could do that. And how we could do that, El Salvador is a small country, population 6 or 7 million, so the numbers don't match up. And the way we're going to do that is with people like Jimmy here from Mexico. So about 2 weeks ago, I almost hesitate to say this. Okay, I've begun. About 2 weeks ago, we did a bit of a reorganization within the project, and we created a new department, which is international expansion. Since that happened, literally every day, people have reached out to me or reached out to us from different places in the world. It's like, hey, me and a few of my friends, we want to do what's happening in El Salvador in our own community. How can we do that? Do you guys have like a toolkit or something? So as soon as we started developing that toolkit, then people started reaching out to us. And it's again, like, so much credit to the community, so much credit to the team. But I also have this very deep feeling that this is simply an idea whose time has come. It is happening in people's minds all around the world, right, at the same time. And we have this massive, massive opportunity to change the course of human civilization, right? Like there's quite different paths that we could take from here. And the path that involves educating people about how to take control of their own lives and open their minds to new ideas and have agency is the path that I want, right? And it's the path that so many other people want. And the great thing about that is that there's so many people that want to take that initiative. And it is, I would be, again, in the beginning, I was quite pessimistic about the world. The world seemed broken. I'm extremely optimistic about the world now.
John, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you so much for starting that program and kicking it off and sharing it with the world. That's huge. And making it open for people to contribute and take it other places. Could you talk a little bit about how you were able to get it into the schools, the age of the children that you're teaching, and do they come out like that's just another course I completed, or are they really engaged at the end and proud of their accomplishment by getting the certificate or whatever you give them at the end of the program?
Yeah, great question. I'm really happy with this Q&A part because these are all great things that I forgot to talk about. So again, I want to say this is an idea whose time has come, right? Like I often feel like I am and we are at the will of forces far greater than us. So we have never, not once have we approached a school. They've approached us. And in fact, there's a line of people that want this in El Salvador, because we literally are doubling the Bitcoin diploma program every 10 weeks. That's how long the course is, and that's basically how that's how fast we could grow with keeping the quality high, and we can't keep up. We can't keep up with the demand. So another great thing about Bitcoin, and another reason why I have so much hope, why Mi Primer Bitcoin gives me so much hope in the future of the world, is proof of work. So we live in a proof of stake world, right? We want to live in a proof of work world. And I see that. Basically, our philosophy was to just do good work and things will happen. And that's essentially what did happen. So now we began teaching just in a high school. That was the first place was in a high school. So the students were age, I'll say 15 to 18, in that range. And that is still the majority of our students for the Bitcoin diploma. So for the intro classes, they're open. So it's any range. But for the Bitcoin diploma And we do have open Bitcoin diploma classes. We have a house now in San Salvador, which we use as an office and also an education center. We'll have another house in the near future in the second largest city of the country, San Miguel. And we'll do the same there. We also work with some mayor's offices and do it out of city halls, which are open. But again, the main thing is still in the school system, still that age, like 15 to 18 years old. And they're really great because they don't have to unlearn a lot of stuff, right? They're quite open to new things. They're not yet entrenched in the world that we're trying to replace. So what we do at the end of the course, so it's a 10-week course, and the final week we verify that they have sufficient knowledge to graduate. And the way that we verify that is just a couple of simple tests. They have to create a wallet, write down the seed phrase, destroy the wallet, restore it on another device, make a transaction, find it on chain, and explain what's happening with the transaction, and then if they want to star, explain it to someone else who doesn't know about Bitcoin, and then we bring people in there to help us verify, people from around the world. Some of them live in El Salvador, but we also invite people from other places. Our next big graduation will be in May, shortly before Bitcoin Miami. If anybody wants to come to El Salvador, 1, you should come to El Salvador. 2, that's a great time to come. So I'll just plug that. Follow us on Twitter to find more details about that. But the students, because people come from faraway places, and they sit down with them one-on-one to verify that they have sufficient knowledge. And then, we have a ceremony where they play the national anthem and they get a certificate and all that, and it is so powerful. I believe at every ceremony so far, at least one of the students has cried. As they accept the diploma, they're giving hugs to everyone, their families are often there, because we tell them, and this is true, this is absolutely true, that they will change the world, that they are the first generation, that they are an example. Right, that what happens there, what happens with them, not even El Salvador, but this specific class, this specific group of students, is going to have a huge impact, right? Because they are setting precedents, they are setting examples, and they feel that, and it's really amazing to see. So many of these students become teachers then, right? It transforms them. Many of our teachers now were students in the Bitcoin diploma that just got orange pilled and that's all they want to do now. So yeah, those are always amazing days and events.
Hi, John.
Hey.
Could you please share the learning curve students go through, particularly the adults, and where are the friction points? Where are the concepts or things that the students tend to struggle with the most, and how you guys help them through that?
Yeah. So this is it's a bit strange, or maybe counterintuitive, but I think what people struggle with most with Bitcoin, and again, we're targeting people who are brand new to the space, and not necessarily technical people, right? Bitcoin is digital. What we have found works really well is to show rather than tell. So the way that we do that, we do explain the theory and the concepts. In fact, we first explain the world that we live in, right? So of the 10-week course, the first 3 weeks, we don't talk about Bitcoin at all. We talk about the existing financial system. What is money? Why is money? How have we arrived at this point? Centralization versus decentralization. And then we get into Bitcoin. But with everything that we do, we try to make it as interactive as possible, because people, one of the roadblocks for a lot of people who are brand new to Bitcoin is that because it's digital, because they can't see it, because they can't hold it in their hands, it's difficult for them to understand, because again, it's a paradigm shift. That's not what we're used to. We're used to tangible things. So a big part of what we do is we try to make the intangible real. And we do that a variety of different ways. And I think maybe a good way to explain that is not the diploma, but the way that we format our meetups, which again are targeted at Salvadorians who are new to the space. Other meetups might give like a drink ticket, right? So we give a little bit of Bitcoin, and we negotiate a discount if you pay with Bitcoin at whoever is hosting the meetup. And we encourage them to make a Bitcoin transaction. Not in the classes, they make Bitcoin transactions, right? Like we send them sats, they send it to their peers. But we encourage them, we incentivize them to make a Bitcoin transaction in the real world, right? And once they do, almost all of them have an aha moment where they're like, did I do it? Did I just use Bitcoin? That's it? Like that is very often the reaction. That's it? Like it's much easier than people think, and people have a hard time, again, people new to the space, I think, have a hard time conceptualizing what Bitcoin is if it's just theoretical. So we do our best to show rather than tell whenever we can.
Yeah, I thought I'd add something to that. I come from Amsterdam and I smoke a lot of weed, so I spend a lot of time in coffee shops. And these people are always very interested, but very stoned. So I figured maybe that's a good way to, like, if I can explain to these people how it works. And I ended up using like a schrift, what do you call it? Piece of a notebook, exact, thank you. I'm a bit tired. A notebook where one page would be a block and someone is keeping the thing, and we use simplified sort of proof of work with dice rolling. And after like basically role-playing sort of the network, and we did this importantly after them actually doing a transaction, which actually Nostr was the thing that made it click for them, seeing like, oh, I can sell my whatever on on the network. So then after using it, we did this sort of role-play thing, and this really worked well. So it's something I figured out a couple of weeks ago, and haven't really turned it into a format, but it's nice to try. So it's the one page, and they understand like, oh, money does not come out of thin air. There's actually a thing like Coinbase. They figure out that the system adds up everything so that everything sums up to zero, etc. So it was very nice. Like they don't really need to understand it, but once they did, they were like, oh, this is so simple actually. So yeah, I thought I'd give a comment on that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds great. And you know, let's see if that works for our students. I'd love to talk to you afterwards. Yeah, so like another example of what we do is to demonstrate the coincidence of double wants, which is a reason why we have money in the first place. That means that you know, I have this badge, and he has that phone, and he wants to trade his phone. I want to trade my badge, but we don't want the same thing, so we have to find like an intermediary, and that's essentially what money is. But again, instead of explaining that, which maybe doesn't make a lot of sense how I just said it if you're not familiar with the concept, we give students pieces of paper with things that they have that they want to trade, and things that they want, and somebody else in the class has it, and they have to just go to the person next to them to try to get it, and you know, it's a way for them to discover the inefficiencies of that system and why money makes sense rather than just like trade in objects, right? But to have that interactive activity clicks for a lot of people. We have interactive activities to explain the relationship between miners and holders and spenders and all that as well. And we're always developing more. And one of the things that we want to do is when we encourage others to start Bitcoin education projects in their own community, part of the motivation of that is we want to share best practices and we want to share resources, not as a one-way street, not as us sharing it with others, but everyone sharing it with everyone, right? To create this open network, because we don't all have to reinvent the wheel. Like if you figured something out that works in a coffee shop in Amsterdam, then we want to speed the rate of which that information is shared with others, right? Yeah, so So the Bitcoin diploma is open source. We have it in Spanish and English. The English one came out, I think, at the start of this month, which is the first time that we've actually had it in English. We also have translations, so I know people are translating it. This is from the community. This isn't what we're doing, but I'm aware that it's being translated into Portuguese, French, Turkish, Italian, and I don't know what else. But like this is just in the past 2 weeks. We anticipate it will probably be in about 10 languages by the end of the year. But yeah, it's all open source. You can find it on our GitHub, also on our webpage, which is myfirstbitcoin.io. And we want to create more materials and open source more materials. This is just a start.
Hi, my name's Carlos. With the rate of change of like what Bitcoin's becoming, new technologies, how do you keep the program? Is there continuing like education? I mean, 3 years ago to now, explaining to a friend like where Lightning has gone, for example, how do you incorporate that into like the education program and keep up? Unlike algebra, that's stayed the same for 1,000 years.
Yeah, So the Bitcoin diploma, the first graduating class was in June of last year. So it's been less than a year, and we're on our 4th edition. So it's 10 weeks long. The course, so essentially every 10 weeks we have like a new wave of students. And what we had done was actually create a new curriculum every 10 weeks. Because in the beginning, we were moving as fast as we could, and we were conscious that because we didn't have feedback yet from students, we would have to make a lot of changes in the beginning. Where we're pretty confident with it now, so it's more stable. We're not going to change it every 10 weeks because it's not very efficient. We have to pay designers every time, and so we're going to do it once a year. So the update will be once a year. But then beyond that, there's other ways if people want to learn about what happened yesterday in Bitcoin, right? Like that's not what we do. But we could keep them, quite up to date, but not if there's a new innovation yesterday. Yeah, I mean, ordinals are in the book that was released this month, like a paragraph, right? Not there's not a big part of that, but that it exists, right?
Thank you, John, for coming here. I'm a Tico Bitcoiner. I'm here with a lot of friends who are Tico Bitcoiners as well, and we are inspired by your proof of work, by your leadership. I do believe, as I told you, that your organization is the more important driver of Bitcoin adoption in the world, because education is adoption, right? And with that in mind, I want to share with everybody here that we Bitcoiners, Tico's Bitcoiners, friends from Costa Rica, we wanted to do something, so we create, and this is the first time I am announcing it, the Bitcoin Association from Costa Rica, and so we want to focus on education, collaboration, privacy, self-custody, all the Bitcoin values, and we just feel like you inspired us. Also, the circular economy we have here, and in El Salvador, Guatemala, and so everything, like as you said, like you are, everybody is taking advantage of each other's work, and that is how open networks work. This is how Nostr works too. So thank you, and looking forward to cooperate with you in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And that's, again, I just want to restate, this is an idea whose time has come, right? I've spoken with them, a really great group of people that want to push forward Bitcoin education here in Costa Rica, in Mexico and so many other places. Like it's all happening at the same time. And we are we're stronger together than we are apart. And I think the great thing, not the great thing, a great thing about Bitcoin as opposed to fiat. In fiat, the incentive system encourages competition. In Bitcoin, it encourages cooperation. And that's why we'll win.
Maybe I have time for one more quick question here. Anyone?
I was just wondering, what's like your long-term vision for the future? Like, in terms of, I guess, helping people apply Bitcoin to do things like start a business? Would you ever consider becoming like an incubator of people who were trying to, I guess maybe not necessarily provide funding, but provide like a framework or means or something?
Yeah, good question. The answer is yes and no. So the answer is yes, in that we want to work with others that do that, and you know, we're currently forming relationships with people or projects or groups that could take people further, that could take people beyond that. But for us, the answer is no, because I think it's important that we have a massive geographic ambition, right? The world, literally the world. So because of that, we have to have quite a narrow focus on what we do. And the focus is independent, impartial, community-led Bitcoin education for people new to the space. And I really believe that it's important that we keep that narrow focus. If we try to do everything for everyone, that's a good way to do nothing for no one. So we want to work with others that do that, but we're conscious that if we want to spread this around the world, then we have to keep that narrow focus. Okay, so I think that wraps it up. Thank you so much for being here and listening, and I have hope in the world because of this. So thank you.
That was fantastic, John. You know, it's kind of funny. You never see any grassroots efforts to educate people about the fiat system. Like, there's no central bankers out there putting together these workshops and community-led efforts to make sure that people really understand how our current monetary system works, because, of course, if people did understand, there would be riots tomorrow, and there might be anyway. But I have so much hope for the world because of people like John, because of people like Napo, who was the first face that we saw when we got off the plane in El Salvador. And when we got there, he was accepting Bitcoin. And I don't know, it's an amazing thing to see this effort spread. And so thank you, John, because what you do is incredible. Appreciate you. You need a little time to set up? Yeah. So while...
Quick reminder, okay? I'm going to put some tape down.
Don't go.
But we need to have people back behind us because we can't get enough volume, so it's really hard.
Sweet. Okay. I will stay back here now. So while next up we've got Derek Ross. He's going to be talking about Nostr Plebs, and just as a quick aside as he gets set up, I remember when I was first messing around on Nostr, and I saw this, this NIP 05, NIP 5, and I like, what is this ID thing? How does this exactly work? I'm technical enough to be dangerous, but I'm not as technical as Derek, not even close. And so I reached out to him because I saw he was doing some Nostr Plebs thing, where he mentioned, send me some sats and I'll get you set up with one of these IDs. And so I think I'd actually sent him a DM on Twitter at that point, because I wasn't as purple-pilled yet, and said, can you help me out with this? And within 5 minutes, he was like, yep, got you and Carla set up. Here's your ID. Just send me a couple of sats for it. We'll be good to go. I did it, and then I think it was 2 days later, he and Semisol had already spun up an entire website, this whole onboarding experience. And since then, well, as I'm sure he'll tell you, they've just, I don't even know when they find the time, but they've just continued building out this amazing ecosystem. By plebs, for plebs, Nostr Plebs. Can I hand it over to you, Derek? Let's give Derek a warm welcome.
I'd like to walk and talk a little bit. So,
Real quick, this is the line.
don't cross the line. So, first, excuse my voice. I'm hoping it lasts throughout the talk. My daughter passed off her illness to me before we came down here, and having a sore throat and talking to everybody, well, they don't mix, but the local honey really, really helps. So Walker kind of stole like the first 5 minutes of my talk, summarizing everything I wanted to talk about, but I'll kind of recap and put it in my own words, even though he, like I said, he kind of stole my thunder on that. So a lot of us joined Nostr, mid-December, late December or so, whenever it was starting to be talked about on Twitter. We saw it, we went to Nostr, and I saw this thing called an NIP05. Had no clue what it was. I saw people talking about it. Nostr's brand new. I'm a tech guy, I understand these things, but I was like, what the hell is that? That's technical. Let's Google it, let's look it up. So I saw that it was a really easy way to turn your public key into something that's almost like an email address, an identifier. Because none of us can remember Bitcoin addresses. There's too many letters and numbers. Public keys on Nostr are the same way. There's a lot of letters and numbers. We can't remember that. We need an easy way to identify them. So NIP05, it sounds kind of techie, and when I tried to sign my wife up a week ago, she looked at it and says, what the hell is a NIP05? Skipped over it. We should probably call it something better, but we'll get to that later. Anyways, I Googled it, I figured out what it was. I saw, oh, you'd need a website? I have one of those. You need a domain name, and you need to be able to put one line of code, one line of text in a file. Very, very, very simple. I can do all these things. So I did it, and I start posting on Nostr, tagging my friends, and we're all going crazy at the beginning. It's super exciting, and people are like, hey, Derek, how do you have this check mark by your name? And how do you have, not just a string of numbers and letters? Well, what's going on here? This is really cool. I want to do this. And I told them, oh, well, this is a NIP05 ID. It's an identifier for your public key. And then I start telling people it's a human-readable format for your public key. I kind of coined that phrase, and since then, we've seen a lot of people refer to it as that. And that's really what it is. It's a human-readable format for your public key. And I started talking to my friends, and I said, I can do this for you. I can set this up for you, unless you have a website. Do you have a website? And these are just Bitcoin plebs, right? Like, they just buy and they hodl. They don't do anything else. And they said, no, I don't have a website. I don't have a domain name. I don't have a web server. But I want a cool ID. I want a cool name like you. So what do I do? I said, well, you know what? I can do this for you. Let me set it up. So I was using my personal website, derekross.me. It made sense for me because that's my name. But for my friend John, my friend Peter, my friend False Faucet, these guys from StackChain, representing StackChain here for those of you that are familiar with StackChain. All my StackChain friends, it didn't make sense for them to have their name or their NIM at my domain name. So I thought, oh, well, we're a bunch of Bitcoin plebs, so why don't I go out and I register the domain name Nostr Plebs? And I did, and I didn't care that some people say plebes. I didn't care that some people say plebs. I know it's short for plebeian. I know it should be plebe, but I like to say plebs, and that's how we're going to officially say it here. So I registered the domain name, and I started telling my friends, I can get your name at nostrplebs.com. They really liked it. And one of my friends said, hey, give me an invoice for 10,000 sats. Because back in the day, 3 months ago, back in the day on Nostr, we were just all posting invoices, just post invoices all day long, and people were paying them because it was super cool just to use Lightning. And I was like, yeah, I'll take 10,000 sats for a couple minutes of work to set this up for you. Sure. And then they start telling their friends, and like the network effect happened. You know, hey, where'd you get that name? Oh, Derek Ross set it up for me. Oh, Derek set this up for me. Yeah, pay him 10,000 sats. And all these people started messaging me. Some of you probably started messaging me and DMing me on Twitter, DMing me on Nostr. I set Walker and Carla up in the very beginning. They were some of my first customers, and was really excited. I was like, oh wow, people really want this. And a light bulb moment kind of went off in my head. I said, you know, if this is a service that people want, I should advertise I can do this for people that can't do it for themselves. Because not everybody has, you know, a domain name. Not everybody has a website. And most people, they just want to click a button and be easily identified. They just want to click a button and send some Bitcoin and be able to be easily found on Nostr. So for those people that don't have the capability, the know-how, the technical skill, or the time, or the time, this was great. And kind of overnight, I blew up and was really, really busy. And as my wife is shaking her head right now, thankfully this was during the Christmas break from my fiat job, because I now accidentally founded like a second business to where I was working all of my holiday break. So wake up in the morning, I went and got on my computer and I was on it until nighttime. And my wife thankfully let me ignore the family for a few days while I was super, super, super busy. And just spending all day long working on this. Now you might think, well, it's just a line of text. You said it was really simple to do, and it really is. But in the early days, if you knew one thing about Nostr, you were an expert because it was new. So the majority of my DMs, some of you, we may have talked, months ago in DMs, people didn't really know how to do anything. And because of the fact that I knew how to do one thing in Nostr, I was now the local expert. So I had hundreds of DMs these first couple days of people saying, what are the clients? What are the websites? What's the best Android client? What's the best iOS client? How do I do this? What is this called? Like, it was insane. I loved it. It was super exciting. I loved helping people out, but it was too much. Like, I felt bad that I wasn't getting back to people in time. People were tagging me on both Twitter and on Nostr, trying to get a hold of me, asking questions like, I want to use this new thing that all these Bitcoiners are using, but help. And I was like, all right, well, you DM me, I'll get back to you, but it may take a little bit of time. And then Walker, he writes an article for BTC Times, and that just makes it even more popular. So now people are DMing me like, hey, I saw this thing on BTC Times, and Walker and Carla are using this thing. They said I can pay you some sats to get an ID. I'm like, oh man, yeah, I can. So things are really, really busy, and I send a DM to my friend, Semi-Soul. He's a very talented developer. Hi, Semi, if you're watching this right now. Wish you could be here. Very talented developer. And I said, hey, you've been on Nostr for a while. This is what I've been doing the past week. I think it's pretty damn cool. What do you think about it? And he said, you know what? I wanted to do this. I wanted to do this exact same thing. And so we got to talking, going back and forth. And I said, I've manually registered right now 86 people by hand. And I'm getting insanely swamped because each person that I register, they don't know what to do next. And now I spend half hour, an hour talking to them, explaining how things work. So I'm dying here. I need to do something. I want to write an application to make this all work together, make it simple so it's not a manual process. And I told him how I was going to do it. So I'm not a developer. I don't consider myself a developer. I'm a systems administrator. I deal with enterprise systems. I deal with specific software platforms, systems integration, things like that. So I can do some developing things. Like I used to do web development 15 years ago and kind of stopped once I moved onto the server side of things. So I know how to do some things, but I'm nowhere near as talented as these client developers that are up here talking and doing things. I'm just a lowly pleb compared to them in that aspect. But so I'm telling Semi how I want to do this. And I said, I could use BTC Pay Server, and I could write some simple web forms, and I could make this work. I can write some bash scripts to update some files, and I'm talking this out in my head how I'm going to do this. And if anybody has ever talked to Semi-Soul or dealt with him before, you know that he's kind of demanding. And he basically said, no, Derek, you're not going to do it this way. This is how you're going to do it. And he told me, and I said, I can't do that in the near time. It'll take me probably a month or two to develop it, to work on it myself, because I'm not a developer, but I can figure this out. I can work it out eventually, and it's going to work. But that wasn't good enough for Semi. So we started talking. I said, you said you wanted to do this. You said you wanted to build this business before I came along and did this before anybody else did it. Right now, I have kind of a name brand of almost 100 people on Nostr that are coming to me for support. They are using my service. So people know who I am, but I don't have the room to grow. I need the support to grow. So what can we do together? What are our goals? And we started discussing our goals, and we realized that we were just Bitcoiners that wanted to build services for other Bitcoiners. We just wanted to make Nostr better. We realized that Nostr gave us the opportunity to build a social network, a social platform, to build whatever we wanted to build to make it better. And that was really, really cool. So we aligned on our goals. We aligned on what we wanted to do. Neither of us said that we wanted to get into this to become rich. We just wanted to have the service pay for itself, have our time be paid for, and to be able to say that we helped people out and made Nostr better and provided a service to people. So Semi went to work and he built an application. And while he was building it, Lee from Bitcoin Jungle started selling NIP05 IDs as well. So now we had our first competitor. So this validated what we were doing. Like this meant that other people wanted to do this. We were on the right path, and we had some competition. So now we got to look at them and see what they were going to offer, and and could we offer something different or better? And it was great. I was really excited to have a competitor because, like I said, I had no clue what I was doing. Besides, I just wanted to help some friends out, and this business model was kind of unfolding right before us. So Semi built his application. We looked at what Bitcoin Jungle was doing, and I said, you know what? They explain what NIP05 is on their website. We need a website to explain this. We don't want to just have an application out there where people can go and buy the ID. So I worked on the website, adding the description. I made sure to put that NIP05 ID was a human readable format for your public key. It made it easy. It made it easy for you to be found and identified and searchable. And also, I wanted to make it very clear that NIP05 ID wasn't verification. It's not verification. And probably many of you call it that, but we'll get to that later. It's just an identifier. So give me a second here to take some water in here. All right, my voice is holding up. I'm happy. Okay, so we get the website built. We specify what a NIP05 is, what it means, what it isn't. And we highlight now that we have a few competitors and what the competitors are doing. And we compare ourselves to the competitors. We do some market research. We visit all the competitors. We try to register IDs. We really want to see what other people are doing to make sure that we're offering the best that we can offer for Nostr, for the community. And we're now kind of turning into a well-oiled machine. We have this application where people can go and register an ID themselves. they can pay Bitcoin, they can manage the ID themselves. And nobody else was allowing people to do that in the beginning, where if you were to accidentally leak your keys for Nostr, you had to create a new account, something like that. We allowed you to sign in with a password and update your public key. So it gave some control back to the user with their NIP05 ID. We were really proud of that in the beginning because nobody else was doing that, and it kind of gave us another leg up on the competition. But now that we're on fire and blowing up because we're the only one that has a fully automated system and full management, well, now we're really growing fast and we're registering a lot of IDs, which now means we have a lot more users and a lot more problems because now we have another kink in the whole process because the application. And there's some things that we have some bugs to fix with the application, but the majority of our issues now are we're onboarding so many users that people still don't fully understand what Nostr is, and they're having all these questions. So now we're getting even more DMs. Funny little side story here is in the beginning, I don't see Kieran here, but there's a bunch of client developers that I was DMing in the beginning, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, and saying, look at my DMs, see how many I have and how many conversations I have, and kind of use this to make DMs work because I can't talk to anybody anymore. I have so many DMs. It's not usable. So look at my client, log in with my public key, and please make it work for me. And they did. They fixed things. So we realized that DMs, or at least my DMs, weren't the best, and we needed a better way to handle that. So we implemented a help system on our website. So we now had help documents, we had guides, we had a chat bot. So anywhere in the world, all day long, I can get notifications for a chat bubble on our phones or at home, wherever, so I can help people out. So now we're doing support tickets. Pretty much if I'm awake and I'm not busy, I'm talking to people on my phone or my computer. My wife's shaking her head again. Yes, I still am very involved. Thank you, honey, for putting up with it. Just spending a lot of time helping people out. Support tickets are great. It allows us to automate some things. We had some keywords in our support bot, some frequently asked questions type things. This makes things much easier for us to support. But we still were kind of falling behind a little bit. So we brought on a friend from StackChain. His name's False Fawcett. False, if you're watching, thank you very much for your help. There in the beginning, False was answering some tickets. If Semi and I were busy, he was answering questions, helping people out. He knew how our application worked. He knew how Nostr worked. He knew what NIP05 was. That was perfect. So he was answering questions and getting things done, helping us out and allowing us to kind of focus on some other things. And that's kind of when we started adding some features. If you've seen Walker walk around with his NFC tag on his shirt, I think Carla may have one as well. If you scan that NFC tag, it will open directly to their Nostr profile. So we gave everybody a way to share a link to nostrplebs.com/s for share / their username. And that would open the applications. That would open Amethyst. That would open Damus, whatever. So you were allowed to now put this on Twitter, on LinkedIn, whatever, and share a link directly to your Nostr pub key, your profile. Your profile. We made it easier for people to find you and share your address. That was one tiny little feature we added. We added our own directory. So let's say you knew somebody was a Nostr Plebs user and you wanted to find their pub key, you wanted to find their NIP05 ID. We added a directory. You would go and search our directory to find people. That added some headaches in the future, but we ended up getting the majority of those issues figured out. We also added Lightning address forwarding. Lightning address forwarding is really simple, but it was a nice service to add for people. So you could tell somebody that you were Derek Ross at nostrplebs.com for payment and for identity on Nostr. And all we were doing is just forwarding that Lightning address to people's existing wallets. A lot of people use Wallet of Satoshi, and if I tell somebody my Wallet of Satoshi address is Devout Haircut 88, like, I understand why they're generating these random things, but they don't make any sense. And it makes no sense. No one's ever going to remember that. But they'll probably remember Derek Ross at nostrplebs.com as my Lightning address. And it forwards to my real one, my one that I use on whatever wallet, whatever service. So we offered that to people, and people really liked that. People really started to use that. But the big service that we wanted to offer was a paid relay. So we always told people the paid relay was coming eventually. Eventually we were going to add a paid relay service, and it was in the works, but we just had to get a few other things up and running. So while we worked on that, we discussed some other services that we wanted to add. Again, we were just building, and we started just building services to make Nostr better. We've realized that there's a bunch of holes, a bunch of pieces of the puzzle that are missing. And over the past few months, clients have been slowly adding these features. But I think right now, in my opinion, one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle that's missing is media uploading. Every client is different, and every client handles this differently. Some have integrated picture uploading. The most popular client, Damus, just added that in. I think it's only in test flight like a week ago. But other clients have had that for 2 months, 3 months. They've had it for a while. But it doesn't all work the same across every client. Some clients use different services than others. Some clients, you can't upload videos. You can only upload pictures. And I think that's a pain point for people. People want to upload videos. We're trying to get away from Twitter, but even to this day, people will still upload videos to Twitter, copy the video link, and then share it to Nostr. And that's a good workaround for now, but sustainability, we don't want to do that in the future. So we need places to be able to upload media. There are a few that exist now, like void.cat, nostr.build. They allow short videos to be uploaded. So what we want to do for our users, if you're a Nostr Plebs user in the future here, we will add a media upload service. So if you're a NIP05 ID holder, you will be able to upload X amount of pictures a month, or maybe it'll be based on megabytes, certain amount of videos per month, and so forth. And we have a premium service, so premium users would be allowed to upload more data, more pictures, more video, and so forth before they would get charged. We're still working on those particulars, but we're going to tie it into NIP05. NIP05. So since NIP05 is our bread and butter service, that's how we got started, we want all of our services to be tied to that. So to use our paid relay, to use our media uploader, to use our Twitter Spaces replacement, which I didn't talk about, but I will, you have to use our NIP05. You're free to change it if you bought one from us and you decide to move on to your own, because I think you should, if you can, or to another service provider because you like what they offer, you like their services, you're free to do that. But if you want to use our additional services, you would have to change your ID back to our ID. It just allows us to kind of maintain our brand and provide services to our users that continue to use our services. So I mentioned a Twitter Spaces replacement. We launched Nostr Nests a few weeks back, maybe a month ago. Time flies on Nostr. I don't really remember how long ago it was, but in recent times we launched it. What we're doing is we're using the open source software from Jam Systems that is basically a Twitter Spaces or Clubhouse clone. we're using that, we're customizing it. We customized the user interface, and we added Nostr public key linking. It's not a full Nostr client yet, but to get it up and running quickly, we added just public key linking. So it works similar to how Jam worked for Twitter linking, where you would sign into the client, you get a specific identifier, you post that identifier on Twitter, you post it on Nostr, we crawl it, we see it, we say your account's verified. Eventually, we're going to add NIP07 extension login, so you can log in with an extension. It'll pull your profile data, your profile picture, your name. It'll pull your lightning address for zaps. Imagine Twitter Spaces, but you like what the author or the person on stage is talking about, and you want to provide some value for the value that they're providing, you can zap the person that's on stage talking. So if they're doing like a podcast, they're doing an informative space, or a nest, sorry, as we call them, a nest, and you want to send them some zaps, you can zap them. That's planned to add that in the future. But what people really, really want is they want public chats. And we're going to add that. We will be using the Nostr public chats. So every nest, every room that you create, you will have a public chat. And people on the stage, people in the audience will be all able to communicate and talk together. Really excited for that once we get that. But we need a few other things to happen first. So I don't have a timeline on that. Back in my Android days, Android development days, we used to say no ETAs, because you promise a date and then you don't meet it and people are mad. So it's coming soon. Don't know when that'll be, but we are working on it. We want to get it out. Like, we know people want it. We want it too, because right now there's nothing that exists like that, to be able to pay creators as you're listening to them live. Well, maybe Twitch, but that's a shit coin. This is Bitcoin. So we're excited for that. Okay, so I talked about our humble beginnings, how I kind of got started trying to provide services for friends, and a business essentially unfolded before my very eyes. I was fun and crazy. But let's talk about where we kind of want to go, and how do we get there and stay sustainable and kind of build that business model out. So as I said earlier, NIP05 is not verification. At least in the same way that Twitter verification is, or Meta, or Instagram, or any other service that has a check mark. It's not. If you read the GitHub description, it doesn't mention verification anywhere. It mentions an identifier, an online identity similar to an email address. And I think that, as I said earlier, from day one, I've always said, if you can host this on your own identity, that's great. But I'm also a realist, knowing that if Nostr takes off, we're not going to have millions of people that have never bought a domain name in the past 40 years that email has existed to go out there and buy a domain name to host this type of identity. If they don't host their own email and do their own email now, they're not going to do it. We're not going to have 8 billion, domain names for every human just so they can have an identity on Nostr. That's just not going to happen. The average person is going to use a service from a service provider, such as Nostr Plebs, or maybe we'll see a big player like Cash App come offer this. They have a Lightning wallet. They could easily add Lightning addresses. They could easily add NIP05. Maybe Strike will start doing this. You know, we see Get Albi doing things like this. We see clients now offering NIP 05. So there'll be various other NIP 05 providers. And there's a dozen or more of them. But they're not all the same. And so I think that NIP 05 service providers will always exist for the people that just want to register and find and be easily found and identified online. But you know, some will be reputation based. Maybe they'll all be reputation based. Maybe we'll have one that is the plebs, you know, the OG, we're the plebs, Nostr Plebs. And if you have an ID through us, you're recognized as, oh, you know, you were there in the beginning. You're a Bitcoin pleb, you're a Nostr pleb. We have other domains too. If you don't like the pleb domain, you know, we have nostriches.net, nostr.fan, Nostr Purple, which is our premium service. I'll talk about that later. Yeah, actually, that's a good time to tell this joke. So Mr. Hodl, I'm sure a lot of you know who Mr. Hodl is on Twitter. A couple months ago, he said, Derek, I want to buy an ID from you, but I'm not a pleb. I don't want to buy a Nostr Pleb. And I was like, well, shit, I thought that was a good domain name. Okay, well, Elon Musk just rolled out Twitter Blue for $11 a month. So what if we had like a middle finger to Twitter Blue and called it Nostr Purple? So, all right, that sounds premium. It's a middle finger to Twitter. Let's do it. So I registered the domain name and I said to Mr. Hodl, I said, hey, how much would you pay for a premium service for Twitter? What if it was something Bitcoin related, $21? And we bundled a bunch of premium services with it. He said he would. So I was like, oh shit, okay, what type of premium services can we offer? So I started thinking, okay, well, whenever we have our paid relay, we can offer these services. When we have the Twitter Spaces competitor, we can offer these services. And when we do our media uploader, we can have these services. So we started tooling these together, and this stuff is all coming soon. Like, we have the premium service available, but not all services take advantage of premium yet because we haven't rolled that out, but it is on the roadmap, it is on the books, the plans. We will eventually do that. And when we do, we're going to give everybody a heads up, let everybody know what the tier difference is between basic and premium. So that'll be one of the reputation criteria. Maybe some services will be premium, and maybe they'll offer premium services to their users to give them more bang for their sat. Maybe we'll have some ID provider that does some type of KYC. I know we don't like that. That doesn't mean that it's not going to exist. I would honestly be kind of surprised that if in the future we don't offer, or not Nostr Plebs, if Nostr, the community, if somebody doesn't offer some type of KYC verification, you know, similar to what we've seen over the past decade or two. It's an open protocol. Anybody can do anything. So I'm sure somebody will offer that in the future. Now, will the people in this room use that? Probably not. But, you know, Nostr's for everybody, and there'll be people that use it. You know, and maybe that's how they'll identify themselves, as these are the KYC people that want to be verified by their government ID, and that they'll exist on their corner. You know, and we'll be over here, and we'll be plebs and whatever over here. That could happen. Maybe there'll be certain smaller communities. Like if you're a Nostr user and you run a Lightning node, there's an Amboss community for node runners called Nostriches. And maybe, an example, you'll be a Nostrich, and you can only have a NIP 05 ID if you're part of this community, if you're active in this community. So if you see somebody with this ID, you'll immediately know, oh, they're part of this group. You know, they do that. So I'm sure we'll have these type of groups in the future and these type of providers, and you'll have to do something. You know, you'll have to do something to get an ID, to obtain an ID from that type of provider. And then I'm sure we'll have the spam, which we already do kind of. We'll have the spam providers that give an ID to anybody and everybody. It's not a paywall. There's no Bitcoin exchange. There's no real proof of work. You say you want an ID, and they'll give you one. And spammers will use that because why the hell not? Because anybody can. And it maybe adds some legitimacy to who they are pretending to be, and they can spam and scam. So I'm sure that we'll have some type of lower tier, lower quality provider in the future because, again, I mean, anybody can do anything. So I'm sure we'll see that. So we're kind of starting to see this now, whereas there's a plethora. There's probably a dozen different providers, and people kind of wear them as badges, even though they're not the new badge spec that people use. But they're kind of like a badge, a very visible badge that everybody sees. So people like to change them around if they get a new one. They change it, but they can always go back to their old one. And so maybe that'll be something in the future that people do. They're just changing their ID because they can still be found under their old ID. That's kind of how it works. NIP05 is more of a display. It's a display ID. So if you've registered or created 10 different NIP05 IDs, they all work, but only one of them can be displayed at a time. Maybe we'll see an enhancement to NIP05 in the future, and maybe you'll be able to have multiple displayed, almost like a badge, but you'll be able to display multiple ones. Anything is possible there. So with monetization and sustainability, like right now, hosting a NIP05 ID is just a line of text. It's really, really cheap. So that is really, really sustainable. But the other services that we offer aren't, such as a paid relay. As we get more users, that's going to increase media costs. And that kind of gets into our premium service that we want to offer that'll help us be sustainable. But we also want to, on these paid services, we want to kind of do micro transactions, whereas on a relay, if you're a NIP05 ID holder and you use our relay, maybe we charge per event. And if you're a premium holder, you get, 5,000 events a month. And if you're a basic tier user, you get maybe 1,000. We're still working out the particulars. It's wide open now, but these are things we've been talking about for the past month. And I think soon we're going to be ready to roll these out. I don't think in the beginning, Nostr, the community was really ready for these type of granular paid services, but as we move forward, I think we're really starting to recognize the value for value circular economy that we're building, and we're really starting to recognize, proof of work and paying for work. And I think that the majority of people, if not everybody here, wants to do that. So we're actively moving in that direction. So some support issues that I noticed with my DMs being on fire, and I'm sure that many of you noticed over the past couple months dealing with Nostr. Yes, we're early, and yes, things aren't perfect, but there's a lot of things that client developers can do to make things easier for you users, for your friends, for the people that haven't been onboarded to Nostr yet, to purple pill them. They need things to just work, and we'll get there eventually, but some things right now are really confusing. And I think client developers are slowly starting to realize this. Like they worked on functionality in the beginning and didn't really work on so much user experience or onboarding, which is fine. We could see the potential, so we kind of dealt with these things. But I've had dozens of support tickets over the past couple months because of a space. Because people copy and paste their ID that they registered from our website, and they drug their cursor too far and they copy a space. So when they go to paste their ID into the client that they bought, they copy a space, they paste it, they save it, they think it works, And then everyone's telling them their ID doesn't work. I'm like, what the hell, Derek? I sent you Bitcoin for this. I paid for it. Why doesn't it work? I'm like, dude, I don't know. You did the thing you're supposed to do. You paid for it. I see it on your profile. I don't know why it doesn't work. And it took me a while to figure this out, but so many people that visually it looks like it works, it didn't work because they had a space. Like, clients shouldn't save that space. So if you're a client developer, which I see at least one in here, if you could put some field validation in the NIP05 field to not accept spaces, that would make it so easy, because it's not a valid character. You shouldn't be able to save that with that space. But so many people do. It's ridiculous. That people, once they see that they made that mistake, there could be somebody watching right now that we've had this conversation, they're like, oh, damn, I was foiled by a space. We've spent 2 hours trying to get this to work, and it was just because of a space. It's ridiculous. We can make these things easier for the average person that has no clue. It's not a technical person. They wouldn't have known that they had a space. But the only reason that I figured it out is because Nostr is transparent, and I can sign in with their public key. I sign in with their public key. I go and look at their profile. I look at their NIP05. I say, hey, they typed it out right. And then I space in there, and I was like, oh, you have a space at the beginning, or oh, you have a space at the end. Another thing that's really confusing, it's not so much related to the Nostr Plebs business, but just things that people have told me, and they've DM'd me or put in support tickets to Nostr Plebs. It is, people have no clue what LUD, LUD 06 is, or LUD 16. They have no clue what the hell that is. They've heard of Lightning. They've heard of Lightning Address. Many people have not used Lightning. They haven't. So many people, the very first time they used Lightning was with Nostr Plebs. We onboarded so many people to Lightning because they've had Bitcoin for years. They've been in Bitcoin. They buy, they hold. That's it. They don't use it as money. They've had a Lightning wallet, but they've never had a reason to use their Lightning wallet. They've never done it. They've had a Bitcoin node and they've had a Lightning node, but they've never opened up channels. They've never done it. And people telling me that just because of Nostr, to be able to use this service to buy something with Bitcoin for the very first time, they're now opening up channels, and they're now using Bitcoin. So I think that we can call it something. We can call it something different. We can call it a Lightning address, because that's what it is, and that's what people know it as. People also don't know what LNURL is. They don't know what an LNBC, static at one-time use address, is. They don't know what a static LNURL address is. These things are confusing for people. Clients shouldn't refer to it as these things, because I look at it as my beautiful wife, who I wanted to get onboarded to Nostr last week. She has no clue what the hell these things are. And when she saw these in clients, she's like, oh, no, yeah, skipping that, don't know what that is. And it makes sense. She's heard of Lightning before. She's heard me talk about it, but she doesn't know what those other things are. There's a client that presented yesterday that's doing great onboarding. I think Current is the best onboarding experience that I've seen on an app so far. And they do some really neat things, just simple things for verbiage that I've had so many support issues over the past few months. They call your NIP05 ID, they call it a Nostr address. Like, yes, we have Lightning address, we have email address. What the hell is a NIP05 ID? Nobody knows what that is. But calling it a Nostr address, sure, in the background, call it NIP05 ID, that's fine. Technical people will understand that. But clients should really call it a Nostr address. Everybody knows what that is. Everybody knows something with an @ symbol is a type of address. We've done it for 40 years with email addresses. Current is the only one that calls it that so far, and I really like what they're doing with that. People also don't understand relays. And that's been one of my headaches over the past 3 months, is talking to people about relays. And they don't know how to manage them. They know how to add them, but they don't know what they mean, the differences of them are. And I think changing the verbiage on it a little bit, just like Current again. I love what they do. They call it a relay. They call it the relay network. Your normies, your people that aren't on Nostr, they know what network is. It sounds like internet. They're on a network at work. They're on a network at home. They know what network means. But calling it a relay, nobody knows what that is. But network's familiar. So just a simple branding change, calling it relay network, is huge. People understand that. I think that there's a lot of things that clients can do to make things easier. Like, I think adding local support, whether it be Amethyst does this. Amethyst has a chat room for Amethyst users. I think that other clients can do these type of things. I think on client websites, maybe a drop-down menu, a button somewhere for help, for guides. I understand developers don't have time for this, but I'm sure somebody from your community that uses your client would make these for people. People love to contribute that aren't developers, but they can take screenshots of things they understand and write guides, and you can post them on your client. I really think that'll be very, very helpful, because people put in so many questions to just Nostr Plebs because they bought a service from us. It's adjacent, it's related to Nostr, so they think we can help them out, and we love helping. But I think that the community as a whole can do better to make things easier and do better to help people. Good? Okay. Do we have any questions? Anybody wants to ask about Nostr Plebs or ask me?
All right, thanks a lot for your talk. At the start, you were talking about NIP5 services making it easier for people to not get verified, but get an address because they don't have the domains, they don't have the servers. So it's a technical part, but there's also a privacy part, right? Because I use Nostr Plebs, so I don't have to tie my server, my web hosting, my domains that are tied to my real life name, because I don't want to tie it to my NIM. So that's also an added benefit, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, there's all sorts of reasons to use a service provider. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you. My voice held up better than I thought it would. I thought I was going to talk for 5 minutes and then be done. So I'm happy.
I am such a Nostr Plebs maximalist that even though I bought my Nostr Purple, I got 3 of them, one for me, one for Carlo, one for Nostric. I still keep them all as Nostr Plebs just because it has a special place in my heart. So the purple ones, thank you for creating that, Derek. I do like the premium features coming, but I just must remain a pleb for now. So next up, we've got Alex Fetsky coming to the stage. He's gonna, I think, weave a few threads together for us. He's gonna weave a couple threads together between Bitcoin and Nostr. We're gonna give him just a sec to get set up here, and then we'll get going. How many folks in here are using a Nostr Plebs ID? Yeah? That's pretty awesome. And Derek, I am sorry for writing that article and putting you in there as the person to contact. Well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yeah, but hey, I'm just glad it blew up. You guys provide a great service. And that's kind of a, by the way,
The name Roxas. And the number 13 were all
we have an adapter for Mac.
Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do. I had no idea.
So I think, we just heard from Derek, and as you heard, he and Semi are kind of building this, what turned out to now be a bit of a business on Nostr, just because they started providing value, providing valuable services to people who needed them. Svetsky's going to walk us through a little bit about Bitcoin and businesses, but also kind of the implications around Nostr and businesses. And I'm not going to steal any of his thunder because I think this should be a really interesting one. But can we give Can we give Svetsky a warm welcome to the stage here? And he's going to take us away.
This is going to be better sound for you. Really? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's switch it then, so I can change the batteries.
Yeah, okay. Oh, my back. Alrighty. I think I'm going to give 30 seconds for some people to sit down, and then I'm going to kick off. How much time do we have, man? Yeah, we can? Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Yeah, cool. Alrighty, let's get kicked off on this. So I wanted to do a little discussion on Nostr and like businesses or enterprises or companies, and to see if there's actually a tool that that companies can actually use at some stage. So just out of curiosity, to get a temperature on the room, does anyone here actually run a business or like a company or anything like that? Yeah, okay. Anyone with like 5 or more employees? You know? Yeah, okay, so a little bit less. All right, so I think we're at the sort of the really early stages with Nostr. It's for some people it's reminiscent of Bitcoin in like 2010, things like that, where it's still a couple nodes. We're all just sort of playing around with stuff. We're coding early apps. Yesterday's Nostr marketplace was fucking fantastic. It reminds me of the early marketplaces that used Bitcoin. So it's really exciting time. So I guess the question I want to ask, and we'll come back to this slide at the end, and we'll do a bit of a Q&A. I'm going to try and make this talk a little bit more interactive. But the question is, what role does Nostr have for businesses, or what role could it have? And we're going to kind of look at the technology element of it and the community. But to sort of kick this off, is anyone familiar with this book, Sovereign Individual? Yep. Cool. All right. So it's it's one of the classic Bitcoiner books, and Nostr seems to be something that's come out of the pages of something like Sovereign Individual. At least we're sort of we're fulfilling the prophecy there. And this was sort of a good quote that I saw from it. But let's just sort of think about businesses and organizations, like what are the risks that they face when they're when you're operating a business, particularly when it comes to something like money or something like communication, right? And we've all just learned what counterparty risk looks like with our friends at Silicon Valley Bank. I wrote an article recently saying like SVB gives a masterclass to why Bitcoin matters, right? Censorship is another one. Like sort of we saw with the trucker convoy, with companies like that, Pillow Company or whatever that got shut down. But being able to make payments without being censored, or being able to talk without being censored, is an interesting thing as well. So then you've obviously got inflation now. In the West, that might not be as bad for businesses. But imagine being a business where you've got we've all probably heard of the hyperinflation stories of a supermarket having one staff member just walking around and just like ratcheting up the prices during the fucking day, right? Crazy. And then, regulation is the other thing. Like for those of you who know me, know I'm very friendly when it comes to regulators. I hate these fuckers. And, building a business around compliance just drives me crazy. So, they're sort of the risks. But hold on. Maybe I got these sort of slides around the wrong way. So I guess, with those risks in mind, you've got businesses who, want to operate and do stuff, and they're the sort of things that they're facing. And then I always get asked, it's like, why aren't businesses actually on Bitcoin? Why are they, I mean,
I haven't had that question about Nostr yet because we're probably still too early, but what's stopping organizations? Like if you've got this magical tool with Bitcoin that's going to give them more censorship resistance, more sovereignty, less regulation, shit like that. Why don't we see every business on the planet integrating Bitcoin? And I just kind of wanted to open that up and say, look, what do we think are some of these reasons? And you can go out there and pitch someone on security, but if they have to go and like imagine a cafe owner watching YouTube videos of BTC sessions, trying to figure out how to run a node and store their own keys and all this sort of shit. Like, they don't know about any of that. Like, the restaurant owner knows how to run a restaurant. He doesn't know how to run any of this other crap. So you've got this sort of convenience trade-off. And, there's a good saying here, which I found somewhere. There's like, in business, there's no right answers, there's only compromises, right? You're always making some sort of trade-off with respect to the choices that you need to make. Speed and cost is another trade-off. Whether you insource something or outsource something. I know I've run many businesses throughout the years and I've made mistakes on both sides. You outsource something, you've got a fixed cost, but then you end up having some monkey give you, a half standard, a sort of half-baked solution. Then you insource it and it ends up costing you 10 times as much, but you get it right. And then sort of volatility versus stability with respect to Bitcoin. So does anyone else have any ideas on, why, for example, businesses haven't adopted Bitcoin? Any hands? Alex? So learning curve is a little steep. Okay, cool. There was a gentleman behind.
I was going to say volatility when it's on your slide.
Yep, cool. Accounting is a nightmare. Yeah, there you go, exactly. So does anyone else have any more? Any on this side? Taxable event. You were going to say the same thing? Okay, cool. All right. There's some synchronicity in this room. But yeah, so all of these things, add complexity. So, when we talk about, Bitcoin mass adoption, sometimes I want to ask people these questions. It's like, mass adoption really needs to come when all the merchants are accepting Bitcoin. But if there's all of these hurdles along the way, how do we solve these? And this is where I'll go back. My slides are out of order, but when I think about what the tech stack of the future is going to look like for a business, there's basically 3 pillars in any business. You've got people, you've got the processes, and you've got the technology that you're using. And, Bitcoin, Lightning, the layers above Bitcoin, etc., will become part of that technology stack. The people as well within the business. There's a lot of, I was reading something the other day. I think it was about, kind of like DevOps, and now you've got all this artificial intelligence, and they're talking about, every business is going to have a machine learning operation, within businesses. But I also think, and this is, I'm working with the guys at Lucent Labs these days, and one of the things is this idea of BitOps, is like every organization at some point is going to need a section within the company that is in charge of Bitcoin operations. It's like actually getting their business on a Bitcoin standard, whether that's from a treasury perspective, from a payments perspective, or from a pure technology perspective with things like what Nostr represents. So, that sort of operating model, and Lucent's trying to pioneer that through this BitOps framework. But, I actually think, and there was a discussion about this yesterday, most business owners would actually prefer, instead of figuring it all out themselves. I always remember when I used to have cafes, like in a past life, before I was in Bitcoin, before I was in any of that, I had a franchise network around Australia of these like little smoothie sort of health food stores. And I remember the amount of nightmare I used to go through, like trying to set up point of sale systems and all that kind of crap. And what I used to do instead was I ended up just calling in consultants. You just pay them $2,000 and they come and they sort everything out. And I think we're going to see the rise of those kind of businesses, sort of like, it's almost like the Red Hat model, right? They know open source tech, and you just call them up, they come and they sort it out for you. And they get you basically plugged into Bitcoin. And they might offer some sort of node infrastructure, some sort of custody infrastructure. And that, there's probably going to be some sort of layered approach where, you might be comfortable sorting out your own custody, but you need help doing payments. And I think the same sort of stuff is going to emerge with Nostr, but it's still, I'm sort of still questioning like which is the final question here, right? What role will actually Nostr play? Like, do businesses want to do, chat on Nostr and then end up with a bunch of dick pics, on their service? Like, that's, a little bit tricky. So we need to sort of think through this. And I guess, being sort of like the final section here is, we've got the technology element and the community element, and I want to open up this to the room, basically, is to talk through, like, if you're a business owner, how do you think Nostr can benefit you today, maybe even tomorrow? If you're not a business owner, what would you like to see from businesses with respect to either adopting Nostr or being on Nostr? Like, do you think there's anything there? The Nostrica, or the Nostr marketplace that we saw yesterday from Ben, I think is fantastic, but I think that's obviously still probably anyone that wants to sell special items online, or maybe small mom and pop shops or something like that. But going broader than that, like, is there an application there? And are we so early that we just don't know what that is? So let's throw this around the room. Like, this is basically, I didn't want to talk at you. I wanted to talk to you guys and sort of bring up some ideas. So yeah, 2 questions. If you're a business owner, and if you're not a business owner, what would you like to see? So I saw one over there.
I talk as a business owner, and thank you for your talk. I really appreciate the depth of your thought, and it's tied to the real world. What I talk about is a bit more theoretical, but it might turn into something practical in the future. And that's the base of building a business, is being liquid or having liquidity. And how that's done in the meat space, so to say, is you have to be able to store value, to save and use that store value as collateral to get money to then build a business. And in the real world, in the analog world, it's done with real estate, which is used as collateral. The problem is that inflation has made real estate so expensive that it's unaffordable for most people. So most people don't have collateral they can lend against to build a business. So with Bitcoin, we have this supreme store of value and potentially pristine collateral to lend against to build a business. And I wanted to put ideas, 2 ideas into the universe that might be put into reality by some of you developers here. So the question is, how can we lend against Bitcoin in an ethical way? Because inflation is unethical. Monotheistic religions have formed around the idea that inflation is unethical. But with Bitcoin, you don't need to ask for interest rate because it's a disinflationary currency that's deflationary because of its supreme monetary properties. So the first option I thought of is on Nostr, as a creator, you own your data and you own the content. So you could use that as collateral to lend against, and the lender receives part of the profit that that content generates, provides you liquidity, and he does not need to ask for interest rate. Number 2, and I don't know how you could build this securely on Nostr, if you're a wealthy Bitcoiner, you could lend your Bitcoin for free to a business owner, and you don't need to ask for interest rate because you are incentivized to help the network grow by building businesses on the network, and that will lead your Bitcoin to be increasing in purchasing power. And you don't need to ask for yield, and I believe the whole yield mindset is a fiat mindset anyway. So I just wanted to put these 2 ideas out into the ethos and see what you guys think.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't recognize you with the glasses, but we had a quick chat yesterday, so now I remember. So I think I said this yesterday. It's the second one. I think it's probably 100 years away, and even then, I think the difficulty is each individual actor trying to increase the value of Bitcoin, and sort of pump their bags through some, action like that. I think that gets a little bit difficult. The first one is interesting though, because there's a friend of mine here somewhere. I think he's here, Sonny. He's like a creator, and I actually think there's a big movement, there's a big trend in the world towards sort of like micro-entrepreneurship, and a movement away from macro, or maybe there's a simultaneous move towards like micro-entrepreneurship and macro, and like the sort of the small to medium enterprise, similar to the middle class, is just getting fucking decimated. And, this idea of like revenue share, because the whole, I think what you're talking about is not so much the inflation that is, monotheistic religions have sort of moved away from, but it's interest, right? Yeah, interest. So inflation's, just an ugly interest. But so sort of the idea here is that instead of lending with an interest rate, you actually have equity or some sort of skin in the game with he whom you've lent to, right? Am I right in that interpretation? Yeah. So I think that's interesting. And maybe through Nostr, for example, you could maybe automate that kind of distribution. I know there's another guy here, Gareth. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's doing something interesting with that stuff. So, I would definitely get with Gareth to sort of talk through. But sort of like trying to reimagine how collectives of people would come together to actually solve a problem, which is essentially what a company is, right? A company is a collection of people. They form some sort of hierarchical structure, generally, and that's a much better structure than these fucking flat, stupid, hippie structures. But, you form a structure, and you create some sort of accountability at each of the layers, and then you go out and solve a problem, right? And, that seems to have been quite successful. We've unfortunately poisoned that process by, fiat money and all the other stuff upstream. But, yeah, I think maybe that's an area that is ripe for disruption in some sense. Fuck, I hate that word. But anyway. Okay, so thank you for that. Anyone else? Do you want this? There's a mic coming. All right.
You said something really important, and it was that AI is becoming important in business, and it's kind of terrifying how much that new businesses need computer programmers on board. And Bitcoin is a great way to integrate those two worlds. But it is also terrifying. But it would be interesting to hear what solutions you have for businesses. For example, someone who would own a record label and their need for programmers to take part and to be within Bitcoin usage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just one question for you. Why does Bitcoin bring this all together? You said Bitcoin helps for this. How?
Bitcoin, for example, for a record label or a musician, Bitcoin is great because it's fast, it's a part of the future, and in the creative world, being a part of the future is very important to success.
Okay. So then from a utility perspective, are you sort of referring to this idea that maybe consumers of content can pay creators directly? Is that sort of the
Yes, it's far more convenient.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people within the creative world, for example, in entertainment, film, music, have question marks hovering over their head.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a disconnect between the need. Well, they have a need for programmers, but there's a disconnect between programmers and those businesses.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try and disentangle some things here. So I think with respect to creators, so this is an interesting point. So you've got Bitcoin solves the problem of monetizing your content, right? Well, at least it solves the problem of being paid, right? So that's that aspect of monetization. But then you have also this idea of how do you communicate with people, and there's some applications out there that are trying to build ways. There's Zion out of Austin, which is a way for content creators to connect directly with their fans. But they're having a hard time sort of getting that critical mass because it's always hard building two-sided marketplaces. But this is something where Nostr might be interesting, right? Is that you've got the payments layer with Bitcoin, and you've got the custody component with Bitcoin, so it's actually yours. Could we create some sort of virtual, abstracted, network version of a label, where artists can actually communicate directly with people and actually get paid directly, and do all of that sort of stuff programmatically. Maybe, I don't know. Is there an app idea there? Perhaps. Question, or you want to add to this?
Allow artists and singers to, just upload an MP3 there and just sell it for sats. Easy. If you have a record label, even better because you can manage artists and allow the artists to be there So you can do it at different levels, and Bitcoin is under the hood. I don't think you have the need to understand Bitcoin or to have developers inside the record label. You just use third-party, what we call micro apps, a marketplace like, I don't want to say eBay, let's say Gumroad, or anything similar that just allow creator to have visibility online. That's it. And Bitcoin is running under the hood of these tools anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo your point about abstraction, right? That's the only way we actually bring people on. Is nobody really gives a fuck about, you know, the details. I mean, maybe we do, but by and large, most people are more interested in what their own craft is. They don't want to deal with these details. I want to touch on another thing you said about the AI stuff. And, I mean, I think a lot of people anthropomorphize, you know, particularly with all these large language models that are popping up now. They're actually more machine learning than AI. You know, the word AI gets thrown around too much. But people tend to anthropomorphize these things. You know, they start to like project human abilities on it. It's like, oh my God, it can talk like a human, so it must be conscious. It's far from that. Like, for anyone who doesn't know, large language models are just like really sophisticated autocomplete. You know, if you've ever used Gmail and you know how it like finishes the sentence for you, that's essentially what GPT-4 and all this stuff is. It just like, but it finishes a really long sentence, and it's probabilistically quite sound to such a degree that the sentence actually makes sense. Now, the funny thing about it is, you know, these woke companies that are building this stuff, they build all these safety measures, and they actually make it so safe that it just sounds like a fucking midwit. So if you want to sort of avoid being abolished by that, or being disintermediated in some sense, you should actually just have something meaningful to say outside of the Overton window. Because the main people that are going to get disintermediated by things like large language models is the people who just write, you know, run-of-the-mill blogs for CNN. Like, all the journalists, they're fucked. But if you've actually got something interesting to say that's outside of the Overton window, you're good. The other thing I'll also mention is, there is something interesting. I was watching this Stanford researcher say something about these new models, which is quite contrary to all previous machine learning stuff, which is, in the past, you needed to be basically more of a developer or a coder or something like that to really leverage machine learning. Now, you actually need to be more linguistically inclined. So like, have a background in psychology, philosophy, you know, be a writer or an author or something like that. And you can actually elicit better information from the models, which is actually interesting. So it's like the pendulum is swinging. So maybe you don't need specifically, you know, to try and implement it into your business. You know, you don't need to have that sort of technical sophistication. So that's just something to think about. But anyway, it was a complex question, so I hope that sort of added some color to a few things. Cool? Shoot.
Hey, how you doing, Spetsky?
Good, man.
So I was wondering, are there applications, or have you thought about like where we should not use Nostr? So, you know, for example, shitcoiners are putting bananas on the blockchain. You know, my company was looking at, instead of using Slack, should we build a Nostr alternative? But we have Mattermost, which is open source. It works great. Does it even make sense to use Nostr when an open source, like centralized on my premise application works fine? So just like maybe some of your general thoughts about that.
Yeah, so with the team at Lucent, we're actually throwing that idea around. We're like, you know, would it make sense to have a Nostr client, you know, that replaces Slack? And I don't know, man. Like, you know, one of the challenges you have there is, you know, why Slack is so sticky and useful is like it's, you know, plugged into all these other services. You know, you can, you know, automate a bunch of stuff. You know, it's got brand credibility, etc. So it's like, what's the motive there? What are you actually giving to these organizations? You know, there is obviously still some privacy concerns with, you know, with Nostr and how it functions. You know, do you then, as a business, have to specifically sign up to you know, particular relays? So as I said, you don't end up with dick pics, you know, all throughout your, you know, your feed. Like, so there's all sorts of things like that. So I don't know, and that's sort of the purpose of this question, is like to have a real look at, you know, it's all good and well to start, you know, getting all excited about, oh, Nostr's going to take over the world, it's going to transform the world, it's the most important thing that's happened since fucking Bitcoin. Maybe, you know, or maybe we're just blowing smoke up our asses because, you know, there's, you know, how many hundreds of millions of businesses out there who might have zero use case or very minimal use case for this, and this might just be something that we're all excited about. So this is more like sanity check. So appreciate that. And I don't have an answer yet. If anyone else does, please. Yep.
Yeah, so as a business, I could see the value of potentially sending a note out. It maybe sends an email. You can diversify. Instead of having to have Twitter, Instagram, all these different places where you're communicating with customers, you can use Nostr as one place, and maybe it diversifies the communication channels. With that, there's obviously adoption, which is a concern. How do I get my customers on Nostr?
Mm-hmm.
But the second piece is it's open source. Maybe the businesses can make their own kind of notes, but how do you get clients to then actually be incentivized to support said notes? So question on like chicken or the egg, how do businesses incentivize clients, and maybe the opposite as well, clients incentivizing businesses?
Yeah, I mean, that's the same classic Bitcoin problem, right? Is like, do you start accepting Bitcoin, and then, you do all this work, you get it set up, and then nobody's coming and paying Bitcoin. You're like, fuck, why did I do this? Or do you wait for the customers to come and tell you, and because you don't have Bitcoin, then they go somewhere else? The chicken and the egg problem is really, really hard. It's like the age-old problem for any of these sorts of stuff. And once again, I'm not sure. I generally think that it probably needs to come from the merchant's end first, and you sort of like add that. I mean, sort of like, if you're a smart business when the internet first came out, you sort of roll the dice, and you set up an e-commerce store. If you roll the dice with Facebook as well, with Instagram, you're like, oh, there's this Twitter thing. I don't know what the fuck it is, but maybe I'll put my business on there. And maybe that's a good enough pitch for businesses to start thinking about it. But I think what we need to do as a community is come up with sort of a compelling enough reason or product or some sort of benefit that isn't just, oh, well, this is a decentralized version of Twitter, because they don't give a fuck. They really don't. And I don't think they're going to care anytime soon either. So we need to give them. I was speaking with Max Webster yesterday, and one of the things that is positive about Nostr and everything that's happening is it's actually a hopeful vision of the future. Like whenever we talk about why Bitcoin adoption, it's always like some sort of doomsday story. It's like, bro, you're gonna die, your family's gonna starve to death, your business is gonna shut down, the government's gonna fucking put you in jail if you don't buy Bitcoin. And they're like, whoa, man. So with Nostr, it's like at least there's a discussion about like all the things that we could possibly do, and maybe there's a narrative there for us to think about. It's not just about censorship resistance and blah blah blah. Like maybe it's, hey, there's all this functionality that you just can't do over here, but if you come here, there's an edge, right? And I think that's why the AI stuff is really taking off at the moment, is because people look at it and they're like, holy shit, I can get an edge, I can do things faster, I can do things better. And I think there's something really we can learn from that, is sort of changing the ethos of the narrative. So appreciate that question. Any more? We've got one in green. Do we have one more? Or?
Yeah, one more.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. I'd like to raise a question from the let's call it big B2B scale perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Like as a business owner, let's say in the real world, you would be responsible for, let's call it more than $1 billion spent per month, and you are tied to the, let's call it the legal network or the legal compliance network. And on the other side, you want to have the choice. So I'm appealed by this decentralized approach that gives me the freedom to manage the data where I am, but I also see the question rising, which is above this micro business, is what we mostly talk about. Like, how do I run this in a responsibility? Yes, I hate tax. Yes, I hate governance. Yes, I hate compliance. But I can't make my clients go to jail, right?
Exactly.
So what I would love to see is, and that was your question, what would businesses like to see on Nostr? That I could run like, as my freedom of choice, I'm totally fine to pay 25% tax in Costa Rica. It's less than 35 in Germany. And it's not about avoiding tax. So as soon as we get out of this childish approach of zero tax is cool, that's cool for boys. But you need infrastructure. You use the roads, you do it. But what I would like to see is a connection to, I hereby, by my choice, use an application that deducts 25% to the Costa Rican government, or let's say 15% to Cyprus, whatever you choose, right? But what I like to raise is 20 years ago when like this darknets and data room ideas came up, and also with Bitcoin, it has this just dark side. And I think to go into freedom and where we like really create how we want to make business, we somehow have to find a way that it's not outside, but also we have the ability to connect. So, long story short, like I'm open for those that I want to develop that. I have a responsibility in the real B2B world with a lot of spend, and I would like to see on Nostr clients that help me to stay by my choice connected to whatever, let's call it, public system, right? Mm-hmm. So that was, and I think we have to be aware that on long term, not to contribute to a community or to, let's call it the bad government, but not to be connected makes no sense for a long term. We have to choose to what we get connected. So that's what I do at least, right? So that's my approach, and I would like to use this last sentence, maybe allow that. We see really in big business also the downside of this centralized approaches. You know the big boys, right? They have the data and maybe they share it not as they should. So we want to have privacy if we really talk about the IP of, let's say, develop the next battery, right? There's a program going. We want to have privacy, and we want to choose that. But we also need to stay somehow connected to get our plans working, right? And yeah, so I have just a fraction of Bitcoins used there right now, as this is kind of, how do I connect to this boring taxpayers or tax advisors?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean...
Does that make sense, the question?
I mean, I don't know if it was a question or like a statement or a discussion. Yeah. Okay. I just want to shrug at the moment, because look, I think there is the beautiful thing about something like Nostr is that if there are organizations that are larger that want to or that may want to or need to stay, quote unquote, compliant, connected, whatever, there is the opportunity for them to build, that sort of stuff. They might build an application that is their own, Nostr being open source, etc. They might be able to do that. That might also tie back into, stuff that I'm trying to do at Lucent, which is, build an organization that is in touch with things like Bitcoin, Nostr, and Lightning, etc., and that become the go-to consultant or agent that large-scale businesses can go to and say, hey, how can we use Nostr to increase our edge but stay compliant, connected, etc.? And as a service provider, Lucent might be able to build a custom solution or help put together a couple building blocks that sort of deliver what you need without being completely outside the system. I don't know how we solve that. I think that's that's one of those things, like, we're so early that I'm still trying to grasp myself, like, where the overlap is for large-scale businesses, because we may just not be there yet. There's probably, I think there's still a lot of tooling to be developed on top of Nostr before we actually see any real applications be built. We're still at the fighting Twitter stage, and does that have any use case for enterprises yet? Maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, we should chat afterwards. But anyway, there was a QR code up there. Lucent put together a relay if anyone wants to sort of check that out. And then it's got the NPub, my NPub and stuff like that if people want to stay connected on Nostr. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Svetsky. That was enlightening as always. And I'm walking too far again. So next we've got Evan Rabel, and I'll let him get into it here right away so that we can make sure he gets the full time. But while he gets set up, how's everybody doing? Staying hydrated, I hope. All right. As a reminder again, if you are a NIM who does not want to be on camera, make sure that you sit in the back quarter of the stage here, just that you're not on either the wide angle or any of the other shots. And if you're fine with being on camera, sit wherever you please.
Yeah, this is fine.
All right, let's give him a warm welcome. Evan Radbull, everyone.
Hey, everyone. So a lot of people have gotten involved with Nostr and gotten involved with building decentralized and social media protocols relatively recently. I have been doing it for a very long time, and I thought it would be really important to understand some of that history about what's been done, where we got, how we got here, and what we can learn from as we go forward. So this is a bit of a history lesson. The first is, I'm sure you've seen this XKCD thing, which is like, oh my God, these standards suck, I'm gonna make a new standard. That is very much the situation that we face. Originally, back in the 1990s and 80s, we had a whole bunch of decentralized and open social media protocols. They're not the ones we use today. You know, there's SMTP, email, RSS, Gopher, Usenet, XMPP, Xanadu, which was the original thing behind the web. So we've been trying to do these things for a really long time. Today, we have, this is my list of currently active, in development. Ooh, it went away. What happened? Did we get the, does anyone know why?
It's okay, it's an unconference, so these things are expected.
I'm not plugged into power, but okay. Okay. Just a second. Okay, so you might just know about Nostr, ActivityPub, or maybe a few others like Scuttlebutt, Blue Sky, but as you can see here, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So there's a lot of decentralized social media protocols. There's a lot of people trying to do these things. And I think it's important to understand where these things come from and sort of how they get developed so that we look at what Nostr does and what we're building together going forward. But before that, I want to talk to you a little bit about Twitter. I'm not sure how many people know this, but I was also at Odeo. I was the person who hired Jack into Odeo and introduced him the idea of how you do SMSs and text message delivery back in the day. And damn it, the screen went away. What the hell? I have really cool slides. What? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we could try a different adapter, because this one. Yeah. So I thought I'd give a little bit of a history of how Twitter came about, because it's useful to know. Mirror. Okay, so first of all, I don't know how many people know this, but Twitter didn't start out as a company doing social media or messages, text messages. It started out as a podcasting company back in 2004. We were a standard stealth startup. We didn't tell anyone what we were doing. We were very secretive. We spent many, many nights working late, standard like 16 to 20-hour days, slept in the office. And at the time, in 2005, when we launched, we were the hottest startup out there. We launched in the New York Times. We launched in the stage of TED. This was a time in which there was not a lot of startup investment. There was not a lot of things to be excited about. We were cool. We built this site that you could like discover podcasts, you could create podcasts, you could collaborate. We kept adding features and working on it. You can see a bunch of us sitting around the table. And then Apple came along and they launched podcasting integration into iTunes, and they fucking crushed us. Like, just like we lost. And we ended up in a kind of purgatory where we still had money in the bank, we still had money as a startup, but it wasn't working, and we needed to find a way to do it, and we needed to pivot. So, the VCs behind it, they were like, you guys had the best team, you had so much smart stuff, you had so much attention, everything else, and you failed. So our solution was to do a hackathon. And our hackathon was, we had a brainstorming of ideas. We did this every Wednesday for about 6 weeks, where we came up with a bunch of ideas and we did different cross-functional teams. We'd work from 9 a.m. and at the end at 6 p.m. we'd demo what we built. We were trying to build really, really quick prototypes, and Twitter was built in that 6 hours. From 9 a.m. till 6 p.m., at 6 p.m. Twitter was demoed. So everybody who's like, oh, I could build Twitter in a day, yeah, like we did it too. Unfortunately, you see there's a video camera there. We didn't save a copy of the video that demoed Twitter at 6 hours old. It was shared on the local file system because YouTube didn't exist and there was no place to upload the video. So it got lost. Here's some of the other things we built. We built a video sharing tool that let you upload videos to MySpace, because that was the social network at the time, and we weren't a social network. We built a social layer on top of podcasting, finding what your friends are listening to. We did a social voicemail. You record a voicemail, and then you hear the messages of everybody who's in your phone's contact list. And we built Friendstalker. We didn't really have a name originally for it, and someone joked that it was Friendstalker because you could figure out what your friends were up to. And that's what became Twitter. Jack, as you guys all know, you're here, everything else, he drove the idea forward. Originally, he was a bicycle messenger dispatcher, and he wrote software for bicycle message dispatchers with Greg Kidd, who's there in the back, who was Jack's boss before he started working at Odeo and Twitter. And we combined that with an activist tool that I'd been working on to coordinate in-street protests, so sending SMSs for protests. We used this in 2004 around the election and the protests in New York. And Twitter was super simple. Our friends thought it was super dumb. You probably thought it was super dumb when you first heard about it. The press and the VC thought it was super fucking dumb. Our investors thought it was super fucking dumb, and in fact, they shut it down. The original investors behind Odeo said, you have to sell this, you have to shut it down. This is a worthless idea and a worthless company. Go find jobs. But Evan Williams had made some money by selling Blogger to Google a few years earlier, and he was able to buy all the original VCs out and save the company. And the only reason we have Twitter today is because Ev was able to basically buy out all the investors and keep working on it. There were very few users behind it. This is, I think, the first couple hours of Twitter. You can see the original messages of just setting up my Twitter. That was the original message. We had lots of super fans. People liked it. But we didn't have twitter.com. We just had twttr.com. The problem is that people called that twatter, which is a really terrible name. But it was unregistered, so it was free. You had friends instead of followers. It was mobile first. You had to send text messages. It was only mobile. We had all these really complicated codes and short codes, and you had to do, it was hard. And then a couple of the developers on the team didn't have mobile phones. This is how long ago it was. So the only way to interact with it was an AIM bot that you could chat with it. That's where the Twitter API comes from. That's where the RSS feed comes from. So in some ways, the openness was accidental because we needed it. So we launched a RESTful API because it was a Ruby on Rails app, and people started building on it. And then we bought the vowels because we got sick of people making the stupid twatter joke. And something happened. It took off. People started building it as a platform. It wasn't a destination. A year later, after it launched, so 3 years into the company, it becomes South by Southwest, people start using it, it becomes a hot startup, but it took a long time. Just like Nostr has been around for a couple years before it took off. One of the things that happened in this early debate, and this is from this past year, is there was this debate, is Twitter a company or a protocol? Like, what's happening with it? And at the time, we wanted it to be more of a protocol, and the investors and technical and market dynamics forced it. And so one of the things we're doing here is trying to fix that mistake. I actually left a couple years in and went over to work on this thing, which was called Yahoo Pipes, which was making the web programmable with this visual programming language. It was really fucking cool, and Yahoo shut it down. Fuck Yahoo. And the other part that people don't realize is in 2008, we built Twitter as a decentralized, federated, open network. Like, this is a talk. These are a bunch of the folks at Twitter and other people. Like, it was like, who owns your data? Who owns your context? How do you relate to this? This here was something we built, and we made federated Twitter, where you could follow people on different platforms, but we built it on XMPP. XMPP is a chat protocol. It did not scale, and in 2008, we didn't have all the decentralized tech that we have today. And so everything fell apart, and the open network was dropped. And it was dropped because the servers needed to stay up. But Twitter kept an open API. There was a RESTful open API, people could use it, until this guy came along, Bill Gross, and he decided that he was going to buy up all the Twitter clients and shut down and take over. And so Twitter shut down the open API and said that we're going to now limit people to 100,000 API keys, and this is in 2011, 2012. This is where Mastodon comes from. Mastodon comes from the original fact that Twitter went from being totally open to being more closed. The API shut down in 2012, this was a decade ago, really pissed people off, and it was the moment in which you realized that you couldn't really rely on Twitter as a platform. Now, it's been more and more shut down since then. Where does Mastodon come from? Mastodon comes from RSS, which became the Atom protocol, which also became podcasting, which then became activity streams, OStatus, that became ActivityPub, and that's how we got the Fediverse and Mastodon. All of this is a direct result of us seeing the centralization that was going to happen in Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Google, and being upset about it and trying to react to it. And so, like, yes, there are problems with the Fediverse, and yes, we're building other things, but like, there's a history here, and it's important to know our history. You know, Mastodon, this is what it looks like today. It's one of the Fediverse apps. There's a lot of different apps in there that do different kinds of things. You have this whole large ecosystem. Many of them are interesting, but there's a few problems. Mainly, you're just trading one large unified shopping mall where you exist for many little fiefdoms. And they still control your data, they still control your stuff. You can't do private groups, you can't do encryption. There's all sorts of problems with it. And if you go to the Nostr page, you get this list of here are the problems with Mastodon and the Fediverse. I totally agree with this list. So people, like Mastodon comes from 2017, but the original work on ActivityPub is from 2012. Since then, there have been a whole bunch of new protocols. You know, there's Lens, Blue Sky, Scuttlebutt, DSNP, PETA Panda, ActivityPub, EarthStar, Farcaster, Holocane, Chatternet, CWTCH, which means hug in Welsh, and I don't know how to pronounce it. Don't choose an impronounceable name for your protocol that has no vowels in it. Even if it's like really cool where it means hug in Welsh. Now the protocols have a bunch of different things. It's, you know, if you're looking at Nostr, look at these other protocols and understand them. There's a bunch of protocols that use self-certifying keys, but relay servers in the cloud. And, you know, Nostr's not there, but it's in this category. If you want to know what to do with Nostr, look at these other protocols. Some of the people building Nostr apps came from the Gun protocol, came from some of these other protocols, and like, oh, it's very similar. Then there's a whole series of protocols called pure peer-to-peer protocols. These are ones without servers that do direct syncing offline first. Scuttlebutt's the one that I've been working on for the last few years, but there's also PETA Panda, the Twitch thing that you can't pronounce the name of. Most interestingly, if you want to see where the future is going, is Sprightly. Sprightly is a weird fucking protocol that is created by the creator of ActivityPub and ActivityStreams, and is in Clojure, and it encapsulates the code and the permissions to execute stuff across this agent network and stuff. It's totally not usable now, but there's some interesting ideas coming from it. And then I call the shitcoin protocols, which I think everybody here will really appreciate, which are basically pay-to-pay new tokens. Some of them have moved on, but you know, I don't think I need to talk about a lot of those right now. So, Scuttlebutt. 95% of what Nostr is an adaptation and a second version of Secure Scuttlebutt. And so, Secure Scuttlebutt hasn't taken off in the same way, but it's been around for a decade. There's a community, there's something interesting. It's useful to understand how Scuttlebutt works and when we think about what's going on with Nostr. First, Scuttlebutt is an offline first gossip verified message protocol. You have a signed log. The primary difference between Nostr and Scuttlebutt is Scuttlebutt has strict ordering, and you sign all of the previous messages in the signature of the new message. So that has some good aspects, which is more censorship resistant. The peers can't drop a message from you. In a relay, they can drop messages, they can hide messages. You don't know if they're giving you all the messages. In Scuttlebutt, you can't do that. And you can't fake the order of messages. The downside is you can get forked logs, which means two people using the same keys write differently, and then the log becomes unusable, and you can't do multi-device stuff, and you can't do delete. Scuttlebutt's based on a ideological thing of what's called solar punk, which is sort of cyberpunk, but off-the-grid permaculture. It's very driven by a set of the values behind it, and is advocating a set of commons. The common stuff exists in Nostr and in Scuttlebutt. What is the commons? The commons is a thing that is not owned by private capital and not owned by the state that we participate in. Eleanor Ostrom was the first woman to win the Nobel Prize in economics. She studied this stuff. And all of the crypto, like Bitcoins is a commons because people participate in this way. It's an economic resource. What we're building with Nostr is a commons, and so we need to realize what these things are and how they work. And for a commons to work, it needs to have 8 characteristics. You need to have clear ideas of what the group boundaries, are you using the protocol? Do you comply with the protocol? What's in and out? Both spaces within it and the larger space. You need to have rules for governing it. Those could be code rules, those could be social rules. You need to be able to ensure that the rules can be modified. Can you update them? You need to be able to make the rule-making rights respected by the outside authority. You look at cryptocurrencies that get banned in countries. Those are basically saying a sovereign authority is banning your ability to exist, and you can't have a commons if you have some outside authority that's trying to kill you. You need to develop a system by the community members for monitoring other people's behavior. In blockchain, that's the verification, that's the mining. In Nostr, it's checking people's signatures. It's relays requiring people to pay or choosing who can read and write. You need to have graduated rules of sanctions, meaning it's not all or nothing. And that's very important. And you need to be accessible low-cost dispute resolution, which means if someone steps out of line, they don't follow the rules, or the rules need to be changed, you need to be able to quickly, easily do that. And you need to do it with transparency, and you need to have nested systems. So it's not a one-off thing, it's this sort of nested systems, and that's important. And I think it's important to think about when we build Nostr that we need to do that. So here's sort of what Scuttlebutt looks like. Here's some of the Scuttlebutt apps. Some of the differences is that Scuttlebutt by default uses Markdown. It has longer form posts. It's like the NIP23, I think it is, that does the longer form posts as opposed to the shorter Twitter posts. It also has part of the protocol the ability to do built-in image and binaries. And so like there's a version of GitHub called GitSSB that runs on Scuttlebutt. This is Planetary, the app that I and some friends have built. It's a Scuttlebutt app. It's a social app. Here's Miniverse. It's the main Android app for Scuttlebutt. And then to just sort of point, here's the two things. Here's Nostr and Scuttlebutt. Here's what the actual messages look like. And as you can see, it's nearly identical. Like, the structure of it's slightly different. Nostr has a better way of encoding and verifying things. It's a little bit more concise. There's a few things that exist inside Scuttlebutt that don't exist. Some of it is that signing the previous message, but also the way mentions work are slightly different because you can do binary mentions for files. And then the last part is that because it's a pure peer-to-peer network, you have a gossip model, which means your messages pass from you to the next person to the next person, and you don't connect directly to the relays. So Stir-Fry does this, where you can send a message to Stir-Fry, and then Stir-Fry gossips the message on, and it uses the signatures for that. That's an idea that also exists inside Scuttlebutt. And so inside Scuttlebutt, everybody's user is subjective. You're just using it. And this is what people talk about Nostr with the gossip model of, like, I'm only seeing the world around me, or it's 2 degrees out, that kind of thing. And it's a way of dealing with spam that isn't proof of work or paid relays. The last thing I want to talk about is something that's, I think, important when we think about designing Nostr and designing what we're building is we don't escape the need for moderation. We don't escape the need for deciding what's appropriate speech and appropriate behavior in different spaces. All we're doing is liberating ourselves from unaccountable corporations that use opaque processes to decide what it is. But the need to decide what you see and what you're going to host on your device and what you're going to host on your relay still exists. And the moment at which you choose to say this isn't or isn't spam, you're forced into the decision about other stuff. And so we have to solve that problem. And we have to think about how we solve it. And I think in Nostr there's going to be a lot of different solutions. But we don't escape the problem. All we do is we get to pull that problem from the trust and safety teams at these big companies, and we get to handle it ourselves. So, I don't know if you can read this. These are a bunch of Nostr posts. I'm not going to read them out loud, but there are parts of Nostr that are incredibly offensive and abusive. And when you make rape threats, when you make death threats, that's not neutral. You're doing it to silence someone else's speech. In particular, I don't know how many people saw this, but Rashmiya made a post, she's right here, of a selfie. It was a completely innocent post, and as you can see over on the right, someone replied with, "What a wonderful selfie, I want to rape and kill you." Like, that's not okay. Like, that is silencing, and we need to build tools that let people use these platforms in a way that doesn't silence them. And we need to build tools on the relays, in the apps, for the users to solve these problems. If we don't solve these problems, we won't get widespread adoption. Like, if we build a system that only, professional, well-educated, white, straight men from the first world could use, that's a teeny percent of the world's population. That's not reaching everyone. And so you can't just advocate from this problem. Speech can silence, and we need to realize that and realize that there's a balance. And what you see and who sees your stuff needs to build it. And we need to build those tools, and that's okay. And I'm not saying that the Nostr folks or the Truth Social folks can't be posting on Nostr. I'm working on a system where they can post. But what I'm saying is that we need to build software and tools and relays and apps where users aren't subjected to that and they can provide themselves some kind of safety. Lastly, there is a lot missing from Nostr. We know this. There are private groups. When you send direct messages, they're encrypted, but you don't get metadata privacy. That's a major problem. In Scuttlebutt, you get metadata privacy. You cannot see who's messaging whom. There are protocols for this stuff, for private groups and metadata privacy. It's called MLS, uses double ratchet encryption. All we have to do is use the damn libraries. The We need to have clear structured public groups. If you're gonna have a commons where you're gonna say, I'm gonna kick someone out, you need to be able to say what the limits of the group are. Are you a member of the group? Can I see this? Relays kind of do that. We need a system by which devices could directly sync to each other. Like if we really care about free speech and we care about working in offline environments, in Scuttlebutt you don't need internet connection. You can sync over Bluetooth, you can sync over mesh networking. We can do this with Nostr by running a little local relay inside the apps that can directly sync and it copies elsewhere. It's totally doable. We need a protocol for binary files. How do images and videos work? We need to actually pay attention to content reporting. Right now, we write the content reports, they go off the relays, and no one looks at them. That works now, but eventually Apple and Google are going to remove all the apps from the app stores if no one is responding to those content reports. And so the people running relays need to be able to see those content reports. They need to be able to make decisions, and they need to be able to communicate back to it. I'm not saying what the content policies should be. I'm just saying that we actually have to have them, and people need to be able to respond to them. We've been developing some trust and spam algorithms inside Scuttlebutt. We have this algorithm called TrustNet, which is a decentralized way of verifying based on who you're connected to, who mutes who follows whom, and so that someone far away from you in the network, you could say, this is a person who is 5 degrees out from me in the network, but I can trust them because our intermediaries are trusting. Or this is someone who's 2 degrees out, but my mutual friends hate this person and want to block them. We need things like a DHT. We need easy, fast ways of discovering what relays people are using. And we need key backups. There's a project called Dark Crystal that we use inside Scuttlebutt that use Shamir secret sharing, where you break up your private keys, you send it to your social graph of the friends, they can reconstruct it. The libraries are there, we just need to use it. And lastly, I and Matt and some other folks were building a Nostr app that's based on all the learnings back to Twitter, back to building Scuttlebutt apps. It's called Nostr Social. There's flyers around, you can join test flight. Twitter was built with a hackathon. After this, we want folks we've been listening to conferences, let's sit together and let's hack, let's build a bunch of stuff. So we've got some of the space here at Awake for the 2 days after the formal conference. We've got some prizes, we've got some food, we've got some drinks, hang out and join us. So thank you very much.
That was fantastic, and we've got as much time as you're willing to give for questions.
Go, let's do questions.
I'm sure we're going to have some here.
Yeah, thank you so much for that perspective. You said something about Twitter was a platform, not a destination, and there's a slide of some novel UI at South by Southwest. I was just wondering if you could give a little bit more perspective, because I really enjoy that aspect of Nostr.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not sure, what slide it is, but Twitter, Jack used to describe Twitter as a utility or internet pipes, and it was about data. And at one point, I'm sure probably knows about this, there was something called annotations on Twitter, where you could send a tweet that had no text and didn't show up in text and was only visible as structured data, so it was structured JSON tweets. So you could have a tweet stream that was your text stuff, and you could have also tweets that didn't show up except apps that were looking for your music, and you could see what music you were listening to. So it was super fucking cool and got killed. But that kind of stuff, it was a platform. None of the stuff that we think of as Twitter was invented by Twitter. The word tweet was not invented by Twitter. The @reply, the hashtag, the retweet, the tweet stream, the inline images, the short links, all of that stuff was developed by third-party developers. And so the reason that Twitter grew was that as a company, it was really, really good at looking at what the community did and supporting it. And Nostr does a pretty good job of having that same kind of energy. You have all these different apps, 1,000 people try things, you don't need permission. Originally, you didn't need permission from Twitter to build a Twitter app because you just used HTTP auth basic in your username and password. Ironically enough, we created and introduced OAuth that lets you log in with Twitter and Facebook and everything else to protect users so that they wouldn't be giving their username and password to third-party apps. by creating OAuth, that means the apps have to register with the servers, and it shifted the power back to Twitter, and that was how Twitter eventually shut down the third-party app ecosystem. Before OAuth, your credentials were almost similar to your NSEC, and we didn't know. You just had to trust what apps people were using, and so that openness and that kind of you can send anything on this, you can build anything, you can use it any way, you rethink it is a lot of the innovation, and we see that in Nostr too. Of like, I have a crazy idea, I want to build it, and I want to send different kind of data, and so Twitter in the early days did that, and then eventually. Especially after Jack left the first time and then Ev left, there was no one leading the company who remembered how it got there. And so it wasn't until Jack came back as CEO again that you finally had someone running the company who remembered why things were the way they were. But Twitter was never a very good company. It was always dependent on the market. I mean, that's the reason it got sold, was because Twitter was more important to the users and more important to society than it was to the market, because it never made tons of money in comparison to the others. So maybe that answers some of the question.
You said Nostr get more traction than Scuttlebutt, and Scuttlebutt was started like 10 years ago.
Yep.
Do you think the availability of Lightning is having any implication on the fact that Nostr is taking off?
I think that a bunch of the tech work behind Lightning, the way you encode it, the way you sync it, I think that the Lightning and Bitcoin developers are better network programmers than the Scuttlebutt developers. The Scuttlebutt comes out of CouchDB and is a very JavaScript-centric thing. And so it's not focused on scaling and not focused on performance as much as what I see coming out of it. I actually don't think Lightning payments are cool, those apps are cool. I don't think that in particular is what's causing Nostr to grow. I think Bitcoin people excited about it is causing it to grow. And I think good developers building things are causing it to grow. And I think it's super useful to be able to do like super lightweight, fast, cheap payments. But I actually think that Nostr would be growing socially if there were no wallet integration at all, because people need it. Which isn't to say that the money stuff isn't useful or everything else, but I think it's the right balance of it not being in the core, it being a thing that's implemented on top of it, because then you could use Nostr without any payments at all. And that's where what I call them the shitcoin protocols got wrong, where you're like, great, I can do a tweet and I have to pay like some amount of ETH to do every single tweet or something like that, or I have to buy my name. So I think that would have been a mistake. I think the payments are useful. I don't think that they're necessary, but I don't think they're bad either.
So I was interested in what you were saying about the kind of content moderation aspect, just from the perspective of when people get like death threats and stuff like that. I think it's very much needed. I could see that happening from like a client perspective, like my Nostr client can filter out stuff that I don't like or want to block, or I could also see a relay having a specific content policy that corresponds to like that community or something. So just curious if you could elaborate or give your thoughts. Do you think more of this needs to happen at the client level or the relay level? What would be a good, thing?
So I think it needs to happen at both places. So in Nostr, my app, by default, we use the degrees of separation so that when you go to that sort of global explore thing, it's friends of friends that you see there, so I don't see spam in it. And so I think some of the apps are building in good spam protection. I think that the relays need to post a link so that users can see who's running it, and there's a nip for this, and what their content moderation policy is. Is it anyone who pays some sats gets to join? Is it we allow anything, and this is a radical free speech thing? Is this like, this is a church group relay, and we only want family-friendly things? Is this a relay for sex workers? Like, you should be able to say, oh, I'm gonna join the relay for sex workers, or I'm gonna join the relay for my church, and know what you're getting. And so I do think the relay operators are hosting content, especially once we get it, even textual content, but especially rich media, There is content which is illegal to host. And if you're running a server and you have users in Europe, you need to comply with GDPR or it's illegal. If you have users in Germany, they cannot see swastikas. You might think that's a dumb law, but it's a law. And so if you're going to be in app stores, if you're going to have people like build the apps, if you're going to run services, you need to comply with those laws. You need to comply with the law of being able to take down child porn. And the relays need to be able to expose to the users what the rules are, who's running it, what the content moderation rules are, how often do people respond. And in particular, I think, and this is where the Lightning Network and the payment is super powerful, that moderation work is important social labor. With the centralized platforms, we watch ads, and then they use that ad money to pay for content moderators in the Philippines and India to decide what content to remove. When we're running relays, we're expecting those relay operators to do stuff. They're removing spam. We can just pay the relay operators to pay people to do that social labor, and then if we don't like one group of people is doing that thing of what they're moderating, we can go to a different one. But like being able to directly pay them for that labor, I think is super exciting and powerful. And to me, that's one of the most exciting parts about the way in which there's payment integration, is because now instead of like in Mastodon, it's free labor. People donate a little bit to keep up the servers, but no one's paying for that moderation. We can say, you know, the sex workers and the church groups, they want different moderation rules, they want different people, and I can easily pay them to do that work so that I don't have to deal with it myself. Some of it's algorithmic, but a lot of it's humans. I see another question back there.
Thanks, Evan. Can you share more about what you're working on now and like bring us to the present from the SEP22 Forbes article? Jack Dorsey's former boss is building a decentralized Twitter talking about Planetary, and what are you doing now?
Yeah, so that article, the interviews from that article were from last summer, so June, July. Forbes takes forever to get out articles. I've definitely been following Nostr, and I've been participating in the Blue Sky project. I sat down with Jack before Blue Sky was ever announced. I'm like, there's no way in hell this is gonna ever work if it's inside the company of Twitter, because Twitter will kill it. And thankfully, Blue Sky was funded as a separate company. You know, a whole group of the early Twitter people, not just Jack and myself, but Blaine Cook, who created WebFinger, which is how the NIP05 stuff works, and OAuth, and Alex Payne, and Evan Phoenix, like a whole crowd of the early Twitter folks all believed in the idea of the protocol and platform, and we have spent the last 15 years experimenting with decentralized protocols to see if, you know, I tried to build it on IPF, I tried to build it on ZeroNet, I tried to build it on BitTorrent, I tried to build it on Ethereum. And so that is like, okay, we need this open thing. We need this thing, we need to figure it out. And those experiments are what it did. And so No Social is us taking the learnings of building an app on top of Scuttlebutt and saying that Nostr solves some major problems. It solves delete, it solves syncing easily, it solves multi-device, and it's a platform for going forward. And so, yeah, we have a small company. There's like 7 of us. We've been around for a few years building stuff. We've been working with Greg Kidd and Hard Yaka. Greg was Jack's former boss, and trying to build these things and trying to sort of revive the dream. And it almost feels like we've been working on this for so long, and all of a sudden, when Elon Musk took over, everyone's like, holy shit, this is a problem. So I'm glad and really thrilled at the diversity of people building stuff, and amazed at the velocity we're seeing behind Nostr, because it felt like we were a small group of people off hacking on this, trying to do it, and now there are thousands of us and tremendous talent, and so I'm super excited about that. One of the other things that we're doing is this thing called Universal Names, which is our own NIP verification service that then you can then verify, if you want to KYCs and AMLs, so that you can do, you know, if you want to do verified transactions, if you want to interact with a traditional banking system, if you want to be legal, our NIP5 verification system lets you do that using verified credentials. And so you don't have to do it, but the contact discovery, the verification, and the ability to connect at the wallets, if you want it, is important. Yep.
Sorry to bring us back to moderation again, but I'm just curious, do you have, or does Nostr have a process for reporting these kind of events, besides just local or federal authorities?
Yeah, so I don't know how many people have followed this. Will was, with Damus, was the first app to try and get approval in the App Store. Will and I sat down and I'm like, Will, you're not going to get approved until you find a reporting mechanism. He's like, no, I'll just try it and see what happens. And it was like, no. So Apple said, you need a reporting mechanism. You need a content moderation system. You need a terms of service. And Apple and Google pretend that peer-to-peer and decentralized software does not exist. As far as they're concerned, if it's user-generated content and you're posting stuff, it's going to your servers. You can tell them over and over and over again, we have no servers, it's just like a browser. They don't give a shit. So what Will did was he created a new NIP with a new message type that reports content. You can take content, you can import it different kinds, and it sends it to the relays. And that worked for Apple, and that's worked for Google for the apps that are in the Play Store as well. But it won't keep working. And the reason it won't keep working is eventually, when you get more users, you get more scrutiny, and they're going to say, do you have a 24-hour response time on these reports? And at the moment, the reports go to the relay operators. Most relay operators aren't looking at these things. Once Apple and Google figures that out, they're going to remove all of the Nostr apps from their app stores. So either the app creators are going to have to run a centralized blacklist so you can report it directly to the app developer, and we do a callback. That's what Planetary does. I don't love it. But you can put users and messages, and we put it into a Bloom filter, and the Bloom filter then gets downloaded, and we check it when you sync. That's one solution. The other solution is that we get relay operators to publish what their policies are and have some response time. It actually doesn't matter what the policy is. They require that you have a policy and you respond quickly. If we don't do that, the apps are going to get removed from the App Store. The solution is build our own mobile platform to escape this. There's lots of problems with the App Store, but we're stuck with it for now. So like, we need a solution. We need tools for relay operators to see the reports, to respond to the reports to people who do it, and publish what those responses are. And if we don't, then we won't last. You know, the same thing that happened with Damus in the Chinese App Store will happen to all the app stores.
From your survey of the landscape, do you see anything interesting as far as names outside of, like naming things instead of just using DNS outside of shitcoins?
Yes, there's a bunch of naming systems. Most of them would be what you call shitcoins, like Farcaster and a bunch of the others have these NFTs. You register the names as the NFTs. I suppose you could use ordinals and like have the figure out some way that the ordinal pointed to some name. With the Universal Name Service, it's a cloud service. We do register on a blockchain so that you can own it and you can transfer it. Personally, and I've done work for ICANN. Like I've done work, I've gone to the ICANN meetings, everything else. I think that ICANN is actually decently minimalistic regulation. It's the least regulation that we can expect out of nation states to give us for their internet, because you can register domain names. So as far like the other way of doing it is there's a scuttlebutt project called Ahau, AHAU.io, and it is a Maori indigenous project where they do KYC, AML, and social verification of people using traditional Maori New Zealand values of cross-verification and cross-signing. And they're in the process of then taking that to the Maori-owned banks and using your social signing of who you're related to and what marae, what like, community center you're in, to get your legal verification so you don't have to go to the New Zealand government to get verified. So like maybe the Ahau project provides you an example. And it's super cool, but it's not a flat namespace. If there's a flat namespace, someone has to run a service, there's a marketplace. We could use DNS, we could use something else, but I don't know a way out of it. Like, it's either NFTs or the pet names or DNS. If someone comes up with something, great. But I think we've been trying for a long time.
So you mentioned that we're going to need a centralized blacklist for reporting. What do you think of Amethyst's approach, where they just use reports from users and the client itself, if there's enough reports from all your friends? So that would be like a quick turnaround time if all your friends are instantly reporting a post. And to Apple, I think would be good enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I think potentially just in the app, who's the social graph of who you've reported would work. I like that idea. It's similar to how we handle it with Scuttlebutt with the TrustNet graph, everything else. I don't love the centralized block list. I didn't like having to build it. I hope we don't have it. But either it's in the apps that handle it, or it's in the relays, and I think it probably needs to be both. And this is open source. If you want to install a desktop app or a hosted web app that doesn't look at the damn lists, do it. Like, if you want it no social, it's an open source app. You can rebuild it. Planetary is an open source app. Install it yourself. But for the most users, in the app stores who do the easy install, they're not installing F-Droid or building it themselves, they're going to have something. Amethyst may work. We don't know. Like, that just inside the app social graph thing. But probably what will happen is, something terrible will happen. And then Apple will change the rules. Like, all of a sudden you get a bunch of beheading videos or something. And, on Scuttlebutt, we had a bunch of ISIS people. We had a bunch of ISIS accounts. We had both hardcore ISIS accounts, and then we had English language ISIS accounts, and then we had ISIS accounts that were sock puppets that were super friendly, replying to other people's comments and things about here's my day at the beach and everything else to draw people in. And we had to deal with that. The other thing we had is Norwegian neo-Nazis. That they ran their own pubs. Pubs are like relays. And they had rules. You could only use proper Scandinavian languages. So they banned English. You could post in Icelandic, Norwegian, Swedish, or Danish. And again, we had to ban that stuff. And it didn't feel like the social graph limits and being able to ban the app, it didn't filter out. You don't accidentally run into the Norwegian neo-Nazis. But those two groups are definitely going to be on there. And far-right groups are on Nostr already. And the ISIS folks will be there. We'll get the beheading videos and all the other crap. So we got to deal with it. That was another.
I was curious if you could elaborate a little on the idea of the solar punk and the 8 rules of the commons or whatever it was. Is that more for open source governance of the open source projects, or is that does that apply deeper to the protocol itself?
So I think it applies deeper to the protocol. I think that when we design protocols, we put values in them. Conway's law says that the technology we create reflects the institutions that create it. What that means is the power dynamics of the people and the values and thoughts and ideology that people building stuff gets embedded into the technology and then shapes how it works. And then people, as they use it, then internalize that. And so that happens with all technologies. It happens with all the cryptocurrencies. It happens with the decentralized programming stuff. The Scuttlebutt idea, the solar punk ideology, as it were, is kind of a positivist take on cyberpunk. It says that we can live off the grid, we can generate our own solar power, we can build our own technology, we can do our own gardening. It's not a rejection of technology. It's like hacker super pro technology, but it's anti-corporate, it's anti-capitalist, it's, there's a Cory Doctorow book called Walk Away, which talks about this stuff of what happens if you have a societal collapse and people just go off and they set up their own communities. Solar punk is originally a genre of science fiction, and there's a bunch of books on it. And so what Scuttlebutt does is take that genre of science fiction and say, how do we live these values? And I think that I think if we build a commons, which we say, look, we want to come together and make decisions together, I think it's powerful. When I see the zaps going back and forth, I see commerce, I see payments, I see an economic thing, but I also see a social gifting world. I see people having an easy way of showing appreciation in a gifting economy. And so that's powerful. Like that shows connection and there's community there, and I think we can build a world on top of it. And I'm not a diehard Bitcoiner. I'm not a libertarian. I'm an anarchist. I'm not interested in that particular right-wing sort of very market-driven ideology, but I think that Nostr is something that can incorporate many different values and many different communities. And there can be stuff where it's all paid relays and you use proof of work. And there can be stuff that it's all community governance and that can exist on the same protocol. And if we're going to win, we need to be able to exist on the same protocols. And we need to be able to exist in the same ecosystem. And so I love it that there's differences. I love that there's paid relays. I love that you can do proof of work. I'm not going to do that. But I think it's good that it could exist. And I think it's good that the other stuff could exist as well. There's a couple questions back there.
Getting a workout here. Who's up?
Scuttlebutt offline first. Is that coming to Nostr? Any self-serving relay, and if so, when?
I think so. I mean, we definitely mapped out sort of how we would do it in Nostr. It's not in our roadmap of things we're building right away, but I think some people are going to do it. There's a research group called Ink and Switch. They're amazing. Read their papers. It's all about how to build local first software. They do super interesting things. We can build a thing where we use CRDTs for an operational transforms to do collaborative wikis that are socially scoped so that you see the version of the documents that your social network and your friends do, and someone else over there might see a different version. And like the algorithms for that stuff actually work. And so I love that we could build a system that's resilient to collapse. I love that we could build a system that doesn't need an internet connection, that we could sync directly to each other. And I don't see anything in Nostr with the relays that say we can't do that. But I will say this, having built it, it's super fucking hard to run everything inside the phone. And part of the reason Nostr has taken off is because cloud services are really easy to run and scale. And running everything on this damn device is really hard because Apple and Google don't make them to run peer-to-peer. They don't make them, they kill the processes. It's hard to do inbound connections. It's hard to do hole punches through the NATs. So it's not, you're going against design. But I think we could do it, and I'm sure some people will.
So David from Planetary told me to find some rebel. I guess I found you. So there are a lot of stuff to discuss, but like one thing I just want to throw publicly so the community can think about it. You showed the JSON from SSB.
Yep.
And, if you can pull it out, that would be cool. So like the JSON from Nostr and SSB. And it's really funny, like it's all similar, right? The values are different, the keys are different, but it's like the same fundamental information where it's like repost or like edit on like, whereas like the target or ID. And we had a lot of that in a different community, in DEF CON, because we usually use like a similar solution of chain, but like using the private key from Ethereum. And it's like the same, you have the same JSON, and there is no standard. So we were like thinking, what if we all come up with some standard, kind of like encapsulated universal format for messaging? I don't know, maybe in the beginning you was, I came late, sorry.
Yeah, totally.
And because then we can easily do signer agnostic, protocol agnostic solution. Like you are Bitcoin Maxi, go ahead, sign with like Bitcoin private key. You are Ethereum Fanboy, sign with Ethereum private key. You like want to sign with the PGP, you can do that too, I guess, right?
Yeah, and so like one of the Bitcoin things is the BP7 standard and the consistent encoding. Scuttlebutt uses like a inconsistent encoding and inconsistent ordering of JSON that works in JavaScript but doesn't work anywhere else, and that's like a huge pain in the ass. Some of the other protocols use cores or protocol buffers for consistent encoding stuff. There's a bunch of super interesting work on Merkle trees and feed encoding formats and stuff like that of a bunch of academics, mostly in Europe, who publish stuff. I'm happy to share the papers. You know, I don't know, like, this, you know, people get locked into stuff, you know, and specific random quirks of systems become, you know, you get stuck with them. Which is why actually Scuttlebutt itself is the development of the apps are end-of-lifed. So the developers of all the different Scuttlebutt apps are not just us who are going over to Nostr, but the rest of the folks are going to build a non-backward compatible version of Scuttlebutt because there's too much weird legacy shit and delete and feed forking and syncing and the orders and a bunch of other stuff needs to be fixed. So I think it's fine for it to, you know, but I don't think we'll ever get to agreement. I think it's lunch too, so I appreciate you all hanging out.
Can we
Thank
give
you
like
very
a
much.
standing ovation for this one? This is amazing. That was enlightening. Thank you, Rabble. It is lunchtime. There are multiple places that you can get lunch with multiple different options. So here and over near the other stage. Check it all out, and we'll see you guys back here at 1. There's going to be a panel on relays. So just got a lot of insight, I think, in this last one. With, I would talk to Rabble on that. Yeah. All right, thank you all. We'll see you at 1.
mamma mia. Let's go! Okie dokie. I'm tired. Night, night. Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli. Ah, mamma mia.
Come back when you can put up a fight.
The name Roxas and the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do, I had no idea.
jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main.
Check, check. Check, check. Hey, everybody.
Peace, peace, 1, 2, peace.
We're going to get started in a couple of minutes here, so find your way in. We've got a panel on relays coming next.
Peace, peace, 1, 2. Peace, peace, 1, 2. Peace, peace, 1, 2.
Yeah, great. You're totally live. Everything's up, and they all have new batteries now, so we should be good for the rest of the day. Okay, awesome. And then we've been having some issues with. We'd have to adapt. Pretty stable. Anybody who gets a laptop and needs to plug it in. Okay. That's okay. Thanks, sir. Really, Kyle? Yeah. Oh, hey. Walker. Sure. Thanks for the great hosting. Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my humble contribution. Who else is joining us? We've got Lee, yourself, Pablo, and Miles. Miles Knight. This is relay implementations.
All right, guys. I think if the other panelists are all good to go, we can go ahead and get started if y'all want to come up here. I'm not sure where Pablo went. Oh, there you are. Hey.
You're Anton.
Come on up,
I've
guys.
seen you a bunch of times. I didn't realize you were Leo. Yeah. Great to meet you. You too, man.
So I think we need.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let me grab one more chair.
Who's
Yeah. Fine with me. I'll go in the middle.
It's all this over here. I'll stay on the end here.
All right.
You want to spread them out a little bit? What's your name?
I'm Anton. Anton Miles. Nice to meet you.
Sure, yeah. Okay. Where is Victoria?
Wait, who's it right now? You.
I'm Anton. Nice to meet you. I work for Nostr. She's on to Nostr.
Okay. If anybody lost an iPhone, somebody found one, posted about it on Telegram. I suppose if you lost your iPhone, you wouldn't be able to see the Telegram channel, though, so that's probably a little bit of a difficulty. Yeah, if you hear somebody talking about having lost an iPhone, then kindly show them the Telegram channel, I guess. So we'll kick off here if you guys are ready to roll it. Oh, thumbs up means go. Got it. All right. Well, welcome back, in-person and virtual attendees, to Nostrica 2023. We're going to kick off the afternoon session with a panel on relays, and I think coming out of Rabble's session right before lunch, there's definitely like a lot of sparks that have begun to smolder a little bit. And I think it's probably got all of us thinking a little bit, and it's a perfect way for us to transition here into the afternoon. So let's start out here. I'll hop on down here and join you guys. Let's just start out, quick introductions around the horn. Name, what you do, and yeah, just give us a little who you are. You can share the mic on this.
Hey, I'm Pablo F7Z. I do, I don't know, a lot of things. Many micro apps, I'm working on NDK, which is a library to make writing clients or relays or proxies, whatever you want to write, in an intelligent way, so that the client or whatever you're writing behaves properly with relays. I think we might talk about that a little bit. And yeah, I created Sublife, Nostr.com, On Nostr, yeah, the chat one, Nostr chat. I don't know, a lot of things. So yeah, that's what I do. The Pinkster bot, thank you. The Pinkster bot that if you don't like DMs because you cannot see them, well, use Pinkster for free.
Hey, I'm Lee. I'm with Bitcoin Jungle. On the Nostr side of things, I'm a relay operator, micro app builder. I tend to build micro apps, and then a few days later, Pablo has an infinitely better version of what I made. So I like to think I helped. Probably not, though. Yeah, that's what I do.
Hey everyone, I'm Anton. I've been working on Nostr, so that's TypeScript relay implementation. Kamari is the original author. I joined him in the last few months to kind of help him out because he was doing most of it solo. Eden at Nostr.land is actually powered by this software, so I also help Kamari with operating that relay. So yeah, just trying to mostly focus on the relay side of things, but very excited to collaborate with clients and middleware and everything just to make everything work nicely together. And part of what I want to try to achieve is like just get more conversation going. Feels a little bit segmented right now, so I invite everyone to come and bug us, especially if you have ideas on like how we can improve Nostr and make your life easier as a client. Please talk to us. So already starting to pitch a little bit.
Yeah, cool. Hey everyone, I'm Miles. I work at Collider. Collider is a Lightning native derivatives exchange primarily, but we've been exploring a lot of products in the Nostr ecosystem. And just recently we launched the Collider Relay, which is a paid relay operating on a monthly subscription service. We're kind of interested in trying out new models for relay monetization, so I'm kind of curious to talk about that today. And yeah, same thing, just interested in learning more about how we can improve the relay offering and what kind of features we should be building. So let us know what you want.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So I think maybe monetization is a good place to start, right? Because while this is a free and open protocol for communication, money matters. We have Bitcoin, which is fantastic, and I feel like that decreases a lot of the friction as far as getting paid for the services that you are providing. But I guess where do you guys see, what are the challenges right now with the revenue model if you have implemented it on a paid relay? And where do you kind of see that going? Like right now, a lot of them are basically just, okay, you pay once, you then, you're whitelisted on the relay, and you can post events to it. And so, I mean, do you think that one-time payment model is sustainable in the long run when it comes to, like, as we heard about earlier, just when content moderation, all the other things that go along with this? What do you think the challenges are now? Where do you think it needs to go in terms of the revenue model for it to be sustainable for the entire network and ecosystem going into the future?
Yep. So I think that the one-time payment model kind of emerged just as something to start out with. It really is a spam prevention mechanism, but there's almost this kind of, I don't know if it's an unspoken agreement but it's like, okay, I pay you 10,000 sats and do you store and serve my information forever? Because clearly that's not sustainable. So with Collider, we wanted to experiment with a model that we thought would be more sustainable because we want to be able to operate a really high quality relay. We want to be able to invest in infrastructure and invest in new features and things that people want. And you can't do that if you're only charging 10,000 sats for a one-time admission fee. We think the monthly model is interesting, and it's a new place to start, and it's something to try out. But we expect to see additional models emerge in the future, and we might adopt those as well. I definitely think a kind of pay-per-usage model is interesting because it's actually Lightning enables that granularity of payments. The UX of that I think is a little bit harder to achieve, which is why we started with the monthly subscription. But like, I'd love to hear what you guys have thought about on that front, and if anyone's trying out the pay-per-usage model.
Yeah, Kamara and I have been talking about this a lot, and I agree with a lot of what you said. And it can be a little bit tricky. Yeah, like the whole micropayment thing, the way we've been thinking about it is like you deposit a certain amount into a relay, and then like at some point, this initial like one-time deposit that people had, if we are all cool with it, we could start, using that to pay for like pay-per-use, right? So you basically have a balance you hold on the relay, and you basically use that to pay for even potentially reads. Reads, I'm not sure about, because like the thing I'm worried about is like we want to succeed first and make sure that we don't like push people away and like just make it easy to use. So like all of a sudden, if we start paying for reads, like people might be like, whoa, like. I'm not,
They'll notice how much data their client is downloading.
Yeah, exactly. Like, whoa, okay, because and that's like the efficiency part that we need to figure out as well. But one thing that I've been thinking about is like, how can we actually maybe figure out a way to generate some profit on the relay side? So like, if we wanted to like mirror relays, let's say you have like a cluster and you have a diverse set of users that maybe overlap a little bit with mine, but like, I want to go and request all your data and you want to request mine. Maybe that's an opportunity for like relay operators to like pay each other to basically like, and this also helps with like relay like data persistence and availability as well. So that's one kind of side of things. Usually we look at it from the client side, like how do we get the user to pay? But is there some sort of like, economic incentives or like mechanisms we can build out on the relay side as well? So that's just one thing I would add there. But yeah, it's pretty hard. Like we subsidize most of the Eden relay hardware. It's like $500-600 a month right now, and the initial, we have a few thousand users that paid, and it's amazing, and we're very grateful for that. But it doesn't even come close to like covering the cost of like ongoing maintenance and running of the apps.
So are you guys just doing the one-time payment model currently?
Yeah, that's all we're doing. But yeah, we're it almost feels like we need to start like chaos at Nostr.land where we like try out new models just to like not mess with what's working, because we don't want to break. Eden's been kind of an essential part of the infrastructure, and we want to make sure we like don't mess with that. But yeah, we kind of need an experimentation ground where we can try new things and like see what people are willing to pay or what they would feel good about. And like one thing I want to avoid is like ads, because that's always like, oh yeah, we can do ads. Like we don't want to do ads. So yeah, also like looking for feedback from people. Like let us know how you want to contribute, because it costs. We need to figure out a way to fund client builders and relay builders. So like what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, with one of my relays, so I operate 3 relays today: a free public one, a paid one, and a private one for myself on an Umbrel at home. On the paid relay, I take a little different approach to, I think, everyone else, where we tie the ability to write to that relay to your NIP05 identity. So if you are NIP05 verified at nostr.cr, you can then post to paid.nostr.cr. It hasn't been super popular. What we found is a lot of users like switching between Vanity and NIP05 providers, and if they switch that, they lose access to that paid relay. I tried setting up no stream, but ZBD.
LN bit support now as well.
Oh, cool! I haven't tried LN bits. I've been a little busy setting this up here, but that's next on my list. ZBD is blocked in Costa Rica, so I couldn't integrate that API.
I was not aware of that.
One thing I think has not been discussed, or at least I haven't seen it, is we have no way of having any kind of SLA. Like you pay for Eden, for example, and you have really no idea what the hell it's okay, fantastic. It's only 10,000 sats, so you really don't care. But we do need to have some kind of SLA, or even what's the data retention? What's the policy for data retention? Are you going to keep my events for 1 year, for 10 years? As a client, can I hash a bunch of events and give you a Merkle tree and you?
Yeah, and that's actually, I think you just remind me, that's another like potential opportunity to make money is like a backup for the users, right? Where you can, but again, you have to have some sort of terms of agreement or like.
Can we grab that other microphone from the back as well? If somebody can run that up.
Yeah, I mean, I've been curious about like an archival relay. You know, with our public relay, there's no guarantees. I've wiped it multiple times. Too bad. It's free.
Rugged again.
Yeah. But yeah, like I personally, I set up my Umbrella basically to be my archival relay. But it would be cool if I could mirror that to another like remote archival relay. 2 backups is one is none. So yeah, for sure, I'd pay for that.
Well, I think this is a good kind of segue because what you guys are talking about right now in terms of just like being a bit in the red from just operating these relays. Like you guys are doing it really out of the goodness of your hearts. You're not getting rich from this. You're losing money doing this right now. That is obviously not sustainable. It's even further not sustainable when we think about some of the things like Rabble was talking about before this, about the labor involved with content moderation. That is time, that is energy, that is cost associated with that as well. So I'm kind of curious what your guys' thoughts are on generally, is every relay going to start implementing some sort of a public, policy to describe all these things you were just talking about, the data retention, what kind of persistence is there, what are the rules for if you do this on my relay, you're off the relay, I don't care if you've paid, you lose that, that's your security deposit and it's gone. Where do you guys stand on that? Have any of you implemented something like that yet? I mean, I know it's still very early, but these are the things to think about. And I think what really kind of brought it home for me earlier was just the idea that clients may ultimately be responsible for what relays allow through when it comes to getting kicked off the App Store or the Play Store, and what the implications are of that, and what responsibility do relay operators have to moderate, or should that more so be done on the client side? Or do I'm curious where you guys stand on content moderation, policies in general, and where you think, I guess, that should move toward.
Yeah, we have not implemented anything there yet. I think that is obviously an additional cost that we're going to have to take on at some point. And so right now we're pretty focused on finding a business model for the relay that's sustainable and that actually works. And once we have that, I think we can invest in more of these different pieces of infrastructure that we need. But I think we need a little bit more experimentation there to see which models work and then also what people are willing to pay for. Because I think one of the other issues is that I think there's a reasonable amount that I feel like I would pay for a relay on, say, a monthly basis, but I also use quite a few relays. And so if you add all that up, am I going to be paying $20 a month to have all that? I don't know. And so I think that I don't have any good answers here for what business model works, but it's definitely something we're trying to figure out. Because I think until we figure that out, it's just going to be hard for relays to scale up in the way that they really need to for this all to work.
I think it's important to keep in mind that we're running global infrastructure and we are pricing it with the lens of where we live and the kind of value that we manage. And you say, oh, I'm going to pay $20 or $5 or whatever it might be, and that means entirely different things for different people,
Totally.
right? I think it's something to explore, the idea of having the ability of having some kind of proof of work to be able to remove the part of payment, and as someone can have some kind of SLA if you do proof of work on your puff key or on your notes or whatever.
Yeah, one actually just remind me of another idea I had, and it's kind of like a way to try to raise some extra funds up front to basically extend a runway and have some sort of like, hey, as an early supporter, you invest $10 and down the road, like you get unlimited free use, with the idea that like at some point in the future, if we survive for long enough, the new users, when we're hitting hundreds of thousands and millions, are going to be able to like actually subsidize the whole cost plus like something on top of that. So just a way to try to inject enough cash for the short term with the kind of goodwill and support from like people who really want Nostr to succeed. And on the content moderation part, I kind of want to say like feels a little bit like it should be on the client side and like the user should decide, but I think naturally like political alignments will form around relays, and so I think it'll happen on both sides, but like I would like to keep Nostr land as like open and the least amount of content moderation we can get away with outside of like removing spam, of course, stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean, so I recently switched over to the stir fry relay, and they have this really neat plugin. Of course, the spammers figure out what I did one day and they change it the next day. So it's like cat and mouse.
So whack-a-mole exercise.
Yeah. It's kind of fun, but also not. Yeah, on the content moderation side, intuitively, it's like, okay, clients are smart, relays are dumb. We need to move the moderation to the clients, right? But at the same time, nothing just prevents someone from running a curl command and posting something to your relay, right? No client involved. So it kind of has to exist in both spots. Personally, I think I feel comfortable where relays fight spam, and clients can go above and beyond from there if they want.
Yeah, because if you try to do it on the download, which I think only fetching the events is when you can do content moderation, because yes, nothing prevents you from dumping millions of events. Just the amount of data that you would have to download, compute, it just wouldn't work on mobile.
For sure. So just on the topic of spam, like, can you guys have any like horror stories of trying to like any days that were really bad, like where you just like how much of your time is spent just dealing with spam and just crap trying to get rid of it, or is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Where is that at right now? Just like for people who aren't relay operators, so they get some taste of what you guys have to go through running these relays.
Yeah, I mean, we filled up a 250 gigabyte hard drive in like 12 hours the day the Chinese spammers hit.
I was just going to say, there was like an influx of people from China, and we were struggling too. They were getting through our filters, and we were like blocking IPs, and that's a whack-a-mole game for real.
I tried the ASN block list, all of China, tried to block data center IPs. And
so Kamari and I were up until like 2 or 3 a.m. one night just trying to like spin up new relays to add to our, to scale horizontally, because we just couldn't keep up, and like the existing users were getting punished from like, the new users from China spamming us basically. So we were like, okay, well, we want to serve everyone, so we're going to try to like scale, because that's the only thing we could do right now, really. So
I think it lit a fire under all of us. I know I stayed up late that night too. I was like, okay, what can we do about this? And it really kind of drove us to that first stage of like content moderation. I had never really thought of it before. Everything was cool. We were all friends. So it was good in a way.
Yeah, totally. Good learning experience, and some growing pains, but
fire, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, just as maybe a practical bit of advice to folks out there listening. I know it's a question that I'm asking myself all the time. Like, how many relays is too many relays? Is there an optimal amount of relays? How much does it depend on the quality of the relay itself in terms of informing what that number should be? Or is there just really no answer to this and we're still figuring that out? Like, how many relays do each of you guys use personally? and what would you recommend for like the average layman user who's on Nostr?
I think that's like asking, what's the right ice cream? Yeah, I think it largely depends. The way I see it, it doesn't really even make sense to think about that yet, because I think once clients are not so stupid, relays are not, so right now relays are for the most part a commodity. They are all kind of the same, you know? There is no, okay, you think that this pub key might be writing here, so you add that relay. It's kind of a little bit of a shit show at the moment. And I think it comes from the fact that clients are extremely, extremely stupid because it's early. But I think once clients, and that's why I'm working on the NDK stuff, because I want to give a way for all clients to have a way to be smarter. And you know, the gossip protocol is part of it, you know, like NIP65, it's one part of it. But once clients know where to go for this kind of event, so for example, NIP65 is great because it allows you to say, okay, this pub key is here, so I'll go right there. But it's not really only pub keys. Like hashtags, and tags in general, they will trend towards different directions. And NIP65 is only for tags for pub keys. But the same thing, so for example, Nostrica, hashtag Nostrica, that conversation will tend to happen here. And this other, Bitcoin, whatever, tends to happen here. And I think if we decommoditize relays, it will make running a relay easier. It will help decentralize Nostr. And the client will not even, the user will not even see it happening. Okay, you say, okay, this is my explicit list of relays. I tend to write here, but when I discuss this other thing, my client just, unless I blacklist certain relays, my client just goes there, and I don't even know. But you stop having the events missing and all these things, right?
Do you think in the future that users will, like the average end user will pay for relays directly, or will they maybe pay a client and the client does the work on their behalf on the back end? Because I feel like for a lot of the non-technical people who I've tried to onboard, just the idea of explaining what a relay is and how it works and getting them to pay for it, it's very difficult, yeah.
Yeah, I think that will probably happen in some way. It does concern me, the risk of centralization of, okay, Damos chose these relays, and you're paying Damos and Damos, and man, that's a strong centralizing force, right? Yeah.
It's the whole like choose your client, right?
Super app, yeah, it's like that. Yeah.
Well, just speaking of, I guess, centralizing forces, what do you guys think about just the idea of like relay aggregators, where we're pulling in a bunch of different feeds, so you're just listening to that one relay. But I mean, are there pluses and minuses to that, or I mean, what do you guys think about it?
I think there's definitely pluses and minuses. You know, I really like filter.nostr.wine/your pub key. It got me down, I'm like to 8 relays, including that one. It almost works on mobile data now in the jungle. But yeah, definitely pros and cons. I think it can lead to centralization, but for people on a 3G connection, limited bandwidth, they're going to have to.
Yeah. So I think one thing that I think about a lot is that I am okay with certain things centralizing a little bit, provided that you still have that ability to exit and switch. So I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world if someone is, if someone basically only uses one client right now, that's okay, because should something happen with that client, they still have a bunch of other options that they can go to. And I think when I think about the decentralization of the ecosystem as a whole, those forces are really important.
And this is just a kind of tangential question off of that, but in terms of bringing it back to revenue models, and if we're talking about like relay aggregators, can someone explain just like how that would work if we're talking about paid relays, but you've got an aggregator that is then pulling from all of these different relays? Does that mean that aggregator, the one who's running that relay, is going to end up paying a certain other level of service fee to use it? Are there ways that they can game that, where it's like that just counts as like one whitelisted pub key, and this is, excuse any technical ignorance if that's a dumb question, but are there any concerns with that? Or like if that is it another wrench in the gears in terms of making monetization scale if we start seeing a lot of these aggregators?
Well, I think the aggregator would charge one fee, right? And then they would go and pay the relays they post to and whitelist that user's pub key kind of through that chain, right? The aggregator's just passing a signed event on. So I think it could work.
I also think it kind of gets to what I was talking about before. Like the aggregator in this case could be the client in theory. And if the user is paying the client directly, they're going out to all the different relays and managing that on behalf of the users. And so, yeah, I agree. I think it could work. I also agree that it could be a centralizing force.
But it's a great mechanism to improve speed, because like right now it's just like so computationally demanding, and you're just like going around and like poking every relay and trying to get all the events right with a layer like that. It just the amount of speed benefit you get, and also. And this is something I spoke to a few people about, just having all that data aggregated in one place all of a sudden allows you to do all sorts of cool data analytics stuff. So like that's the other thing that we're kind of missing right now, and like that would really enable that part.
Where do you guys stand on, people, should we be encouraging more people to run their own relays, as we do with Bitcoin and the Lightning Network, encouraging people to run their own nodes? Is that something that we should be really starting from not day one, but from the early days, trying to encourage as many people as possible to run their own relay in some capacity? And I know, Umbral and there's other solutions that are making that a lot easier now, at least to have that personal store of all of your, your events. But how big of a, problem would that be if we really don't encourage that and most people are just using these services, which are then, not under their control? Are we doing a good enough job of it now? Where do you think we need to go with it?
I think it largely depends on why people are running the relays. There's this culture, I think, that we inherited from Bitcoin that, I'm helping the network, and you're not. Right. It's like, forget about it. If Bitcoin or Nostr depends on you protecting the network because of your relay, we're done. If people are running a relay on Umbral, for example, as a backup, fantastic. I think that's the one use case that does make sense at this stage. Once clients understand that this person this pub key turns to write in this one relay, and clients can transparently go, when you tag that pub key, go, write on that relay and disconnect immediately, that's a good reason to run relays. I do think we absolutely need more relays once it makes sense, but first we need to have economic incentive for you to be able to be interested in running a relay other than as a backup.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think like private relays also, if you want to have like your own like community relay, that's like maybe a good use case. But even beyond that, and this is something Kamari was talking to me about, is like the idea of federation and being able to, kind of combine your powers. So let's say, we all have our relay clusters, like coming up with a way that we can maybe work together. And, step number one, agree on how we replicate the data so that we have more or less the same data set. And then we can start, let's say we're getting hit really hard. We can do like peak shaving, basically, where it's like we reroute some of the traffic to our, buddies in our little consortium setup, right? So that's another thing that, it's basically just an idea right now, but like, is there a way for us relay operators to come together and kind of figure out a way to help each other in that way? And maybe there's some sort of monetization thing in the back, or like a revenue sharing model, but.
And does that scale also then would be the question? Like, it's nice right now, it's a, small, community of people working on this, but does that scale up, or does it just end up being perhaps more of a centralizing force and creates this relay cabal
right.
that is then,
and that's the risk. And is it feasible to go and like for everyone to have a full copy of the data? Probably doesn't make sense at scale. So it's like some kind of sharding, and then it's like, how do we map out who has what data? So it's a pretty interesting like problem set, but I think it's worth exploring. So maybe we should talk about it offline as well, see what we can come up with.
Yeah, to my mind personally, like I don't want to have everyone's notes, right? I want to have people's notes that like live in Costa Rica because we're the Costa Rica relay. I don't think I want or need a copy of everyone's notes for sure.
I think it's probably a decent time to open it up for questions, if you guys are good with that, because I'm sure there's probably a good amount from the audience here. Anything else you guys want to cover before we open it up for questions?
I have one. So I started working on the flight over here. I started working on a special kind of relay. So the issue with the gossip protocol and this kind of idea of not just connect to this set of relays, but be a little bit smarter. The issue is discoverability, right? Like, okay, how do I get the 10,000? The 10,002 is the event that tells you, and this pub key is here, which that data goes stale, but that's a different issue. The issue is discoverability. So when Mike wrote the proposal, he said we will need to solve this issue in some way, perhaps a DHT or something like that. That I think having something that is off protocol, it's going to make clients have to also understand this other protocol, right? And so I started thinking about this, and I said, okay, the 2002 event is super small. I could literally just get all of them and put them in my relay. So I'm running Nostr on one of my relays is on a Nostr relay. It only takes kind 0 and kind 10,002. So 0 is the profile data. So I see a world where we have 10, 15, 20 of these relays. They have a few gigs of data, and they can serve you. They can tell you, okay, this pub key here. It's sort of like
very clever because it's like you're taking a relay and like specializing in, and
Decommoditize.
yeah,
decommoditize. That's
clever.
where I'm.
I like that.
Anybody else before we open it up for questions? Anything? Could just be something cool that, again, if you were also just hacking away on the flight over, or no flight for you, but anything else you guys want to share before we open it up for some questions? All right. In that case, then, what questions do you guys have? Theoretical, practical?
There's been a discussion about aggregators. That is that you have, instead of the client doing all the processing, there is like this intermediary proxy that is prefetching. And I guess there is two ways to think about aggregators. It could be a self-hosted aggregators where you put that on an umbrella. And actually this is how, it look at all the signature, pre-process them, and when you open your app, you just like fetch data. You have no processing anymore on the client. Or of course, this aggregator could be something that is multi-tenant and serve like 1 million user. Is there any initiative that is doing that right now? Is there anything on that?
I got 60%, but if I understand correctly, you were asking about self-hosted aggregators, right?
I mean, yeah, eventually, because I mean, there is a question about okay, what should we do on an umbrella? The only use case is okay, I can have a backup for my data, but I think the real use case for a self-hosted something is to do the aggregation, because now you can do this compute. It could be on a Raspberry Pi. You don't need to go fast, but the point that when you open your phone, you're just getting all the data you need and only what you need. You don't even need to have the signature. You assume your device has made all the signature check. And so now the bandwidth is very limited. The CPU, you don't have to do any processing. And so it seems to be a missing piece that seems hyper important if you want to scale this. And I'm wondering if there is any initiative that have started on this.
Yeah. So last month I was in Thailand, and my data was expensive and slow. So it was opening demos, and it was just I couldn't even see anything. So I wrote a small proxy that I was just running on a node in my Airbnb, and it was basically just connecting to my relays, and I changed demos to only connect to that one.
So is it like a micro relay type thing, or like what?
Yeah, it was stateless. So it was just literally just connecting to my relays, getting data, and the first time I got an EOC, I would serve the data back. So it was super cheap to run. But then it was cool because I could do signature signature validation that Damos doesn't do. And then that's when I started experimenting with connecting to other relays, even though I didn't explicitly tell you to connect to those relays. And it's cool because your data goes, it's literally like using Twitter in terms of data consumption. It's better for privacy as well because you could run that through, on a VPS, or you can run that, somewhere else. And you can implement a bunch of things. I suck at using Swift, so every time I try to change Damos, I hate life. So I can make changes on Damos without having to suffer Swift, which is nice. So yeah, I think there's a super interesting, and also running a proxy, you could have a Nostr proxy on your Umbrel, or, if you want to get wrecked, you put it on, where you have your Bitcoin as well, but you can run it on a VPS, or you can run it anywhere. And it's extremely cheap. You can do because what you were saying, doing signature validation is extremely expensive, right? In a CPI.
But to answer your question also, like there are a few projects that I've seen. I'm going to try to find them and post them on Nostr later, but there's like this micro relay implementation that I saw. There's a few people that are building also similar kind of like middleware layers that do exactly that. So, and I'm sure this code is probably available as well, right? So,
so sorry, what?
The code you wrote, is it available?
It's not available because I was ashamed of how bad it is.
That sounds like the right time to release it now.
I literally wrote it in like 2 hours.
Okay,
So
I did the same thing.
Hard-coded a bunch of shit.
Perfect way. You got to follow your own advice.
But actually,
if you feel it's ready, it's too late, right? No?
100%, man. But there's levels of shame. But it was interesting because as I was working on this, I was like, okay, I'm going to hard code on Damos, connect to this thing, and then, but I don't want Damos to tag my proxy on the events, right? So I need to hard code this as a relay, but I just want you to connect there, and then I have to hard code on the proxy where I want you to connect to, and obviously that that configuration should come from the client, right? So we need a NIP. I started writing it, but then I started doing other stuff. But we need a NIP that defines the communication between a client and a proxy.
Can never have too many NIPs, I think.
I'm with you.
Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I also run a self-built copy of Damus and have done awful things to it. Also
Don't tell Will.
Also wrote my own little proxy. The code is also equally bad, so I haven't published it online anywhere. I have a lower bar than you for publishing code. My shame level is usually lower. This one was bad.
Ouch.
But yeah, no, I think that's, I'd love to see the projects you've heard of.
Yeah, I'm going to try to dig them up. I saw a few, but
that'd be great, and maybe we can get some contributors on that.
Yeah, or we can combine our powers and get some of these up to snuff. And
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Awesome. Other questions?
Gentlemen, 2 questions. The first one is around like non-relay dependencies in Nostr. So say, for example, let's say nostr.build goes down, is half of our media now gone? So like, should relays be storing images and media like in blob format?
No,
yeah.
Absolutely not.
Right.
So I have a really cool idea for this that I've been trying to get out there. So you guys all know AWS S3, right? It's the bucket, you put your objects in it, they give it back to you. It turns out almost all the major cloud providers, so AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, Backblaze, they've all exposed, and Cloudflare R2, they all expose an S3 API, right? So a client could basically code to the S3 API.
Like directly, like as a user, you like put in your AWS key and you're just...
Well, you choose your provider. It doesn't have to be AWS. You choose the cloud provider you want. You put in a scoped key, and then users are paying for their own object store. It'll come out to a couple pennies every month.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, and that way clients don't have to have, build 10 integrations. They can build 1 integration.
A little bit of UX to work out, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Please do it. I'll help you. Come talk to me.
Hey, and just one more question too, kind of along the same lines. So suppose all of us, we went to Dorsey's profile right now and try to count his followers. You know, how much data did we just rip to count followers? So should there be a new type of relay, or maybe just a service kind of like Nostr.build? It's not part of the protocol, but it's just like doing counting zaps, counting likes, counting followers, so that, you know, each time we want that count, we don't have to download all the notes.
That's like the decommoditized relay you're talking about, and you do it with 10.02.02, right? 102.02 kinds. No, 102.02. Kind 0 and
kind zero,
yeah,
okay.
kind.
I was thinking, I thought that was a URL. I was like,
Oh, sorry.
That's not mine. I was thinking NBK's 402 lol shirt. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we need more of that.
Yeah, precisely. Actually, on my proxy, I did that for SAPs, where you ask for SAPs. There is no way for the client to see this is the total, but you can just very quickly inject these are all the events and count them very quickly. But yeah, absolutely. You can have relays that are just for that. Actually, I have another relay that I use for saplife.lol, because after I wrote saplife.lol, I saw how much of a mess SAP's events are. So, and then people will say, oh, I sapped someone and it's not showing up. And then, okay, what did you use to sap? And start, okay, it's here. I need to ingest that data. So I wrote, I have a relay, also Nostr, that just takes 9375 and just serves you that.
How many relays do you have?
I have 5.
Nice.
Well, you wouldn't get sub counts because there's no way for your client to understand this is a total. But you would get the events, like all of the events. If you ask 20 different relays, you would get all of those events in one go.
I think we had another question over here. For the folks on the live stream, I'll give you this mic.
Just a comment on S3. It's just more complicated than that from a cost perspective. You know, you pay per write, you pay for outbound data, you get discounts based on having more and more data. Someone has to own that account who's ultimately going to be responsible for takedowns. It's just complicated. And so, you know, the Nostr.build is working through those issues. You can see it sort of live every day as you sort of see him posting messages, but it's unfortunately not as simple as that. I think someone will have to take responsibility and become, you know, the next, or in addition, the Nostr.build and manage it. I mean, all this infrastructure, no one's making money on any of this.
Well,
stuff.
Nostr build could expose their own S3 compatible API. So me as a user, if I want to self-host my objects in my object store, that's great. Or users that don't, they can point to Nostr.build, and clients only have to build one thing.
But you look at what he had to put together to get it to be economical, right? He had to get the S3 set up, get the DNS set up. He had to add CloudFront. He actually runs an app instance that you know, that runs an EC2 instance. All that stuff is, you know, complicated for people to set up. And, you know, we all know we operate relays, and no one's making money, right? No one's making money on clients. No one's making money on relays. No one's making money on aggregators because they don't really exist right now. And the real bottom line is, how are we going to make money? And I don't mean make money to get rich. I mean make money to, you know, unless
pay the
we're
bill.
all independently wealthy.
That's the real question.
Yeah, and we want to support the community, which, I mean, I run a relay and I want to do that. So I pay the money that's the delta every month and I don't care. But, you know, it costs money. $600 is more than, you know, what I spent on mine, but yeah.
I think thinking about monetization is absolutely essential, because otherwise we all know that this doesn't work. On the other hand, I think we shouldn't ossify around this is the business model, because the nature of what Nostr is and how it works, we still don't know what it is, so we need to discover it. If we say this is the way we'll all make money, we might not find the right solution. So I think it's obviously super important to have it on the back of our mind, but it's okay to think of this, like the $600 as a seed investment.
Like, and try and fail. Like, oh, this idea, no, I don't know if it'll work. Well, you know, just try to kill it. See, yeah.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a market discovery process as we speak, and I do feel confident that we'll find something. But it requires a lot of throwing things at the wall and then culling the ideas that don't work.
I'm wondering also just about, let's say, alternative incentives beyond just having a really nice, well-performing relay. Are there ways, because right now Nostr is enabling creators to monetize in a frictionless way and in a very organic way content that would otherwise have just been used to make Twitter money, or to make Facebook money, or to make YouTube money, or to make any one of the centralized platforms money, while you get nothing in return. Do you think there's any sort of a relay-based approach to incentivize, let's say particular creators that are only, have an agreement with the relay where they're only posting certain types of content to that particular relay, and you know that if you want to see that content, you need to be, paying that relay to be able to see it, because that's the only place that is. Is there any sort of alternative model there? And again, just trying to think, because clearly a common theme is everybody's bleeding money on this and doing it because they love this protocol and what it can enable, but that can't happen forever. So just trying to brainstorm what are some ways that there might be interesting new revenue models that we haven't quite explored yet.
Has anybody done OnlyFans on Nostr yet? That's where the money is.
I mean, creators are the only ones making money, right? So maybe you should fund all of us.
Carl and I bought footster.com. I hear feet fetishes are a big thing, so we figured let's just snag that domain. It can't hurt.
One thing I did post about yesterday was that I think it would be cool to have some kind of option for splits in Zaps, because I would happily send some portion of my Zaps to clients and or relays that I use.
The Prism thing?
Say it again?
The Prism thing?
Exactly, yeah. Because I think that, I, as a creator, there's value coming in through me, but that's very dependent on these clients and these relays that I'm using. I would love to share that value back. I mean, I would love just an optional way to turn it on. I would turn it on. I'm sure a bunch of other people in the community would too.
Absolutely.
But maybe there is a business model there as well.
That would be like an honest voluntary tax, right?
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
So
it's an opt-in, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about type of bundling almost, where you have a bunch of different Nostr services being paid out of a pool type thing, or
I was
not
thinking
quite?
more so that I could decide, say that I'm primarily using, say, Damus and Iris or something like that, and then X number of relays, and I would just say my split is going to go to them equally, and let the individual users decide how they send those funds.
That's cool. Bitcoin Jungle accepts donations. BitcoinJungle.app/donate. Thank you very much. But I have to say, ever since getting Zaps enabled in Nostr, Bitcoin Jungle has received a higher quantity of donations than ever before by 10x.
Yeah. And what I'm talking about, you could do that manually today. I just think that the idea of automating it is really easy, and then it scales up for the creators. As their income scales up, their donations or whatever you want to call them scale up as well.
I totally agree. And like you said, it is kind of done manually today. I know, at least personally, it's the majority of the Zaps that I get, I'm somehow trying to take a bunch of that, and whenever Will posts anything, I'm zap, just zapping the hell out of that. Because it's I'm so grateful for what he has built. That's the client that I use the 95% of the time. And it's well, I want to be able to give value back. So, and that's a beautiful thing. But just removing that little bit of friction, where it's okay, I'm getting Zaps in, I'm electing that I just want this to start flowing, whatever percentage it is, just to start flowing, to the relay operator, to the client creator, whatever it might be. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Can you hack that up?
Yeah. How long will it take?
I have some interesting stuff, some data that I'm surfaced. I wrote it, but I haven't published it yet. But for Zap Life, I'm not gonna say what it is, but it's cool. But what?
Suspense.
Yeah, I know. It's the announcement of an announcement.
Dun, dun.
So But one of the interesting things that I've observed is that we are about 6,000 people supping, and we are supping each other. I think there's 2 Bitcoin that we're just running around.
Yeah, I have not taken any Zap dividends. I just pour everything back into the community.
Forget coin joining. It's this is the biggest slush fund that Bitcoin's ever seen.
All money laundering.
Dang it. They were right about us this whole time. But, yeah, now the suspense is really killing me. So will we have an announcement of whatever this is? Okay, cool. Yeah. Question? Yeah.
I wondered what people's opinion, or the panel's opinion, on a pay-to-post, what the challenges and benefits of that model.
Yeah, I mean, initially that's what I thought the payment model was going to be. I'm really interested in it. I don't think there is a relay that implements that yet, although I think it's coming.
Yeah, we're kind of set up for it because like most of the pay relays, people have made a deposit, and so you can kind of, like I was saying earlier, look at that as an account, and now you start charging based on that. It's a sat per post, whatever it is. Maybe it can be a fraction of a sat as well.
And it would be cool because someone else can fund you, right? Like, I'll fund this pubkey.
Yeah.
It can be volumetric based, right? So if you make 1 post a day, it's really cheap. If you do 100 posts a day, it costs more. There's a lot of options in there. I have to say, when I go around and talk to normies about paying for every post they make to social media, they're like, what the hell are you talking about? That's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually is a better model over the long run. I think the challenge we have right now is how you abstract that away from the user and make the UX really clean. Because, like Nick Szabo famously had these ideas around how micropayments don't work, and I think that we've seen that there are micropayments that work in some senses, but I think when you get that granular, 1 sat per post or whatever, that's when the mental transaction cost actually outweighs the cost itself. And so I think you need to abstract it away, and like you said, just have a deposit that goes into an account, and you get a notification when you're running low and need to top up. And sure, you can see afterwards you can see the metrics on exactly how much you use and how much it costs, but there's no way it's going to work if it says, hey, make this payment to make this post right now every time you do something.
Yeah, it could also be interesting to there's different ways to optimize on the cost, but maybe even if you create more engagement with your posts, you get some sort of a discount because I
think that's a great point, just about the user, especially if we're talking about mass adoption. If somebody thinks, even if it is literally 1 sat, they somehow there's something that goes on in your brain where it's I'm not paying for every post, and of course they don't realize that in let's say the fiat world of platforms, they are paying for every post. They're paying with their time, they're paying with their attention, they're paying by being shown advertisements that are just shoved in their face, they're paying by having their data extracted from them. But now that's not the conversation you're going to have with every normie per se.
Yeah, I was thinking about this a few weeks ago, and I was thinking pretty much the GDP of the internet is, however big it is, it's big, right? And pretty much most of the internet is funded by advertisement. Most of that advertisement is done somewhat by economical actors. So they are getting some kind of ROI, right? So there is a large chunk of money that is buying this attention, economically buying this attention, right? So what we're paying, people selling their attention to Twitter and Facebook, whatever, we don't know how much that attention is worth, but it's a significant part of the GDP of the internet. So there is a lot of value there.
And so much of that value is currently just thrown away. How many ads? We've all probably bought something at some point because of a promoted ad. Occasionally they get us, right? And we're like, oh, you son of a bitch! I didn't want to like this, but yeah, that looks really.
They are economic actors, and if the ads are not modifying behavior, they would have gone away a couple of decades ago, right?
Right. So they're definitely working, but to what extent they are, it's what is the actual conversion rate for something? It's we know that it's just abysmal, even if we look at the best case scenario for how many times somebody needs to be shown something before they actually take action on it. I think that there are a lot of opportunities in this bright purple and orange future for, and again, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to help advertisers here because I hate being advertised to, but there are ways that both parties are going to be able to get more value for value out of that interaction. I forget who we were talking with this about yesterday, but the idea of having advertisements that are zaps, because you can embed any sort of media you want in that zap, and maybe that's a way that you're showing it, showing somebody an ad in a way that's okay, I'm literally paying you to watch this ad, but I'm also paying you so that I can have my media displayed at the top of your zap list for this popular post that you have. I think that's a really interesting kind of paradigm shift. And
don't tell the ad agencies yet. They'll do it.
No, not yet.
The issue though would be that you can get the payment and just don't publish this up, right? So Unless I've become somewhat atomic.
Yeah, there's a lot of implications there, but it's like at least there are potentially new ways that people may be able to at least get some value out of just having their being shown ads. Like, because right now there's just literally nothing.
It makes sense. Right now you get
There's
shown
nothing.
an ad and you know, screw you. Like,
Right. What is it on Twitter now? Is it like every fourth? I mean, it's
and it's in the comments now too.
I know it's
like
absurd.
everywhere. Yeah.
And it's like also nobody is like you're not getting paid to view that ad, and when somebody is when they're showing an ad on your profile, you're not getting paid for anybody that converts through that ad on your profile, even though they're using you to advertise as well. Like that's just insane.
So like affiliate model
I've also
as well.
never. You said we've all bought something from an ad. I've never bought something from a Twitter ad. I don't think they're
Not
not
from Twitter.
But maybe the brand name worked for you, right? So you saw the ad, you didn't click on it, but 2 days later, you know, they
got
track
you.
that. Yeah, man, we're all wrecked. But it's a few weeks ago, I was thinking that they rolled out in Twitter. They rolled out the Twitter Blue, and you pay the $8, right? And you say, oh, I'm not the product anymore, right? But they show you 50% of ads, so they show you less ads, right? But you've just signaled your price insensitivity. So those ads are at least 10x more valuable, right?
No, it's true. And
you just pay to segment yourself.
And I did pay for Twitter Blue.
Me too.
You know, shame on me. Wanted to be like all the journalists with my blue check, you know, and feel really special. But I mean, the ads are still just awful. The bots are still terrible. Like we all know that's it's not a great situation over there.
It's not the way.
And I'm very glad we have Nostr. Just as a time check here, I think we probably have time for maybe one more question here. If anybody else. Oh, they're virtual. Okay. Sorry, I got the wrong signal. Let's see what we have from the virtual gallery here. All right.
While we're waiting, I just want to shill Robotechy. He has these really cool purple check marks. They have an NFC tag embedded in them, so you could put your NPub in it, and then people just tap their phone to it. It'll open up Damus. They can follow you.
Wow.
That's
So
amazing.
he's right here in the front. He's selling them for sats. They're
I would
awesome.
like one.
Nice work, man.
I've currently got
Amazing.
mine in my NFC ring here. It's makes me feel very cool. You know? Okay, so questions from the live stream. How Relay admins are deciding to limit database size and pruning data is the first question. If anybody has just how you guys are thinking about
We've just scaled vertically. The answer is we haven't done any of that, just because we don't want to make that decision or do work on that, because we're focusing on just scalability and speed and like mirroring and a number of other features. So that hasn't really been a consideration. Even for delete events, we just keep them for now. Like we just don't re-emit them. But yeah, eventually, at the least, we're going to delete all all of those, and then see what we're going to do. How we're thinking so far is like for really old events, maybe offloading them to like storage that's lower cost but a bit slower. But yeah, but from our end, we haven't really spent energy on that.
I delete the events. I delete events that I don't like when the hard drive is full. Yeah. The hard drive fills up. I can't log in anymore. I nuke it. Try to get better with my spam algorithm the next time around, and just rinse and repeat.
All right. So the second question is, what do you guys think about zapped advertising? So we covered that already. And then this next one is, how do you avoid censorship if relays are using aggregation, self-hosted, or user-paid cloud storage? Decentralization is there to protect authors and to protect access to info by everyone else. So I guess maybe we didn't touch on this enough earlier, but I mean, I know there was, I'm forgetting who said it earlier, but that more of the moderation should be done on the client side, but is that also feasible? Is there, are you going to see clients that just decide to not somehow block certain relays from their users using certain relays because they know that relay typically has some problematic stuff on there, so they just don't even expose that to their users? Maybe we could talk a little bit more just about that. And is there some middle ground where yes, the clients should be doing more filtering, but how much is that how much does that scale versus doing it on the relay side? Is there some sort of middle ground, or are you guys kind of the opinion that really all of that should be kind of handled
at the client side? And I mean, are you worried about not doing that yourselves if that exposes you to any risk of, you know, having anything bad that may be on your relay of any sort of material there? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I think, like I was saying earlier, like some relays are going to be politicized, right? And like they're going to decide to moderate content. And I think the tricky part is like figuring out actually like which relays are doing it, if they are, and which clients are doing it. And then the nature of Nostr comes in. You have the freedom to just abandon whatever you don't like whether it's a relay or a client. So it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but I think it's like hard to really predict how things are going to go. Like I don't think there's like a clear way to fix that, because it's like a very chaotic problem in its nature, right? Because it's like a very personal thing, and like, you know, could be a bias of a relay operator, could be a bias of a client, but again, we have the freedom, and in some cases it might be more difficult to go and bootstrap like where you want to be, like create a new relay, build a community around it that is what you want. And in some cases, it'll be as easy as being like, okay, I'm no longer using this relay, and I'm using this one, right?
The question was also asking about the aggregators as a point of centralization and censorship. And the more I think about Nostr, the more I think it's pretty much just like the Lightning Network, minus the routing, at least for the moment. But with the Lightning Network, and it's the same thing with Nostr, it's always, well, the Lightning Network has these centralizing tendencies, which are obvious, but you always have the optionality of just getting your own channel. And Nostr is the exact same model. It has centralizing tendencies, but you always, always, always have the option of getting events from other people and keeping them on the platform that is not getting censored. And you always have the optionality of writing your events to your own relay.
We just have to be careful we don't end up like email, right? Because I can host my own SMTP server. That doesn't mean my email is getting delivered to Gmail.
That's why I started focusing so much on the NDK stuff. Yeah. Because it's a problem if clients are naive. But if clients know where to get your data, that stops being a problem.
Agree, 100%.
I think it's also just a really important point to what you said about, like, you have the optionality, right? Because free speech, censorship resistance, I mean, it doesn't mean that everybody has to be okay with everything you're saying. It just means that you have other pathways to be able to say it, and that you have pathways to do it without anyone else's permission. Like, you do have that optionality, as you said. I think it's an important distinction that I think often gets lost for some people. They think censorship resistance means no one can stop me from doing anything. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Like, it just means you have ways to get around that are at least practical.
I think it's because a lot of people still think like it's a platform and not a protocol. Yeah. The network effect is gone. You can just, they're interchangeable, interswappable. You can just, you have the choice. So it's okay if these guys form a cabal and centralize, that's okay. I'll go over here. I don't lose my followers or my data. Yeah.
Yeah, the uncapturability of the network effect, I think it's the basic component of the value of Nostr.
And I mean, it's hard to even totally wrap your mind around what implications that has. Like, the idea of being able to, like, having a truly free market in terms of clients and of relays, like, you're not just stuck. You're never just stuck. And if you really hate something and there's nothing out there that you like, well, you know what? Like, build it yourself. Or, and if you don't know how to build it, like, ask GPT-4 to build it for you. And if you are too lazy to even do that, well, then I'm sorry, there's no helping you. But, like, this is a really powerful thing, this idea that we are on one protocol, and it's a free market of choice, of optionality, and you truly have the ability now to take your following, your clout, whatever you want to call it, your network with you wherever you go, without being beholden to some centralizing force where it's like, well, I guess even though I'm paying $11 a month for Twitter Blue, I'm still stuck watching these ads, and with all of these frickin' bots non-stop, like, I guess they've got no other choice. It's like, now you do have a choice. Nostr gives you a choice. It gives you many choices, and that's powerful.
Yeah, I think that it's going to eliminate the explicit censorship, but it's also going to eliminate a lot of the self-censorship that I think happens on these existing platforms. And although this isn't technically a form of censorship, I think the other thing that happens on platforms is that people cater their content to the algorithms that are there because they only have one option. And so what I'm really excited about is that it frees people up to sort of create the content that they really want to create, not that they know is going to perform in the algorithm.
I think there's so much of that. I mean, that's why like Instagram just started all looking exactly the same. Like, I mean, that's why on TikTok, it's just, I don't even understand it, but it's just like 90% people doing dances. And I don't get in that because that's what the algorithm likes. So that's what you should make if you want to go viral, and you want to go viral because somehow that leads to happiness later in life or something. I don't know. But it's like you're incentivized to be authentic on Nostr, I think. And you're also incentivized to think more about value. Like to really think about not just what do people like with your thumbs up or your heart, but what will they actually find valuable? And I think that mentality shift is really powerful by itself. Like, no, this isn't just a bunch of superficial likes, half of which are from bots. This is real people who are saying this is valuable, and I'm telling you it's valuable because I'm zapping this post. And that's just game changing.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday, I was thinking that culture has momentum, and momentum is absolutely amazing, right? Momentum is very hard to stop, and we are establishing this culture in Nostr that I think we need to keep doubling down because it will take us in the right direction, where it's normalized to pay for things, subs and paying for relays. That's why when I saw the first, I think it was, at least I think that was the first I paid for, or Atlas. I don't know which one of those.
Yeah, we're either first or like in the first.
And even though it's 10,000 sats, which you didn't even think about, it's paying for something that you're using, right? And establishing this culture of we pay for things, it's super important. And the other side of the culture momentum that we're building and that we must continue to double down is the idea of micro apps over super apps. Like this idea of I will onboard on this app, and then I will check the sub feed on this app, and I will do the DMs on this app. Because we are still so early, and this is so small, where a super app could come, centralize, gather 60, 70% of the market share, and then dictate the protocol.
Yeah.
And that's still dangerous, and that's still something, it's a threat.
Right, it's like the Pareto effect, right? So Nostr's not immune to that. So we got to like actively work towards like decoupling, decentralizing, like on the service type of service level is what you're saying, right?
So would you guys say just from like actually a decentralization standpoint, you would view super apps as a naturally centralizing force, which is ultimately bad? Like, hence, I mean, yourselves, Fiatchov, a lot of folks have talked about the importance of micro apps. And I think we're probably run out of time here, but maybe just one last really quickly. Are super apps just inevitable at a certain point? Is it a matter of building enough micro apps before a super app becomes really prominent and just trying to make sure that doesn't happen too soon, which is just kind of like a toss-up, right? Or is it not inevitable and it shouldn't be inevitable and we should try to fight against that? What do you think?
It's definitely inevitable because you cannot control what people build.
It's a free market.
It's a free market, but we can preemptively defend the evolution of the protocol by establishing the idea that if you want to do this, you go here. If you want to do this, you go here. And that's the way you operate. Because people will adopt a practice and stick to that practice, and they will look at how other people are doing things and just copy it, right?
Because it's also open source if we're talking about building on this, so it becomes pretty easy for a super app or someone who wants to build a super app to come in and say, yep, I'm going to pull that from there, and that from there, and that from there, and you guys already wrote the code for me, thanks very much, here's my super app.
Yeah, for me, the risk that I see and that I'm not scared, but aware of is the fact that a super app can come. It can create something cool, some off-protocol state, not state like the state, but like keep state locally, and make it so all other apps are worse and they stop being interoperable. The moment an app does that, I think that's very, very concerning.
That's a really good point. I haven't thought about that, but yeah, that's one of those things where like, if it's like, especially a usability thing, like people will often, I would say the average user doesn't care as much about decentralization as we do.
99% of users won't.
They'll just choose the usability.
They will just say, oh wow, all these other apps suck. They don't do this thing?
Scary.
Build more micro apps. They're a lot of fun. Use NDK.
Boom.
Oh, I think we can probably end it on that. Can we get a round of applause for these guys? Thank you for running relays. If people have any further questions, because I'm sure there probably were, should they just probably hit you up on Nostr, I'm guessing, or stalk you outside, like, because I think people.
What's Nostr?
No, just better. No idea.
Yeah, come bug us, talk to us, give us feedback, give us your ideas. You know, if you have an idea how we can do our work better, just we're thirsty for it.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We found a black iPhone, If anybody is missing theirs, gonna leave it up here for now. But if you know anyone missing a black iPhone, let me know.
No, you're fine. I'm actually fixing sound right now, so.
Hey everybody, we're just locating NVK and Rockstar, and then I think we're going to sneak them in for the discussion on Bitcoin and also communication protocols that we had to bump from the morning. So I know folks were looking forward to that. Do we see him? Oh, okay. Oh, Carla's over there. I see them both. It looks like it's happening then. Great.
Peace, peace, two. Peace, peace. Peace, peace.
Hey everybody, we've got NVK, we've got Rockstar, we've got Will. They're going to be doing the next session here. I think it should be a pretty exciting one. Going to talk about founding things, starting new things, Bitcoin, Nostr. Who knows where the conversation may go. Dig deep into NVK's infinite well of wisdom. Learn about how many domains he has. Who can say what might happen? So we'll start here in like 5. Let's make it 3 minutes. If you need to get water, go and do that quickly. And then if you're standing outside, funnel your way in, and we'll get started shortly. Thank you. Okay, everybody. We are going to get started. Please welcome to the stage Uncle Rockstar, Will Kasserin, and I'll let them introduce themselves in case you don't know who they are already, and NVK, owner of more domains than anyone else, I believe. Give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. So, how is everyone doing? Woo! Yeah, the louder we are, the more people will like come here, because this will be a special session, especially because I was there when inspiration has hit NBK, and we like kind of decided to do improvise for this session. So I have NBK, I have JB. Neither of them needs any kind of introduction. So, but I wanted to first to set the stage for this conversation. I wanted to provide introduction in a sense. NBK, we all know about CoinKite, but can you list like all the projects that came before CoinKite, before the big success? Were there any big successes before that?
I mean, there was a lot of struggle. You know, we were never sort of like too much into taking VC money, which is the hard route. You know, there were many horrible stories with other founders too, as many people have like sort of gone through. There were time series search engines, there were apps on stores, there were like many other stupid ideas. But you know, CoinKite has been many things through many years. It sort of like precedes Bitcoin, and sort of like folded into that, and then we built many different stupid ideas on CoinKite too. They were too early, but they got us here, and we make like some interesting things that people like now.
No, that's perfect. That's exactly what I expected for introduction, because there is this illusion of instant success. And I actually looking forward to hearing more about that. But JB, what about you? What about all the projects you did and failures you had?
Yeah, my partner says this is like side project number 8003, and it's like this is the one that seems to have taken off. Yeah, I'm very interested in building on new technology, trying to push the technology to a limit, see what we can do with it. So I've written a lot of open source projects. One was called StatsBackers. This is like in 2018 when there was like 5 nodes on the Lightning Network. And I was like, I'm gonna build the Patreon for Lightning, and it's like no one was even on the network, so it was just way too early. So I've just always been interested in building like open source projects, and you know, monetizing them has always been the difficult thing. But yeah, I'm just very passionate about the technical open source projects.
Yeah, because the main point of this session is like there are many people in audience that are now building their business on Nostr, and you know, the idea is this will be new Facebook, new Twitter, but on Nostr. And it's too romantic in my experience in startups, because ever since I've immigrated to US more than like 13 years ago, I've only done startups. And even like those successful ones, there is so much pain and failure hidden away. And NVK, we want to talk about exactly that, about like pain and failure. Like, when was the point at CoinKite where you're like, okay, we're over the biggest hump, we're like succeeding?
I mean, when you build products that like people put their life savings in it, you essentially always get kicked in the nuts. Every time you get an encrypted email to the security at coinkite.com, you go like, oh, maybe that's the one. Maybe that's the one that ends the company, right? Like, you just don't know. And you learn a lot, you fix things, you create trust. You know, as the users understand that like you have their best interest in mind, that relationship changes and allows you a lot more room to experiment. I mean, you know, we have like 54 SKUs in the store now. A bunch of different products, and like people have fun with them, and people put their trust in them. But you know, bugs happen, and bugs that hold money are kind of scary. So you know, we have a very different sort of way of building things that like most web people would do. We try not to break things. We try to move slow, but we still ship. We try to always be creating the next thing that we want. we always joke that we have like a focus group of 2. You know, it's like me and Peter, and then we build the stuff, and we're like, okay, great. Maybe people are going to want to buy it too. You know, now we have a thing that looks like a calculator with like, you know, like mini QWERTY keyboard, and we thought like, oh, hey, you know, maybe like 5 people want this, but it's oversubscribed pre-sales, right? Because there is people like you out there that want the same thing. Like, you don't have to create a bar of soap that, like, you know, everything looks the same. You can create something that is cooler, and it's going to be a smaller market, but it can be a very profitable market. And if you sort of figure out the business around it, figure out the economics of it, it's very possible, right? You don't have to subscribe to like a pack of poverty. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, like, just because you want to fix the world, you don't have to do that while, like, you know, like, not eating. Like, you can build value, right? You can, and the more value you build, ideally, like, that translates into profit, that then, like, sort of gives you an exponential sense, like an exponential power in terms of like how much more awesome stuff you can do, so that people can enjoy that sort of value.
So the way that I'm hearing it is like, go towards understanding how this is monetized, not as an afterthought, but as a first step. Not maybe first step in the process, but like early on in the process. Is that how you're
You know,
at it?
the difference between, like, oftentimes a designer and an artist is like, the artist is just trying to express himself, right? And unbounded by economics, unbounded by the medium, unbounded. Which is a very cool exploration of your expression, whatever. Like, that's fun. I love doing that too. But I personally draw a lot of happiness from being bound by physics, bound by economics, and like creating products is essentially that. Like, you get to express yourself in a way, and like, if you find the economics to make it happen, like, now people get to enjoy it, and you can capitalize yourself to make even more stuff. And you know, like, nothing is more fulfilling to me than somebody be willing to part with their sats for my stuff. Like, it's like, likes are cheap. Like, great, I like your art, right? Like, but like, no, like, you know, people didn't buy like something they really wanted. Instead, they bought my product, right? Like, it's extremely fulfilling.
Yeah, it is that accomplishment of managing to fit into like more constraints, because you have that economic constraint as well.
It's the hardest part, right? Like, I mean, making stuff where you don't have to care about the economics of it, it's kind of easy. Like, not that I'm not. It's not a bad thing. It's just like easier. You may be struggling like with your expression or whatever, but like, it's a different challenge, right? And scaling that economically as well.
Yeah, but JB, this is when maybe us as developers, we come in and we often get fascinated by new technology to the point where it is a passion project. It's like monetization does become an afterthought. But like, what is your experience with that process?
Yeah, like for me, technology is, you know, it's the most fun thing to play with, and I just love to create new things, bring new things into the world, and just see how they, you know, how they bloom, right? And in some sense, thinking about the monetization of it, a lot of the times just corrupts it in a little way. It corrupts the purity of just doing something and like building something and just seeing other people use it and seeing how happy other people are using that technology. And then you're like, okay, well, you know, yeah, I don't want to get burnt out. I want to be able to make money, but it always becomes an afterthought because, yeah, you don't want to ruin that thing that you created, that beautiful thing. And sometimes it's hard to, you know, with physical things, it might be easier to, you know, it's very tangible. You can just, people can give you money, you give them a physical thing, and there's like a satisfying transaction that happens. And I feel like it's a little bit harder with intangible, with software sometimes. And sometimes it's hard. People aren't used to paying for software. So yeah, I think it's a challenge for people, for developers.
and it is a different model. Plus, what you're saying about people's perception. I mean, I've suffered. Well, I didn't suffer. I actually made it into fun. But there were tons of people that messaged me and were like, "You sold your soul. You were like BTC based server, switch to Strike, but you make it into fun." Like, NVK, you don't look at it that way, right?
No, I mean, like, this is a commie sort of mind disease, like, it's like, stop thinking about capitalism, think about profitalism, right? It's like, it's okay to provide value to people and people pay for it. Like, they believe that the stuff is actually solving a problem for them, or they just like looking at it, whatever. But like, this is the part that I don't like about the open source sort of stuff, is this idea that like, it's like dirty to monetize something. No, like you should eat. You shouldn't have to ask for money. Like, but like you should add value back, right? That's like, once you cross the line of like, okay, I'm making profit, can I do this ethically, right? Can I bring value back? Can I help others find profit? Can I help the pie grow? Can I help the protocol grow? This is how you do it, right? You don't have to starve to do that. And I feel like a lot of like, I get a lot of DMs from like people who are really like part of the open source movement. Like, I'm scared of asking for money. Like, like the other contributors are gonna hate me, or like, stop. Like, like it's because everybody's afraid of like sort of taking that step. And then it's just Amazon and Google and Microsoft end up profiting from the software, right? Like, charge for it. It's okay.
Yeah, like open source is a relatively new idea. It's probably not even that old, probably like 20, 30 years now. And there was a time before open source software where it was proprietary, and it was typically they charge for it. And I feel like there's a lot of software people who are just triggered from those times of they associate closed source with monetized software in some sense. Whereas like maybe we need to start thinking about more ways to make money on open source software. Like maybe it's fine to charge for software even though you don't really have any proprietary advantage. But there is the risk where anyone can just take your code and remove the paid feature. And like,
yeah, I mean, but that's okay, right? Like, it's gonna always be a small subset of the people, one, that can build, and they can't put it on their phones too, right? I mean, they're gonna like, on my phone, I like using the App Store. Like, I don't have to think about the stuff that goes in there, and like all your phones are completely owned, and you really don't have privacy in your phone, even though people like to let you think otherwise. So like, it's okay to like, the world is not black and white, right? You don't have to like be like, oh, it's either like, this full open way or this full closed way, right? There is middle grounds, because if you want things to develop, like, entrepreneurs need to have moats, right? Because there's a lot of leeches out there, right? There's people who just copy pasta your code, and then they go raise VC money, and then they try to compete with you. And you should have ways of like fighting them back in the fiat way, because they're fiat people.
Yeah, tell us more. No. Two things there. Number one, I would say what's really important to realize is that selling is a skill. And especially like, I don't know many engineers and developers that are good at selling. And that's maybe something that you as a hardware guy, MVK, like came together for you. It's like something to like just be aware of as someone that's maybe thinking into starting a company. Like, if maybe you just don't enjoy selling. And if it's something you don't enjoy, then it's something that you should figure out and delegate.
But selling doesn't have to be dirty either. Like, you made a thing, you're excited about it. It's like your baby, right? You want to tell everybody about it. It doesn't have to be dirty. Like, because if it's real value and you're not like, like taking advantage of people, there's nothing wrong with like, screaming about the thing you made. Like, you want everybody to know and use.
That's exactly where I was getting with my second point, because second point is always a window of opportunity. Because if your product is beef jerky, like you will be selling with the biggest sellers there are, like the sleaziest sellers, because it's such a low margin market. But if you are building a business on Nostr now, like that's exactly where that window of opportunity is. And what I learned from my experience is that you should always be aware what are the companies that you can build now. It's like, if you're building a competitor to Facebook, like sorry, but you're what, 18, 20 years too late. But if you want to build like a lightning company, there is still window of opportunity open, but 2019, 2018, 2017 is so much better. So just what NVK is saying about integrating that selling earlier in your process makes sense, but just be aware of those two variables.
But it
Like,
keeps you
agree?
honest too, right? I mean, like it makes
Yeah,
you
extra
sharp.
constraint, yeah.
Like profit keeps you sharp. It keeps you sort of like trying to maximize value. If you're doing this like with some morality, right, with some ethics, that's your personal choice, right? You can choose to do that very sleazily and whatever. Like that's not what I'm
Morals
talking
optional.
about, right? But like you can do like, I mean, you made something fantastic that people really like, and like everybody's willing to pay, right? So maybe it's just subscription, or maybe it's like, you know, some extra features that cost money. You know, listen, it's not gonna make $1 billion company like in 6 months, but like at least it's sort of like directing a lot of your decisions, because everybody wants a feature, right? I'm one of those first people to ask you for stuff on Nostr, right? But you know, if people are willing to pay for a feature, at least now you have a market indication of like what people actually want. It's what they're willing to pay for.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you know, it's like charging for like features. Like, you know, one idea was the multi-account thing. I was like, oh, this would be really, and you actually suggested that, right?
I deleted my account on Nostr.
Yeah.
Remember?
So,
because I was trying to put my company's account on it.
yeah, so I'm like, oh, that was like definitely going to be one of the things that was like on a paid feature in Damas Purple, and then it's like Nostr came out and they like had it to be like out the bat. So it's like, oh, it felt kind of weird to like charge for something where it's like for free in another client. And I just realized that's probably going to happen to any feature that I in some sense charge for, because my competitors are going to make it free, and then that's going to like disincentivize people to want to pay for pay for the subscription. So the only thing I could really think of is perhaps you know, if people really want to show their support, maybe there's something you can just like occasionally buy a badge for your profile, make it more fun, make it more vanity oriented. Because like I was a big gamer in the day, and like I played a game called Heroes of New Earth, and they made so much money, and all they did was just like sell skins. It was like limited edition skins that you could just like show your sport, or they just thought it was cool looking. So that was another idea I was thinking about. Like once we have badges, you can buy these limited edition badges that I don't know. So there's those types of things, but it's kind of hard to charge for. I don't like the idea of charging for features where it's like, I don't know, where I'm locking people out from something really useful.
You know. Yeah, and I agree with you. Like, for example, what.cd, if you know, you know, they like you could essentially donate to the project, and they would give you extra invites and extra bandwidth for you to download things. And like there is things that have a cost, right? A hard cost on you, like bandwidth or storage or whatever it is, and like. There's nothing wrong with charging for those, and you can still sort of expose a little bit of a taste of that to your users, right? Without being sleazy. Like, it's totally doable, but, you know, it really always reverts back to this. Like, you know, I find that good people got conditioned to be sort of like find money dirty and sort of like not want it, or like to be afraid of like putting a, like here's my gate, and if you want to go into this part, like I need you to pay. You know, who's going to build the roads? Well, the people who pay for it.
Well, I think the biggest thing for me is this idea of providing value, right? You were talking about you feel like you're providing value, you're building this really cool stuff, and people get it in their hands. Whereas I feel like if I'm charging something, and like they're not getting any additional value from that subscription, I think that's the biggest thing that I struggle with.
Then I'll ask you this: like, would they be on Nostr right now if it wasn't like Damas? Like, you know, like there's amazing clients out there, right? But like you differentiated yourself because you created like, you know, one that sort of had an extreme market fit, right? Like it was on iOS, and iOS is an absolute hellscape to deal with. I mean, you should be charging people just because you have to deal with Apple.
Yeah, every time I submit a new app to the App Store, it's like,
do you guys want me to make a submission to the App Store for an update?
This is going to cost.
Listen, it's going to cost you because I have a wine budget now.
Yeah.
You know, like it's okay. Like there is nothing wrong with that, and I think like, you know, like it doesn't scale. So like you can start charging now for people to support the project, but like that won't scale the project, right? Like you still want to hire people and do other things. So you're going to have to find moats and other ways of differentiating yourself ethically, right? Like, and take people's sats. Thank you for giving me your sats. I really appreciate it.
I really like that. We were just outside talking about how algorithms might be playing a larger part of the future of Nostra, and like that's one moat you could potentially build where you have some proprietary algorithm, but all clients can in some sense pull them. But maybe if they pay some amount of sats, I don't know. There's like a lot of these like services that we could be because there's a lot of issues on the network that could be solved by people building proprietary solutions. Like there's no reason why search and algorithms can be proprietary because it's only providing value for people who want to consume those algorithms. So that might be another venue as well.
Well, I mean, like, right now we're kind of like everybody's trying. We were just talking about that. Like everybody's trying to do everything, right? Like kind of same beginning of Bitcoin was the same. Beginning of the internet was the same. It's like because nothing is very good yet. I mean, it's fantastic sort of first step, but like it takes time to build all the parts. Right, so right now everybody is running a relay, is building is building a photo storing service, is like making a client. So like as you start to have a bit of a division of labor, right, in the system, you can start sort of sending users to each other. You're not going to be competing over like very little stuff. It's going to be more profitable to sort of like, okay, you take care of this, I take care of that, and we split the profit somehow.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of have to call out Kieran on this one because he's building this Postgres cluster for his relays. He's also running the Voidcat image hoster. I was saying he has like image proxies set up, and he's like doing all the DevOps. And he's like, oh man, I feel like I'm kind of getting burnt out. I'm like, no shit, you're getting burnt out. you're doing too many things. Like just focus on the client, and I'm sure like some other person can focus on the relays.
I mean, you can do like the kind of open source where it's like, okay, like we have this thing we need right now, nobody else is building, and you start building that, but that's not your focus, right? And you push that as the thing you want to contribute back to the community, where you're building this other stuff that's like, this is where I hope to build a business around, right? And this is where I'm going to be like more constrained on how I deal with it, how I share, or whatever, and find a way to sort of like, again, like create the division of labor and sort of like find ways for everybody to have room to find a market, because it's still like, whatever, 300,000 active people, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is where your message, NVK, to me is noble, is because if you do have this division of labor, and then you use money in its best form as a signal, like for market, and like as a way to optimize interactions between different parts, right? Well, is it
because I've been thinking about this more like this division of labor. Like, relay operators aren't getting paid, client people aren't getting paid. But imagine if a lot of people are subscribing to Damas Purple, and then I really like the performance optimizations on some certain relay that I can start feeding them a little bit of my profits, and then they can at least start building theirs, and then maybe they can pay for something, and then
Exactly.
we need to build like a division of labor. We need to start building using capitalism.
Well, I mean, let's be realistic, right? Like the majority of users want free shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like when it comes to web software, especially social media use of Nostr, right? They're not going to want to pay, right? So, you will find many ways of making profit from like your way of like being part of the network, right? You're going to have like some subscriptions, maybe you're renting out like analytics, whatever it is, right? But maybe the relays, because they're not exposed to users, and maybe many users don't want to do pay to relay or something, well, then it might be in your interest to subsidize some relays so that they have high performance, so that you don't have to deal with that.
Or even just I was talking to the Nostr band guy, and just having like follower accounts. Like I don't, it's actually kind of complicated to do a lot of analytics or like actually counting things on the network. So maybe I could outsource even some of that to an API, and subsidize his work as well through the subscription. So
I think I have a solution. You really inspired me with your conversation. I think we should do Spiral for Nostr. Donate like run by NVK. What do you say, NVK? $1 million donation?
I think, like I saw how like because we built BRB.io, which is broken right now, BRB, And
Permanently BRB.
you know, like I saw how the clients were calling the relay, and it's like, please make it stop, right?
I think it's probably my fault.
Yeah.
'Cause I have a really bad
It's
connection
definitely your
logic,
fault.
and it just like I think Damas is like reconnecting all the time, and I just say I'm just stress testing your relay, so you know I'm preparing us for the future, because for when there's actually that many connections. So.
But you know, like, so for example, like the guys from Primal, like what they did is like they are doing all this sort of pulling from different relays very gently, so they're getting a proper count. And we figure out that the count of follows are like, you know, at least an order of magnitude bigger than what the client can see. So you could be paying a fee to somebody who provides that sort of analytics. You know, the other thing I was talking about was, you know, when a new pub key enters your client, right? You don't know their birthday date, and also you don't know how much data they have out there because the birthday date could be also fake. It's fine, but how do you bootstrap that account? Like, do you just spend your resources pulling all that, or maybe you pay a fee to a caching service or something that like sort of like gives you, okay, this is all I have right now for this, and then you'll sort of continue pulling from other relays, but like it's worth maybe to the user to have that like very quality amount of data that they had in the network already sort of like show up.
Yeah, this is the thing where there's going to be a big turning point in the client, because right now the client is just a pure Nostr client, but we're seeing the limits of that because, you know, yeah, we could keep extending the protocol to make it better and better, but maybe it starts to make more sense to have these other third-party services that we integrate. But
you know, it's not Bitcoin, right? Like, we don't have a problem of having a single consensus to follow. So you can have many ways of skinning the cat and still be sort of like fully integrated with Nostr, right?
Yeah. I mean, my takeaway from this whole discussion is that as we're building Nostr further, like with all the different clients, relays, and different parts of Nostr, like we should use money as a tool for coordination. Like that's absolutely like to be a consideration. And
yeah, I mean, like my view is that, like, you know, Bitcoin gave us like freedom money, right? And freedom money is like very important, but like if you don't have freedom of communication to trade, you're kind of screwed. So like, you know, you have freedom money, freedom communication. These things are sort of like a match made in heaven, right? And like it's Lightning integrated from scratch thanks to your BIP 57, for example. And there will be more NIPs, right? I call it a BIP, it's a NIP. It's too many times in Bitcoin. So like, we're gonna have more of this sort of like fully, deeply integrated, right? Because, you know, nobody owns Nostr. There's no Nostr CEO that has a deal with Visa, so they're trying to keep it so that's Visa only, right? Like, say, for example, Twitter, right? And it's so much easier to monetize things that already touch money because, you know, you can take a cut for providing a value, right? We're seeing this. It was impossible to monetize wallets, software wallets, for many, many years until the Lightning wallets came. And the Lightning wallets, you know, there's a fee model because it costs to do stuff, and they take a cut. So, like, with that, like, if you're providing enough value, people won't feel cheated. It's a good thing.
Yeah, accurately capture the cost and then make a profit. This is where I also want to segue the conversation to second big topic is NVK. Even though we like saw the success of CoinKite over the years, it's still a relatively small company, and that's very intentional, right?
Yes, it's extremely intentional.
Why not scale? Why not hire 50 people as VCs advise?
You know, it's like, I don't want to metastasize a company. You know, it's not like, it's like cancer. It's like, you know, if you're building, not everything can be done that way, right? Especially if you're building a fiat company, right? Like if you're interacting with the fiat world, you have to have like a heap amount of people. You have compliance people, you have this people, that people, and then you need the people to like manage the people, and then the people who manage the people who manage the people, and then nobody's producing any value. It's like, you know, everybody in an organization that doesn't do that, like, you know, like, okay, can you produce 10x your cost, right? Like that is the question. Like, and if you can't, like, you know what, like somebody else inside the company can probably do that in 10 minutes.
Yeah, but that's really a question, like JB. Hardware that NVK does, it is specific niche. Like, do you think that's also realistic for Nostr company, or how do you see it? Like, will everybody be able to 10x their cost, or what are your thoughts?
I don't know if I have a direct answer to that question, but I just have an observation of Nostra, which I find interesting, in the sense that when you're building a large company that is trying to be very centralized, it ends up creating lots of, like what you're saying, lots and lots of work, and you need lots of employees to just maintain this giant monolithic structure that you're building. Whereas I find when I'm building on this open network, I can delegate to just other people who I don't even know, like, and that's in some sense why I was able to build Damus so quickly, is just because I don't have to worry about all, there's like a really good division of labor. So I just find that's really a fascinating thing in the open source, where I actually, it's not costing as much for me because I can, again, delegate it. I mean, there's server costs, there's fixed costs like that, but in terms of, needing lots of people, I just, I'm able to do it mostly by myself, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the dream, but is it realistic on Nostr? I don't know.
I think it is. I mean, like, listen, WhatsApp built, a $1 billion company with 30 people, like servicing God knows how many with centralized tech. So can you imagine what you can do with OpenTech? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, Instagram, another example.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it's different. And like, the design decisions that you make will inform, like, what kind of problems you're going to have later, right? Like, which kind of technologies you choose, like, what kind of stack you choose will define, like, the level of, like, amounts of people you may need later, right? Like, for example, if you're doing stuff with PHP, you need, like, 10,000 people, like Facebook, right? Like, like, if you do stuff with, like, some other stack, you might need 10 people.
I see it, Nostr, as, like, in some sense, a large organization of some kind, where all the different business units, like you have like the relay team, you have the client teams, and in some sense they're different companies in and of themselves, and there's like this weird market for us where the people who are doing the best business units or creating the best versions of those subunits of that larger corporation are the ones that can, in some sense, be more successful and start charge for their product. But it's a different way of looking at a corporation, I think.
Another cool thing is, if you're not holding people's bags, you don't need to hire the psychopaths. Right, so like you don't need compliance people, you don't need like massive like legal department, none of that shit, because you know what, like your responsibility and the warranty level of the stuff you offer is reasonable, right? Like, I mean, if I had to offer like warranty on people's Bitcoins that are on cold card, I would have to charge like $1 million per cold card, right? But no, like the stack is made so that I don't have access to their funds, right? And they are responsible to back up their keys. So I can lower that cost because I don't have to like have all this compliance crap.
Yeah, it's like Bitcoin really, this whole self-custody thing, it really, it pushed all the liability to individuals versus just having the liabilities built up in centralized structures. Right now, I guess Wallet of Satoshi is the biggest liability, but it's in some sense it's isolated to that business unit. And if that goes under, it's like, well, maybe we should probably break that up into smaller ones.
We have a tool now for personal responsibility, right? And now we have personal responsibilities with your Nostr keys as well, as I've learned. And it's a lot of people won't take that leap. Right, like Pareto distribution will probably still applies, right? Like 80% of the people are going to want hosted wallets and like hosted keys for Nostr or something, but it's fine, right? Like there will be businesses that will be interested in having 1,000 people just like circle jerking and building those things, but like you have room now to be profitable on the other 20%, and be happy.
Yeah, I mean. That's what I'm mostly interested in this section for you, NVK. Besides not hiring psychopaths, like any other big lessons on like how you can stay lean, how the company can stay lean?
Yeah, I mean, like don't build shit. Like like seriously, like use like good stacks and like find a founder that is like awesome, You know, that like you don't have to deal with like you have division of labor. And when I say don't build shit, I actually really mean it, right? Like when you're like choosing even which CSS framework you're gonna use on your project, like just imagine like the disaster that thing is gonna be when you're trying to change a bunch of stuff because you need to pivot. You know what I mean? Like, and you're gonna have to maintain or whatever. So like, if you're keeping things simple, you're keeping things like right to the point that the market needs, right? Like for us, for example, it's like I hate packaging. Like I don't want like $30 worth of like box and paper. Right? So we ship our device in a secure bag, right? That secure bag is not cheap. It's a lot cheaper than a box. So like I can pass that on to my customers and I don't need to hire the box guy, you know, like, and then I need HR people to manage the box guy. Like it's crazy. Like why would you do that, right? Again, like there is a section of the market that's really gonna want the box, right? So like, maybe that's not interesting to you, so like let somebody else build it. You don't have to do everything.
No, but exactly because window of opportunity for Nostr is now. Like now is the time for everyone to identify their niche, and then you capture that niche and ride at, like, right?
You know, somebody was asking me like, you know, which kind of company would I invest in now in Nostr, right? Like, and I'm like, you know, like, I wouldn't invest in any company on Nostr. What I would do is like, you know, you invest in founders that are gonna have the technical chops to like pivot 50 times for the next like 5 years. Because whatever you think you're doing now, you're not gonna be doing in 5 years. It's gonna be very different. And that's kind of cool too. I mean, like, you're gonna be like 5 years ahead of the market coming in. Right? Like you're already gonna have experience building relays, building clients, understanding the network, having other relationships. You know, what do you think like some like, you know, Silicon Valley type dude is gonna come in here in 5 years just sort of like just figure out everything? Like, no, it doesn't work like that. There's a reason why so many Bitcoin companies are built by the people who were sort of like, you know, in the grind for so many years, right? So, you know, your first comer advantage is first mover advantage may not be like normally just aggregating users because users are free now on Nostr, right? Like they just plug in their pub on the new client and boom, they show up there, right? So they're fully mobile. Cornering markets is not going to be possible anymore. The value is going to come from something else. And the people who slowly figure that out, and it's going to take time. It's early now. It's even early in Bitcoin too. Like, it's so early. So like, don't break your head over this stuff. Like if something is like, you will change your mind, that things will change. And you just gotta be flexible and sort of like go with it, but like have a strong opinion on what you want to see built because you want to use it yourself, at least in my opinion. And like sort of like go with that gut feeling and you know, don't be afraid to charge.
Yeah, well, my hope is that in what, like 7-8 years, we will have more Nostr NVKs that pivoted 50 times and then succeeded in building a company that stands the test of time. JB, like I'm actually quite optimistic because for me it's also always not only window of opportunity comes first, and you've hit that perfectly, and I'm really grateful to you for taking Nostr to the next level. Like I was talking with Ben, how it was like waves of people that pushed it forward. So
yeah, and I'm just my goal with Damas was just to be the best. I just wanted I saw Nostr and I saw its potential. I knew that it could be efficient. I knew it could be fast. And my goal with Damas has always been to show like always be the leading star for Nostr and just let's just show the world that how good we can do this and we can actually, and this is the answer, right? So I'm going to keep doing that with Damas, and hopefully that will lead to, you know, to products and things that companies will want to use, and I'll just feel like as long as I keep going and just pushing hard and hard every day, then I'm going to be so far ahead of people, and then they'll have to catch up, and that'll give me a lot of room to build products, right? So
catch up, but also support you. You know, because like all of us in Nostr, we do support you. NVK, Closing thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just like don't burn out, right? Like, don't be afraid of profit. Don't burn out. There's time. Let other people do parts of the problem as companies. Build circles of trust of people, friendly companies that are like, or friendly projects that are very tight with you, and you can collaborate.
I loved when I saw that Damus now redirects to Snort. So
Yeah,
that
like
was-
exactly,
that was a
right?
good one.
Like Snort's fantastic project. I mean, like, it's one of the best web clients, and like, you're gonna have like your set of issues, and like, again, like, everybody's gonna try different stuff, and just don't like, oh my God, he's doing that, I gotta do that too. Like, try different stuff. And have fun. Like, I mean, honestly, like, once the thing grows more, like, it's harder to have fun. Like, so like, and fun is going to inform you, like, where you should go, and it's going to like translate into the product, and the people who buy your product, like, they're having fun with your product too. Like, it's really contagious.
Yeah. What you're saying with burnout, people, they message me a lot. They're like, don't get burnout. Like, we believe in you. But I feel like there's so much energy in this project, and like this idea of like stopping at this point is just, I don't know. It's like
Not
just,
going
I just,
to
like,
happen.
I've never been like this part of like seeing so many people like care so much about this project. And it's like the idea of stopping, or it's just like it's been incredible. It's just actually been very moving. So.
Well, when inspiration hit you today, you came to me, you said we should do this talk. Like, I hoped it will be raw talk, it will be talk that inspires others, and man, did we hit it out of the park. And now, thank you all for coming. This is the part where we are opening to questions from the audience.
Since we're on the live stream, I just want to say one thing. Conferences now have a very high bar. They must have a river behind the facility so that it can jump in it in the middle between talks, and coconuts with straws. Like, amazing. Costa Rica is amazing.
Lamar?
Yeah, I was down there programming. I was down there working on something, but I was talking about this last night. And so when I heard y'all was talking about it, I had to come up here because I just want to be real. I know what Will feels. Like, I have huge audiences, and I have given away my classes for 5,000 people, like, give away everything. And I told my man, I said, Will, I feel for you, brother, because it's really big right now, and if you don't get out in front of it, like, you have a wife, you have a kid, and there's going to come a day that your wife's going to come in the room and go, hey, baby, like, we got to eat. Like, real talk. So what I'm saying is, man, like, Will's kind of like me in the fact that I don't like asking for nothing. Like, even the people in Black Bitcoin Billionaire, I gave like that class away, and everybody's like, no, Lamar, you got to charge. You get what I'm saying? And so for y'all, like, how many people in here would pay a subscription? Real talk. I just want you to see this, Will. Like, I told Will this, I was like, bro, it's way more. I've been campaigning for him since last night. Y'all know I was talking about this last night. But I'm like, look in the room, almost the whole room. In the live stream, y'all might not have saw the whole room, but the entire room raised their hand and said they'll pay a subscription. So are you saying for the cost of like a latte at Starbucks, right? If he says $6 a month, would y'all pay that? Raise your hand. Will. This is just a small group, bro. Where's your wife at? I know she in here.
Yeah, but
yeah. See, I'm trying to make sure you don't come at the knock at the door. Because, no, but really, I've been campaigning because I know how hard it is, and that emotion he feels, it's like, it's cool as crap when you build something big, bro. But he's not gonna ever ask for it. So I'll stand up here in the middle and be like, look, man, if my man put subscription on there, all these hands that raised, at least need to get 300 subscriptions for $6 a month or $7 a month. Like, real talk. And anybody on the live stream, because I'm going to tell them, I told them, I said, the real value of Damus right now is Bitcoin Signal is on Damus. Like, go to Twitter. You ain't gonna get nothing but a bunch of yellow belt maxis and some little like Twitter space that ain't talking about nothing. Like real talk.
Yep.
Real talk. The real signal is on Nostr, and the real Nostr right now for most iPhone users is Damus. So why in the world would Bitcoin signal not be worth a latte? That's all I'm saying, man. I had to say that because I was doing it in small. I was like walking around in small groups talking to people. But I want y'all to know, man, like putting this stuff together ain't easy. And hopefully, you know, his wife don't ever get the knock at the door. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
So, no question. Okay. Listen, question? The question was who would pay. Yeah.
Hey, just not really a question, but just a little...
Another observation.
Personal experience.
Does the observation have a question at the end?
It's more of a motivating comment, I would say. But so I'm Nostr.build. I started creating accounts maybe 3 weeks ago, and it was per demand. I also didn't want to charge. I feel the same way. I just want to kind of give. I just want to make it free. If I could, it would be free for everyone. I just want to help grow the ecosystem. But started making accounts maybe 3 weeks ago, and I did it because people were asking me to. Like, I don't know if you saw a whole line of people starting with like Walker and a group of people like, hey, we want an account. We want to do this. So I did it, and I mean, no one's complained. I've been, it doesn't take home the bacon. I still have my day fiat job, but it definitely kind of surprised me that people are actually buying them. And I mean, it's been a month, and it's more than I expected. So no one's complained. Everyone's like interested.
You know, people want value.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, if there is value, people will pay for it.
They asked for it. I literally didn't want to do it. They were asking me for it.
Yeah. And
go for it, Will.
Yeah. And I forgot your lesson. Like, I was taking out my phone to see the questions from online, but maybe Walker can help me with that. Yeah. Let's take one more question here from the audience, and then you watching live, like send questions in. Walker got it.
So I'll state it as a question. Will you do an optional subscription tomorrow?
Not maybe not tomorrow. Well, maybe we'll see how much
like right now.
coffee I have.
And I mean that, look, I love that you've got all the thoughts about this feature would be valuable or this feature would be great for the paid subscription. But if you literally just asked people, will you pay this subscription optionally? You would get hundreds, thousands of people would sign up, and then you would have a different mode of operation that you could carry out. And we would all support it.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
You know, that's true for other clients too. Like, you know, there is a lot of people building really awesome stuff on Nostr, right? Like, and like people will pay. You know, like it's not just iOS. Like there is a lot of stuff, and people pay for relays and everything else.
Hey, maybe we do that, NVK. Like we collect the.
You know, if they don't, I'm gonna do it. Like, you know, I'm just gonna start charging. You know, like
you and me. Yeah.
Let's just do it, right?
I told you this spiral for Nostr. It's coming. No, I thought like if you collect a badge, it's like okay, Damus subscriber, Iris subscriber, Snort subscriber. Like
send a T-shirt.
Yeah.
You know, people love T-shirts.
But Walker, online questions.
I'm looking here. Let's see. Also, I will spin up more NPubs just to be able to subscribe multiple times because
thank you.
We appreciate what you do, really, man.
Yeah.
So somebody said, what about a monthly pop-up with, I don't know if this is actually a question, with your brand story, an invoice to voluntarily pay, donate similar to Wikipedia, raise awareness but keep the service free. I mean, I think you guys, yeah, like people want to pay a subscription, right? People are ready to. They found value in your product. They're eager to pay for it.
People suggested like clicking the Damus icon at the top would just like send a zap or something to the developers. I think that'd be pretty cool.
You know, have you looked into maybe just doing splits on zaps?
Yeah, so the splits requires integrated wallets because if you think about it, the external wallet can only pay one invoice at a time. So if you're doing a split, unless you're using a Prism, we could probably do a Prism setup. That would be kind of cool.
One thing we talked about on the relay panel earlier was just if there is the capability to split, being able to just, especially for people who are creating content on your platform who have appreciation for what you have built, being able to just automatically say, okay, whenever I get a zap, I want whatever % of that to go straight to Will or to Kieran or to any of the developers who are building out these clients. Again, if like the splitting is possible, I think that so many people would jump on that
Yeah.
and say, I always want to send a percentage.
That would seriously scale, Thomas. If you could
Yes.
take a
Yeah.
percent and like voluntarily, if they could donate. I think we'll need the integrated wallet for that, and that's got to come first. But I'll think about that for sure.
Are you looking to maybe like LDK kind of thing? No, sorry.
LNC, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that'll be like the first is LN socket and LNC. Obviously, I like LN socket because I built that library, and that's for CLN nodes, but no one uses CLN. But eventually, we'll want like an integrated Breeze wallet or, so maybe I don't know. There's going to be lots of different options.
I mean, splits are really cool. Like they really work, and people will also forget that they had the splits open. Like you can add open sats to your splits.
It would be a really big deal, and that would be a huge game changer, I think. And I think Kieran implemented that right in Snort. So yeah, we just need to do the same thing. So we'll get there.
Yeah.
Any other questions from in here?
Final question. Who has the final question? We have gentleman over there. UTXO. Let's go.
Thanks for the talk, guys. Will, I haven't used Damus, but I would also support you as an Android user.
Boom.
So question for MVK, I would say. What would you say is the best way for a new Bitcoin company to get in front of Bitcoiners without, blowing too much money? And how can you tell if your idea is actually good, but you didn't execute properly, or your idea is just bad?
I mean, are you trying to sell stuff like to Bitcoiners, or like is this like a service? Like what do you?
It's for like merchants to accept payments.
Okay, so like you're
Accepting
trying to
payments.
get to merchants, right? So you have to find where your customers are, right? So if whatever these merchants hang out, right? Maybe it's at the merchant convention, maybe it's at Bitcoin Jungle, whatever it is, right? Like go shake people's hands, like get out there and say, hi, I have this awesome shit. I'd love for you to use it. Give me your money.
Hey, I have witnessed that. You won't believe 2019 NVK with a backpack full of CoinKite goodies in Riga.
Yeah, like like
Conference.
people need to touch your stuff and see it and like play with it, right? Like it's like get it out there. And like we always had this policy that like if people are working like actively on, for example, open source Bitcoin stuff, like we just send them free gear. Like it's just we want them to experience our stuff and like get feedback from people who actually build stuff. And like and you sort of like it's this like awesome circle of value, right? It's like he likes it, he has the product for free, and then like maybe he tells a friend, and like like you don't have to like blow money in advertising. Advertising is a shitcoin.
Yeah, and this is where I can vouch again because at Chicago BitDevs, we do often get merch from CoinKite that NVK sends to Yegor, and then it is something that people really like, and it's really effective. Because for me, it all comes back to what I was saying about window of opportunity. Like as someone that worked on BTC Pay server, and still works, is it merchants, if you mention them. Once merchants establish a Bitcoin accepting solution, like that's it, they're locked in. And that's also what you should take into account. I mean, maybe we should turn it into like sales panel, sales tactics.
Like one funny thing is like a lot of our competitors also send free stuff, and you can tell the stuff that's shit versus the stuff that people like, and versus things that people really find value from, because they're left on the table, right? And if your stuff is getting left on the table, like revisit the product, right? I mean, if you have a Mark I for Cold Card, Jesus Christ, those buttons were awful, right? But there wasn't a lot of like good wallets at the time, so like people kind of put up with it, but then we had to fix it immediately. Like it doesn't mean that what you're doing is perfect. Doesn't mean people are going to take it right away. But like this back and forth, and like this is how you're going to find them too.
Yeah, well, keep pushing, keep improving, keep pivoting. I love what you also said about investing in founders that will survive 50 pivots.
Yeah, it's often the like people who can actually build. It's not the script kiddies who sort of like just take the libraries and just sort of, oh look, I have a business now, right? It's more like, okay, like if you have guys who actually build the stock, build the things, and they share the things, and these guys will survive, right? I mean, they might need like economic help, or they need to take a job at Starbucks, McDonald's, if you're a Bitcoiner, they're hiring. and like, and then, you can't keep a builder from building, right? And they'll find a way.
Yeah. Created that cycle for you. So thank you, everyone. I mean, again, this conversation turned out to be everything I hoped for when we scheduled this. I hope you all enjoyed. And let's give one last round of applause for Will and NBK. Thank you for the great session.
I think we'll take a little break here on the main stage, and we'll come back in like 15 minutes here. tab at the Uvita Beer Garden. It's like a kilometer away, you said, yeah? So right on down the road. I'm not sure in which direction, but I'm certain that you can follow some people and find your way there. And I believe we are also wrapping this stage early, as it seems there's only a few of us left. And I'm sure that everyone is hot. I know that I am. So we're going to wrap this up here for today. Thank you guys for coming by again. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Beer Garden. When? When? There you have it. He's going. Yep, imminently. All right. Thanks, y'all.
Mamma mia.